जी, हेलो, जी।
Hello. May I please request everyone to take their places? Hello, good morning everyone. May I please request you all to take your places? A very good morning to everyone. I invite Mr. Devang Thakur, President BDMA, to please come up on the stage.
Good morning. Volume slightly down. And thank you everyone, all the respected speakers, guests, and my wonderful delegates who have gathered here for this two-day national convention. My friends, we were in a great quandary yesterday afternoon when a very unfortunate, highly unfortunate incident of the airplane crash happened at Ahmedabad. And we were all seriously worried about the situation that we were, about this program that we are into. But thanks to the friend of BDMA and mentor to many of us, Dr. Sunil Parekh sir, please take a bow. It was he who called the higher-ups in the government and the administrative setup and understood what we could do and whether we could go ahead with this program and not. But of course, we took that call immediately to cancel, or if I may say postpone, the cultural program, which was sort of a thanksgiving to the corporates who always stand hand in hand with BDMA. Friends, at this juncture, with a heavy heart, I request all of you to rise in silence and pray for the departed souls, that their souls may rest in peace in the lotus feet of God. Om. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished guest, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's our privilege to warmly welcome you all to the inaugural ceremony of the 10th National Management Convention organized by Bharuch District Management Association. Today marks a significant milestone as we gather to celebrate a decade of thought leadership, innovation, and transformative management practices. This convention stands as a testament to BDMA's commitment to fostering excellence, collaboration, and growth in the field of management. We now begin the ceremonial lighting of the lamp to mark an auspicious start. For the same, we invite President Mr. Devang Thakur, Secretary Amarjit Sahani, our guest speakers, Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, Mr. K. Suresh, Mr. Adheep Nath Pal Chaudhary, and Mr. Sunil Parekh, sir. And co-chairman Mr. Harish Joshi. Vice President Mr. Pravindan Ghattavi.
Thank you. You can take your seats on the dais, please. Please take your seats on the dais, please. Mr. Devang Thakur, a professional trainer and educationist, is the trustee, joint secretary, and campus director of Educational Trust Sri Sadvidya Mandal that runs 5 colleges: arts, science, commerce, engineering, computer appliances, and an English medium school with more than 10,000 students on the campus. He is also a trustee of Bharuch Education Society that manages BES Union High School. Mr. Thakur is an alumnus of St. Xavier's College, Ahmedabad, with a degree in science, followed by a post-graduation in management. Highly committed to social causes, Mr. Thakur was the president of the Rotary Club of Bharuch way back in 2000 and 2001, and a director-governor and a district governor of Rotary International in 2010-11 for Rotary District 3060. Geographically spread over entire Gujarat, Saurashtra, parts of Maharashtra, and union territories of Diu, Daman, and Silvassa. Honored with the Centennial Rotarian of the Year award, Mr. Thakur received the rare honor of being invited to represent the Rotary International President at the district conferences of RI District 3160 at Bellary, Karnataka, and RI District 3000 at Madurai, Tamil Nadu. Mr. Thakur joined BDMA in 2006 and served in various positions including Chairman, Evening Talk Forum, Chairman, Students Forum, Honorary Secretary, Vice President, and now the President since 2023.
Thank you.
Now-
Thank you. That was slightly elaborate, but makes me happy to feel that I also did something in life. Dignitaries on the desk, Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, renowned economist with whom we had a very fruitful and knowledgeable evening yesterday, sir. Highly obliged for your presence at Bharuch at this event. Mr. Adip Nath ji, he was the CMD of Balmal Lorry, where my friend and event chairman and past president of BDMA, Harish Bhai, is also the director. Mr. K. Suresh from the Grasim Group, who is also with us as our guest of honor. And of course, my dear friends, Harish Bhai, the chairman who is leading from the front, and the co-chairman, Pravindan Gadvi, unit head of UPL 5 at Jagadia, and my very, very dear and old friend, person who brought me into BDMA, Mr. A.K. Sani, and my dear friends in the audience, and the leaders in the front row, and those wonderful CEOs and unit heads who have been ardent supporters of BDMA. Friends, if may I start by welcoming you all. I have no script ready here because I didn't find it necessary to write anything, because now it has become so that whatever I write, Sunil Bhai, I end up not reading it at all. So I thought it's better not to write, Richard. And thank you for you being here. There's an anecdote I want to tell you, Montek Sarji, that Richard was here exactly a year and a half back for a students program, which was jointly done with All India Management Association. He was our guest speaker at the same place, at a different venue, and such has been the bond that when we met at the council meeting of IMA, and I said, Richard, would you kindly join for this? He said, Devang, just go back home, send me an email, I'm coming. So I'm indeed indebted to you, sir, for being such a lovely person, and all of you here. Friends, talking about Bharuch District Management Association, as most of you would know, was found by then the leaders in Gujarat Narmada Valley Fertilizers Limited, GNFC as we know it fondly, in 1982-83. And then over the years, many leaders joined. Mr. Kamlesh Udani revived it, my mentor and elder brother Ashok Panjwani ji, and many, many leaders led it from the front and brought it to this level where today we have a 5,000 square feet own floor in a wonderful business hub. That is, sir, where we have come over this journey. And all of the leaders over here, including Harish Bhai, Parag Sheth, and all of them have contributed largely into this. Sirs, BDMA is your knowledge partner. We are here to serve you for enhancing the knowledge of various fraternities and facets in the industries. And not only that, my friend Parag Bhai Sangani from PP University is here. Panjwani Sahab is president of the UPL University, and I also run colleges and schools. So I very well understand our responsibility towards the university students also to make them industry ready and ensure that we provide them enough platform for that. Today, we are going to have an MOU, rather 4 types of MOUs, one with UPL University, one with PP Sawan University, then with one of the companies, and also with Jab and Modi Hospital on various aspects. Over the last 2-3 years, we have been developing infrastructure in a manner that BDMA offers you a wholesome facility. If you want to have interviews over there, large scale, I remember I can just name one of the companies, Kherukasa is Neogen and other places who have held more than 10 times they have held their interviews at our place at much subsidized cost compared to big hotels with no lesser facilities, no lesser good food, okay? So that is what we offer. And today, finding time in the evening, we are definitely going to visit that place with our guests and show you the development that we have done. And I'm sure you'll be really enthralled and happy to find our offerings there. And I'm hopeful that my friends in the industries who have been so lovely, I would like to mention for the NMC, when we kept on, I went to more than 30 places to various industries. Many of the leaders are here, and with the warmth, love, and affection that they welcomed us. And never for a moment I found in their eyes that they wanted us to leave. That's the beauty of Rotary, sir, because we are apolitical. We don't do politics in Rotary. We are, sorry, I'm so sorry that Rotary doesn't go in BDMA. So this is such a wonderful platform that we meet and cherish each other's company, become good friends, and work for the betterment together for our own Bharut district. My friends, it's not only about establishing manufacturing plants here. It's not only about, setting up huge units and implementing technologies here. My friends, it would be good if that benefit flows down to the place where we work here, the Bharut district. Harish is very passionate about that, keeps on representing Kamlesh Bhai, Panjwani Sahab, and so many leaders, including myself. We keep on pleading to the government, to the, the bureaucracy, that this is where we need to tap. We need to create such an atmosphere where the industries could help. The bridge across here is one of the lovely examples where industries were approached, and all the greenery and that you find are all done by you people over here who joined in that journey. My friends, once again, I'm privileged and honored to have you among us. And I'm sure over the 2 days, over the wonderful deliberations that we will have under the very, very knowledgeable speakers and who have turned around from around the country and who have, and I should say they are globetrotters. Sir is going to travel today, Richard is going to go to Japan, and so, people are globetrotters, including our own Sunil Bhai. Just returned from Melbourne and is here among us. So very, very privileged, and thank you once again for being here. Keep supporting BDMA, and together, in our own small way, we'll try to do a wonderful turnaround for our wonderful Bharut district. Thank you. Welcome once again.
Sir, may I now request you to please felicitate Mr. Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia with a simple yet intellectual gift that we have here from BDMA.
We are offering wonderful books to our guest speakers.
I would like to request Mr. Harish Joshi to please felicitate Mr. Adhip Nath Palchaudhary. And I would like to request Mr. Praveen Dan Gadvi to please felicitate Mr. K. Suresh. Thank you all.
Now I invite Mr. Harish Joshi, Chairman 10th MNC, to please come and tell us the purpose of the 10th MNC event.
Good morning. Friends, before I begin, I would like to pause and reflect on the tragic plane crash that occurred yesterday at Ahmedabad. And it is with a heavy heart that we acknowledge the precious lives lost in this devastating accident. On behalf of all of us gathered here, I extend our deepest condolence to the families of the victims, and our thoughts and prayers are with those who are grieving and those still awaiting news of their loved one. In moments like these, we are reminded of the fragility of life and the deep responsibility we hold as leaders, not only in our business, but in our communities and our country. So the background is already shared by our President Devang Bhai. And as he has mentioned that Bharuch District Management Association plays a very pivotal role in organizing the NMC every 2 years. And this is the 10th National Management Convention. Respected visionary economist of our country, Sri Montek Singh Ji, dynamic, energetic business leader and chairman and managing director of Bamer and Lorry, Sri Adhip Nath Ji, where I am also an independent director with him. My friend and guide, Sri K. Suresh Ji, Chief Operating Officer at Grasim Industries Limited. Galaxies of speakers who travels far from the different part of the country for this NMC. And our most active president, my dear Sri Devang Bhai, Co-Chairman Praveen Dan Ji, Secretary Sri Sahani Ji, BDMA office bearers, past president, galaxies of CEOs, energetic delegates across the state and country, respected guests, fellow industrialists, professionals, media persons, and special welcome to our mentor. We call him as a Guruji, Sri Sunil Bhai Parekh. It is both an honor and a responsibility for me to stand before you today, not just as a chairman of the 10th National Management Convention, but as a proud stakeholder in a region that has silently powered India's industrial journey for over a half century. That is Bharuch district. We are proud to be a citizen of India's second oldest town after Varanasi, that is Bharuch. A town before the 18th century was flourishing with business, as this was the only seaport in Arabian coast. According to the Gazette record with the Government of India, the country's largest industrial exhibition was held at Bharuch in 17th century. This is the land of great Rishi Bhrigu, a land of Kanhaiyalal Maneklal Munshi, a member of Indian Constitution Committee and key strategist for Somnath Temple. This is a land of a great musician, Pandit Omkarnath Thakur, a land of several Parsi businessmen. As it was prosperous town in past, it was looted and broken several times. And thus, there is a very famous proverb that is Bhangyu Bhangyu Toy Bharuch, means many times Bharuch was broken several times, but still it remains as Bharuch. Every time it stands its own. The glory of prosperity has come back again to this oldest town on the bank of Holy River Narmada. And that's why As we gather here to contribute the future of Indian industry, especially of our region, I would not be out of place to highlight the immense potential and pressing needs of a region close to my heart and vital to our nation's growth. Bharuch is not just another industrial cluster. It is a Indian chemical heartland, home to largest chemical and petrochemical, pharmaceutical, textile, pesticides, agrochemicals industries. From Ankleshwar to Panoli to Jagadia and Dahej, this region has consistently delivering high-value products to the national economy. It contributes a very high revenue to the country. Yet despite its robust industrial contribution, Bharuch faces a critical gap in infrastructure, both industrial and social. Friends, the challenge today is not just to grow, but to grow responsibly, adapt rapidly, and think globally. We must be mindful to the environment, conscious of our people. In the spirit, the National Management Convention is committed to becoming a catalyst for industrial evolution, not just in Gujarat or in India, but as a part of a global vision. Friends, this convention is not just an event, it is a platform, a dialogue, and more importantly, a movement towards transforming the way we look at business, leadership, innovation, and sustainability in modern industry. Such convention helps, like if you have a 1 rupee and I have another, and we exchange, we have 1 rupee each. But if you have a better idea and I have another better idea, we exchange, then we have 2 better ideas, and that's what this convention helps. The theme of this year's convention, that is Innovate, Implement, Inspire, Shaping the Future, reflects the spirit of time. The industrial world demands new thinking, new tools, and renewed commitment to shared progress. When we are deciding the theme of this convention, I remember that the history of mankind, whenever man has opened shutters of his mind, healthy new ideas have breached. And he has vigorously stepped out of his narrow confines to discover continents, oceans, planets, and galaxies. And that's how the theme Innovate, Implement, and Inspire, Shaping the Future is decided. Now, dear friends, shake yourself out of this slumber, step out of the den of the stagnant thoughts into an open field of the bold new ideas, soar high on the strength of an exploring mind to reach unknown heights of the achievements and success. In the light of this convention, aims to bring together the best minds, industry leaders, entrepreneurs, academics, and innovators to share, learn, and collaborate. Gujarat is more than a manufacturing hub. It is a cradle of industrial innovation, from large corporation to agile startup. The ecosystem here is vibrant and forward-looking, and what better place to host such national dialogue than here at Bharuch, where the legacy of rich business history and heritage and future meets with such a synergy. Over the next 2 days, we will explore the themes that are shaping the future of our industries, that is Trump trade and tariff, business process innovations, green energy and emerging technologies, reaping the benefits of artificial intelligence in smart manufacturing, startup that redefines industry, and of course, the most important asset, our people and work culture in the session led by the industry titans. Friends, at Bharuch, we are fortunate that we could get a series of business leaders in each session who themselves are encyclopedias in their respective domain. We get rare opportunities to hear them. We are truly thankful to all our leaders who accepted our invitation and traveled far from and are with us. As already mentioned by Devang Bhai, that people are traveling and going back. Even Adipji traveled a lot from Chennai. There was a sudden demise, and at home, despite of that, he is with us. That is indeed a great pride for us. And lastly, let me take a moment to sincerely thank our BDMA President Devang Bhai and management team for resting a responsibility to lead this convention. I would like to express sincere thanks to our mentor Guruji Sri Sunil Bhai Parekh, who is a true force behind us to make BDMA grow and succeed all the time. He is always a troubleshooter for us. The dedication is visible here, friends, due to the tireless efforts of various committee members, chairmen of various forums. I am thankful to them too, and special thanks to our speakers and panelists. As we begin this journey today, I encourage each of you to participate actively, connect meaningfully, and take back ideas that can make a real difference in your organization and sectors. At the end, let me share a vision that is grounded in fact, fueled by potential and driven by urgency, a vision that sees Bharuch not just as a strong industrial base of Gujarat, but as a world-class industrial district on par with the best globally industrial estate. We together can achieve this dream. Let us make this convention not just as a meeting of minds, but a milestone for change. Each one of you decides, be willing to spend today for tomorrow's growth. Jai Hind, Jai Gujarat, Jai Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Harish sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. K. Srivatsan, Chairman of this event and Speakers Committee, and the Chief Managing Director of Subhashri Pigments Private Limited. He's a chemical engineer and alumnus of the prestigious National Institute of Technology, Trichy. He's a member of various industrial initiatives of Ankleshwar, such as Ankleshwar Environment Preservation Society, and a recipient of several prestigious awards. Without any further ado, I would like to invite you to introduce Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia.
Good morning. On this inaugural session of our National Management Convention, the 10th NMC, on the theme Innovate, Implement and Inspire, Shaping the Future. We have none other than the greatest economist whom we have known, and he is here with us as a keynote speaker. And I have been, given the opportunity to introduce him. I mean, he doesn't need any introduction. He is very well known, not only in the Indian, international level also. And I am only going to recap what, all of us know about him. He is, to start, he had an exemplary, career in his initial, in his academic career. Mr. Ahluwalia received a BA Honours degree from St. Stephen's College, Delhi University. He went to Oxford as a Rhodes Scholar and received an MA and MPhil degree in economics from Oxford University. He has received several honorary doctorates, including the Doctor of Civil Law honoris causa from Oxford University. Before joining the Government of India, Dr. Ahluwalia held various positions in the World Bank, including Chief of the Income Distribution Division. From 1979 to 2001, he served the Government of India as Economic Advisor in the Ministry of Finance, after which he held a series of positions including Special Secretary to the Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, Commerce Secretary, Secretary in the Department of Economic Affairs, Finance Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, member of the Planning Commission, and also he was appointed the first director of the newly created Independent Evaluation Office of the International Monetary Fund, a position he held for 3 years, subsequently resigned it, and he returned to India to become the Deputy Planning Chairman of the Planning Commission. Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia was most recently the Deputy Chairman of the Planning Commission, a cabinet level position which he held from 2004 till 2014. He has been a key figure in India's economic reforms since the mid-1980s. He has, apart from his professional career, he has been on his personal level also. He has written, he has got a flair for writing books. He has written on various aspects of development economics, including Indian economic policy, and his articles have been published in a number of professional international journals and also in books. He co-authored Redistribution with Growth, an Approach to Policy way back in 1975. In 2011, he was awarded the prestigious Padma Vibhushan, India's second highest civilian is the second highest civilian honor by the President of India for his outstanding contribution for economic policy and public service. And as recently in 2019, he published Backstage, the Story of India's High Growth Years. So we had with us our great distinguished, Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, whom we are going to listen to just now. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me thank the Bharuch District Management Association and all its officers, president and so on, for inviting me to this function. Of course, Bharuch's contribution as an industrial district, not just to Gujarat, but to all of India, is quite well known. In fact, it's to my great regret that I haven't visited Bharuch. I visited Gujarat many times, but I've never visited Bharuch during my recent period in government, but I claim credit that it was the first industrial district that I visited as a very junior officer in the early 1980s. I was part of a committee headed by Lavraj Kumar, who was a very important guy in the petrochemicals area, and he was assigned the task of defining the optimum location of fertilizer plants along the HBJ pipeline, which was yet to come. And he had a committee, and Lavraj used to enjoy culture, etc. So he worked out a very nice itinerary from Bombay. We went to Surat, then we came to Bharuch, then we went to Baroda, and during the day saw museums and all that kind of stuff, and also met with various industry groups. In the end, as often happens, government decisions are driven by political compulsions. Because the idea, he said, we must have an optimizing model to determine where should we locate the fertilizer plants. And I told him that, look, it's very simple. You locate them in the nearest industrial district to where the gas is coming from, because it's a lot cheaper to transport fertilizer, manufactured fertilizer, than it is to keep transporting gas. But he said, that will not be easy, because every state will want there should be a fertilizer plant in the state. And UP will certainly want a fertilizer plant in UP. So then the economists with him said, well, what do we do now? So they said, that's all right. So we'll construct an integer programming model where we will fix as one of the variables the number of fertilizer plants in each state. And we'll introduce an inequality constraint greater than or equal to 1. So you cannot have 0 fertilizer plant in any of the states being covered. And sure enough, it produced a solution. It was a very early reflection of the fact that you can twist economic logic to meet whatever political ends you want, but by giving it the cover that this has all been done technocratically. And I think ever since then, I've always felt that we need a much better understanding on the part of governments of what are the compulsions of business. And I think that's not happening enough. And it's interesting that, we have now gone through a very important transition in the economy, sort of beginning in 1991 when the economic reforms started. I say started because the economic reforms didn't just stop in 1991. That was a very big burst, but subsequent governments more or less bought into the same idea. And I think the reforms continued. The Narasimha Rao government was followed by the United Front government, which actually even had the Communist Party of India, not the CPM, but the Communist Party of India, as part of the government, followed by the Vajpayee government, which was the BJP, again a coalition, but dominantly a BJP government. They also continued the reforms. Then followed by the UPA, which didn't have the Communist Party inside the government, but it had the CPM outside the government. So it was another kind of coalition that, you know, broadly continued. I think if you look at this whole period, all governments want to distinguish themselves because after all, they have a political compulsion. But I think people outside, I hope people outside think that there is a continuous commitment to reform, and the reform basically means liberalizing the system, making it easier for the private sector, shifting the focus away from public sector to private sector. That was a very important part of the reforms over time, though it has slowed down a bit. Also, integrating and becoming globally competitive. I noticed that I think the Vice President said that, you know, Bharuch is not just a center for Gujarat, it's a center for India, which of course is true. He also said it should be a globally competitive center, a global center for the world. I mean, I think that's a very commendable objective. And I would urge you, those of you that like to do this, just get one of your tame economists in the government, in the business, to address this question. For Bharuch to claim that it is globally competitive, it must be able to claim that of the industries located here, how many of them are globally competitive? That really means how many of them would survive in a zero tariff duty regime. I'm not saying that it's going to be zero tariff today, but I think we should seriously look. We cannot claim to be globally competitive if we are only competitive by keeping imports out. Nor can we let imports in suddenly. Many other things have to be done. But you know, I mentioned this to you because Naushad Forbes, who's not based in Gujarat, but he's from Western India, in Pune. Naushad Forbes once told me that when the economic reforms began, he and his brother did an analysis for the company and said, look, what are we producing? And what is it that we could compete globally in, provided all the inputs were also at global prices? I mean, obviously, if your inputs are at high duties, then you can't compete. But we did a calculation. We found that, you know, out of all our production, only about 60% would have been competitive if the inputs were available at global prices. And so we decided internally as a company to shift direction towards those outputs that actually met that criterion. So I really think that if companies have these discussions internally, they will seep out into the larger consciousness. And no doubt when you meet political leaders, you'll also inform them this is what you're doing. But you know, unless this thinking happens, we will not actually be globally competitive. So this is just a provocation. I don't have too much time because I see that Sunil Bhai telling me that he told me that I must shut up by 10 o'clock, otherwise he can't get me to the airport. I think it was mentioned that people are coming and going, so I'm kind of in that. I've come and I have to leave, I believe no later than 10:15, so I have only 10 minutes left, and a little more. And you know, I had hoped that I would leave open a lot of time for questions, okay? Because you know, from my point of view, that's the most interesting part of a discussion, because generally I know what I'm going to say, right or wrong. But what I'm interested in is how do people react. And unfortunately, there won't be time for that this time around, but maybe I'm going to ask you if there are questions, please send them to me by email, and I'm happy to respond after giving it some thought. Otherwise, you just give a quickie response, and that's not saying very much. So let me now turn to the the structure of what I wanted to say. I thought that I would use this opportunity effectively to discuss the state of the economy in terms of a SWOT analysis, okay? Sort of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. The first two, which is strengths and weaknesses, are just factual things about our own economy. So they are kind of inward looking. Opportunities and threats are about the future and the rest of the world. So let me say a few words on each of these. As far as strength is concerned, you frequently hear from many people that India is the fastest growing economy among the emerging market economies. I think that's correct. And most people internationally have accepted that. We are today growing faster than the emerging market countries. That was not always true. By the way, in the old days, we were growing much slower. Then, during the 1990s, when economic reforms began, we were growing faster than the other emerging market countries, but not faster than China. And China, of course, dominates the other emerging market countries. The big change now, we have actually slowed down a little, because we are currently growing at around 6.5. It could be a little lower sort of growth. But China has slowed down much more. So China is growing 5%. Some people think it will slow down further. So this is the first time that India is growing faster than China and also faster than emerging market countries other than China. So that is an important strength. Most people looking at the world, looking at countries would say that if you look at emerging market countries and if India is in this category, there must be something going for India. That is really a reflection of the change that has occurred in the economy, the quality of our business, the quality of our human capital. The percentage of people in the labor force, entering the labor force, who have secondary school degrees is much higher than it was 20 years ago. Also, the percentage of literacy, the balance between women and men, this is all changed for the better. And that is an important factor which will affect economic performance, providing the rest of the system encourages the private sector to actually grow. And that's a matter of policy. The state of the economy is more a matter of what is the basic resource on which policy has to work. I think weaknesses, I would say the following. Number one, we're definitely growing faster than others. Are we growing fast enough? Now that depends on what your target is. If your target is, and this is a legitimate thing to say, well, look, never mind targets, we're going better than others, that's good. But if your target is Viksit Bharat, then according to the government itself, you need to grow at 7.5 to 8%, okay? Now, this is 7.5 to 8% between now and 2047. And over this period, we will change from being at the bottom of the middle income group in terms of per capita income to being more or less close to the top. And that's a very big transition, from per capita income of something like 2,900 to a per capita income of 14,000. And the economy changes in terms of structure a lot. And the ability to grow rapidly also goes down. That's why China has slowed down. Because it's structurally no longer a lower middle income economy, it's practically a developed economy. So our growth will also slow down. So if we need to get 7.5%, let's take the lower range, 7.5% on average, between now and 2047, then the reference marker against which we should compare our performance in the next 4 or 5 years should really be more than the average of 7.5%, because it must allow for slowing down. So take it that something above 8% in the next few years. And against that, according to the government's own projections, 6.5% is what we think is likely. Now, this is complicated by what happens to the world economy, because if the world economy turns down, even 6.5% may not happen. But we cannot say that our growth is fine, we don't have to do anything. Rather, we have to say if the external world doesn't tank, and I'll come to that in a minute, we must increase our growth rate by something like 1.5 percentage points. No, 1.5 percentage point increase in growth is not a small thing. It can happen in any 1 year, but that is the increase of growth that we have seen as a result of the economic reforms. I mean, before the economic reforms, we were stuck at 5%. Over the long term, after economic reforms, we reached 6.5. So all these wonderful reforms, so many governments and all have added 1.5 percentage points of growth. We now have to add a further 1.5 percentage points. So we need to think, what is the package of reforms which become, I mean, people talk about second generation and third generation. You know, every year there's a generation of reforms, but there is a next stage, and I think we need to define. I think Niti Aayog has been asked to do that, and we should wait and see what comes out of it. And what comes out of it has to be looked at in terms of many things. One is, what are the other weaknesses? And I think I won't go on and on about this, but the other weakness is that everybody concedes that growth is there, but they don't think it's very evenly distributed. Now, the usual argument is that, you know, it helps the more formal sector, the richer people, doesn't help the poor, etc. That's the K-shaped kind of hypothesis. Another dimension of the same thing, by the way, is that it's helping some states, but not others. Now, Gujarat happens to be a very fast-growing state. Other fast-growing states are Maharashtra and Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. These are all states that are growing at what I would call takeoff speed. One or two others also, Odisha, for example, is not doing badly over the last 20 years. But you know, states like UP, Bihar, and so on, they're nowhere near this range. So when people talk of inequality, they usually think of it as interpersonal, I mean the rich and the poor. Actually, you could have a situation where you get a very rapid growth in some states and a slow growth in others. This will create political difficulties for the government and the political system. But furthermore, within each state, there are regional differences. I mean, take Karnataka, for example. I happened to read something about it recently. And there's a very sharp difference between Bengaluru, Chikmagalur, and the western coast, and the northern Karnataka. So if you forget about the rest of the debate and just ask the question, how even is Karnataka's growth rate? The fact is that northern Karnataka has not benefited very much. So even within Karnataka, this is not a center state issue, because whenever you say states are doing well, not doing well, it becomes a center state. This is entirely within a state. And my suspicion is that for the larger states, much the same thing would be happening. Because, I mean, in UP, for example, I'm sure that, you know, the parts of UP near Delhi, Noida, etc., they're doing very well. Whether Eastern UP is doing well, that's another question. Same thing would be true in Maharashtra. And I think we need to, when we think of growing rapidly, we should. I don't think politically it's possible to be satisfied with a rapid growth which isn't regionally broadly spread. That's not just something which the center can solve. Because if a state is not doing well, you have to ask yourself, is it the fault of the center or the fault of the state? And we don't have, within states, virtually any intelligent discussion of what is the inequality problem within the state in terms of regions that are left out. Let me say that, you know, this doesn't mean, for example, in Gujarat, that every district should be as industrialized as Bharuch. I mean, after all, migration takes care, Bharuch generates much more employment than the district itself needs, and so other people come in. But those that don't benefit from the industry should be benefiting from the services or the tourism or processed food or something of that kind. And I think we need a much broader understanding of what is needed to address those issues. Lastly, I think another weakness is really employment. And this is actually connected with technology. You know, total employment is a misleading figure, because I think today, younger people who were earlier quite satisfied with sort of gig jobs or any job are no longer satisfied with those kinds of jobs. They want better quality jobs. And we saw that problem in Haryana when the Suzuki plant, the Maruti plant, they had brought in a lot of workers on contract labor from UP and Bihar. And in the first few years, they were all very happy because they were getting much higher wages than they were getting at home. But in due course, they realized they're getting much worse paid than other fellows who are regular employees. So the difference between contract employment and regular employment created a lot of bad feeling in the labor force. Now, how you handle that? And part of the problem here is that if we had a general liberalization of labor laws, there wouldn't be this difference. The real problem is that the only part of labor we have been willing to liberalize is contract labor. So as a result, nobody wants to increase the regular workforce, they just want to increase the contract labor workforce. This sounds like a good solution because it kind of takes care of the problem at the first stage. But it's not necessarily a good solution because it creates problems for the future. Now let me turn touch to these issues of opportunities and threats. Now this is an area where, to be honest, I don't actually know, and we need to study it much more, but I'll just touch on some critical things. Clearly, in the broad category of threats, the world is changing because of geopolitics, and geopolitics, is creating multiple blocks. It isn't anymore America and its allies and China. You've got Russia doing its thing. You've got the Europeans bothered about their side of the operation, not bothered very much about the rest. You've got the Americans trying to redefine their role and sort of walking out of responsibility for international affairs a little bit. And of course, you've got us facing, on the one hand, a neighbor with whom we have perennially had problems, but which is now backed by China. So actually, you saw the degree of military dependence of Pakistan on China is huge. So a lot of the India-China kind of rivalry takes the form of whatever Pakistan does backed by China. The Chinese are all over the Indian Ocean. For us to have a comparable, I'm not saying comparable in the sense of defeating China, but just being able to cope requires huge amounts of investment in the Navy, and that's going to cost money. It's also going to require alignments. And I think we have to be clear about these alignments. Are we for them or are we against them? And within the country, there is a perception that we should remain non-aligned. And for many, many years, many decades, we've celebrated that. But I think we also have to ask ourselves that in the world that's shaping up now, what kind of alignments are possible? And for example, it's unlikely that we will want to be allies. Allies means that, choose the United States, allies means that anytime the United States is attacked anywhere, they can call on us to join the fight. That's unlikely. But are we willing to sort of cozy up to them a lot more, which is what we've been doing, and I think that's sensible. But within the country, I don't think there's adequate appreciation that that's the right thing to do. And I'm willing, this is not my area, I'm willing to be questioned on this if people are not happy with it. But that's one issue. Linked to geopolitics is what the US is doing on trade policy, and which quite frankly, no respectable economist anywhere in the world has said makes sense. But it's the largest economy and nobody wants to take it on. And US trade policy is best described as being inexplicable, okay? So the question is, what do you do? If the US was a small country, you would just refuse to deal with them and take them to WTO. But the US is our largest trading partner, also the largest trading partner for most other countries, so everybody will deal with the US. That's what we are doing now. And it's a good thing that we are doing it. I keep hearing noises that a trade deal is imminent. I think it'll be very good. There are a lot of people who think that the trade deal will force us to reduce our duties. I think that's good. I mean, I've been saying that we should reduce our duties anyway, and I sort of mind the fact that we're being forced to do it under somebody else's pressure. But whatever it is, the real thing for government, for business, is to persuade the government that, look, we don't mind competing against low duties, but in order to be competitive, you must take care of the problems you create at home, which make it difficult for us to compete. And we need a clear understanding of those problems and hopefully work out a timeline by which this will get done. You know, free trade area reductions don't happen instantly. There usually is an adjustment period. So I think business should, when these deals become known, I don't know them and nor do you, but when the deals become known, I think business should set up a positive type of group, not regretting the deal, because frankly, I think these deals are good things, but saying, right, you want us to be globally competitive, this is what we want you to do. Now, not everything you ask for will be supported by everybody, but I can assure you that a lot of independent economists would say, yes, this is correct. I haven't seen that happening at all. And I think industry will be letting itself down if it doesn't organize itself to provide that kind of an input. You know, a third thing that's changing dramatically is technology. Now, you know more about it than I do. But the most interesting, I mean, of course, AI is the big thing, big name in the block. My personal feeling is that it is a foundational technology change. Too much of our national discussion is focused on how can we become leaders in AI. That's a very good objective, by all means. But for business, the logical thing to do is how do we integrate AI into our business to make it productive? Is it just a superficial thing? That is, instead of the regular chatbot, you can now generate a chatbot which has the accent of whichever phone PIN code the question has come from. So, you know, even in India, people speak English in different ways. So if you think if you get a phone call coming from a phone number based in Chandigarh, we have a chatbot that kind of responds in a Punjabi English. And if it comes from Tamil Nadu, you do it in a Tamil Nadu English. Is it that? Or is it many, many other things that improve process efficiency? I think that is really the most important. Whether we become leaders in AI, that's a separate issue. And that personally requires huge amounts of investment, huge amounts of venture capital, huge amount of risk-taking. Finally, the biggest threat of all is climate change. Now, I've written about it extensively, and since I have half a minute left, I think I've actually run out of time. I will say this, that the problem with climate change is it's going to make a big difference. But it's going to make a difference over time, and most of us don't realize the difference it's going to make. So not very much is being done on the ground. I mean, take a simple thing. If the temperature goes up and if the number of heat waves increases, then you know if you're running construction work or agricultural work, the productivity of labor will actually decline, quite apart from the effect on water and all this kind of stuff. And I think that this needs to be fed into policy thinking, again, not at the national level, but many of the corrective steps have to be taken at the state level. And I don't find most of our think tanks enjoy themselves coming to Delhi and addressing the central government, which is good. But I don't find them going to state capitals. And frankly, half the problem, not only on climate change, but also on making ease of business, half the problem is with the state governments. I mean, the factual position is that if a state government were to take the view that, look, central government will do what it can do within its constraints, and that may take time. But I, as a state government of state A, I'm doing the following to improve ease of doing business. It would be a fantastic. Somebody should tell some of the state governments that if you want to attract foreign investment, that is what will make a huge difference. I've heard from a lot of people, by the way, that, you know, one of the attractions that Gujarat has is that here and there it may be more expensive, but in terms of ease of doing business is very much better. And so people come. That's why you get investment. And I think other states that want to compete for investment, not just foreign, even domestic, because domestic investment is footloose. You can attract investors from anywhere. You need to get your act together on what you're doing on the ease of doing business. And you know, Manish Sabharwal has done a very good report for Niti Aayog, which lists all the different state pronouncements which make it a problem for business. And frankly, I think that I don't see why state-based industry organizations can't go to state governments and say, look, what about this? And they should tell the state government that, look, if you really do this, we will publicize in our national associations that our state has done this. And I don't find there's enough of that. Well, I wish I could take questions. Unfortunately, Sunil Bhai is already glaring at me. Unfortunately, I have to leave to catch my plane back in Delhi. Thank you for inviting me, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Hello. Sir, would you please stay on the stage for 2 minutes? We have Mr. Ashok Panjwani sir with us, who is the Executive Director at UPL Limited, President at UPL University of Sustainability. He will present a memento to you.
Thank you, sir, for leaving us with very insightful thoughts today. I think you've really got us thinking about the balance between our growth rates and our responsibility to the environment.
We have Mr. Parag Shah with us. He is chemical engineer by profession, having more than 30 years of experience in different fields.
Sorry for the delay. Now I take this privilege to introduce our next speaker, Mr. K. Suresh. He is the Chief Operating Officer of Global Manufacturing at Grasim Industries. Mr. Suresh holds a Bachelor of Chemical Engineering from Punjab University and a Master's in Industrial Engineering from BITS Pilani. He's an industry veteran with extensive experience spanning several decades in the chemical and industrial production sector. With his deep manufacturing insight, and a focus on technical excellence, Mr. K. Suresh has consistently demonstrated exceptional leadership. His notable achievements include spearheading safety initiatives, negotiating long-term settlements, and championing environmental sustainability efforts. With a strong focus on innovation and strategic management, Mr. K. Suresh continues to drive impactful change and success within organizations that he serves. Sir, may I invite you to please come up on stage and deliver your address today.
Good morning, all. It may be a little difficult to engage with the audience after a towering personality like Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia. However, I'll try my little bit. So kindly bear with me. Thank you very much, BDMA, for inviting me. My association with Bharuch goes back to mid-90s when Birla's cellulosic Kharach was being established. I used to come quite often. And subsequently, over the last decade, we have put up a world-class and global scale manufacturing facility at Vilayat. And these two facilities together comprise of almost 30% of our global fiber manufacturing capacities. And these two are the most competitive in terms of quality as well as cost. And we feel proud of these achievements originating from the district of Bharuch. However, the infrastructural constraints, what used to be there in 90s, the traces of or some of the effects still continue to haunt us. In a sense, over the last 30 years, there have been a lot of global expansions happening at our place, and there is exposure at every industry level. But as an individual company or an individual organization approaching the government or putting certain things on table may not be taken lightly. As Dr. Ahluwalia was mentioning since yesterday, almost 3-4 times he told, industry bodies need to learn to constructively criticize the governments. As an individual, if I tend to do, then it will be taken otherwise. It happened and we had to face the music on few areas. However, if the same subject is taken through an industry body, then the importance given by the state hierarchy, both in terms of politicos as well as bureaucrats, it does help in a big way. And the BDMA has been helping us on some of the issues. However, there is significant scope to improve. And I would request some of the issues, whether it is roads, whether it is pipelines, whether it is power stability, all these constraints continue to haunt us. That may be not allowing us to be as competitive or as superior to the global best. So in our line of industry, especially in cellulosic fiber, almost 70% capacity is there in China. And we have to compete with them. And all those industries have come up in the last 20-30 years. Whereas our legacy units are more than 70 years old. So those aspects, I think, all said and done, Gujarat within India is one of the best states in ease of doing business. However, when we come across certain situations in a country like China, the ease of doing his business is much easier. A small incident in this geography, there's a lot of problem for the management. Whereas in China, as long as you are compliant and everything as per agreed norms, there are no issues. Government is there to support, law and order machinery is there to support. Having said that, as industry bodies, as industry CEOs, the managers and the professionals, we have an ethical responsibility of taking care of our people in a big way. In a big way in a sense, the government, our organizations, our managements have enabled us to reach these levels. However, people working at the grassroots level, the contract workmen, are highly vulnerable. If you look at the industrial accidents globally, almost 94% are happening, especially in chemical industries, during shutdowns or startups. And most of them are around contract workmen. So my piece of suggestion or advice would be, safety should not be left to the safety professionals or to compliances. Generally, we tend to go for an audit or a compliance audit or a brand audit. We tend to give it to the internal protocol managers to handle those issues. If suppose, starting from a CEO or to manufacturing head, all the way down to FLO, become a safety champion in their own way, either through decision making or to practices or to engagement of people, it can make a hell of a lot of difference amongst the key stakeholders of workforce as also in the surrounding society. I think it is doable. It's all about sparing few minutes every day around this topic in engaging the workforce from top to bottom. If you're able to touch upon each individual on this aspect every day, it makes a hell of a lot of difference. And second, the theme for this NMC is around innovation. Innovation is about challenging the status quo and look for alternates available. It's typical of human to being lazy and go with the wind. And the differentiators are those people who question the status quo and then venture into the unknown paths and directions. There lies the differentiated, either a product or a solution. So that theme, I think if, especially the people sitting in the back, the future leaders may please adopt on challenging the status quo and engaging the larger audience for delivering the larger cause. I take this opportunity to thank BDMA for giving me this opportunity to put my thoughts in front of all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have Mr. Jivraj Patel with us, who is the director of SVMIT. Sir, we invite you to please present a memento to Mr. K. Suresh.
Our next speaker on the dais is Mr. Adhipnath Palchaudhary. He's the chairman and managing director of Balmer Lorry and Co. Limited with an additional charge of director. Previously, Mr. Palchaudhary had served as a whole-time director on the board of BLC and also on the board of Visakhapatnam Port Logistics Park Limited, a joint venture between BLC and Visakhapatnam Port Authority. He's a vice chairman of BLC, board member of AVI Oil and BLVL, and a commissioner on the board of PT BLI. He joined Balmer Lorry in 2012 to lead the ERP implementation across the organization and subsequently moved to BLC's largest manufacturing SBU to lead its sales and marketing and supply chain management functions. Sir, I invite you to please deliver your address today. Thank you.
So, firstly, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and to BDMA for inviting me for this particular 10th National Management Convention. Appreciate Mr. Harish Joshi, who happens to be an independent director on the board of Bamalori, and he inspired or encouraged me to be here today. President of Bharuch District Management Association and all other dignitaries. It's obviously a privilege being here. And as Mr. Suresh had mentioned already, tough act to follow somebody like Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, and I must say also Mr. Suresh Autia. I'll briefly introduce Bamalori and then talk about on the theme, which is innovate, implement, and inspire, shaping the future. But I thought even before talking about Bamalori, I'll just talk about a particular product. I'm using the word product, which is as of now 18 years old and which has actually lived the tagline of innovate, implement, and inspire, shaping the future. So a product which is 18 years old, which has lived through these principles. So question to the audience, what is that product? Sorry? iPhone, okay. Any other option? Question passes. It starts with I. The second word is P, so you've got almost 2 right. You just need the third letter right. IPL. As we all know, because Virat Kohli has just won it with jersey number 18. So why is it that IPL has innovated, implemented, and inspired, shaping the future? So as far as Indian cricket is concerned, the 2 most defining events, one, 1983 World Cup win, second, 2007 T20 World Cup win, when Dhoni lifted the cup. Thankfully, because Srishant was almost dropping the ball, but still, Dhoni lifted the cup. Now, what happened in 2007, I think it was in August or September, I don't remember the date, but immediately after that, somebody, which was, I think, Z Group, they came up with another league, ICL, I think it was called, Indian Cricket League. Even Kapil Dev was part of it, and Jadeja and some other people. But then BCCI and of course Lalit Modi seized the opportunity to come up with a product which was as grand as IPL. And in 2008 April, IPL took off in Bangalore. KKR versus Bangalore, McCullum hit a century, product took a massive jump. Now, why is it that it innovated? Because historically we had Test cricket, subsequently one-day cricket, and 2020 cricket was actually a product in the UK. So they had a product called 2020, which subsequently evolved into T20. Even now, UK is trying to evolve with a new product called 100, which basically is 100 balls. 2020 is 120 deliveries, 100 balls. Now, the city-based franchise as a concept came in, so that was an innovation. Where did it take its reference from? It would have taken its reference from the famous leagues of United States, when you have basketball, baseball, American football. So when you're talking about basketball, Chicago Bulls, Michael Jordan. When you talk about baseball, New York Yankees. So American football, Green Bay Packers. So these are city-based leagues, franchisee leagues, which is something that IPL actually took up. So that was an example of innovation. But then many things get innovated, many things get invented, but not everything gets implemented. Out of, I'm sure, 100 ideas which get germinated in the people's mind, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 would actually have to go on and be a success. So that is where I think BCCI in the entire setup went and implemented, to the extent, first year of IPL, 2008, phenomenal success. 2009, does anybody recollect what happened in 2009? Excellent. So Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia would have been happy because in 2009, election happened. The first UPA government had the opportunity to compete for the second UPA government success. Election happened. The government machinery said that we will not be able to support the security requirement of IPL, of a product like IPL. So what did they do? They shifted to South Africa. So the product innovated, it forced itself to implement. It would have been possible for them to step back and say that, okay, I'm not going to do it now, maybe next year. But no, they didn't think like that. So they went ahead and implemented. They could have said, no, I'm going to choose a different window. But then that would have meant various other events happening, take away the cricketers, which is exactly what happened this time when after the Operation Sindoor, there was a big, I mean, not a very big gap, but a 10-day gap. So many of the cricketers, they actually went back to do their national duties, etc. So IPL final got shifted by 10-15 days. So at that point of time, 2019, they shifted to South Africa. Even during COVID, once again, they actually did half of that league in Dubai. So that is about implementation, how you are focused, making sure that you've got a great product, but unless you are able to implement, unless you are able to show that consistency, you'll actually not be remembered for eternity. So if you look at Tendulkar, Kamli started, Tendulkar started at the same time. Kamli probably would have been even more talented, people say. But Tendulkar was more consistent. He had a lifespan from a career perspective from 1989 to, I don't know, 2012, 13. So 23, 24, 25 years of cricket at a highest level requires tremendous amount of commitment, dedication. All of these also go into making sure that in business also you have to do all of these to make sure that you are implementing. The next word out here is inspire. So has IPL inspired the youth? So we have Vaibhav Raghuvamshi, who's 14-year-old. He gets picked in the auction by Rajasthan Royals. The first ball that he gets to play, he hits somebody for a 6. 14-year-old. So that is inspiration. There are many other 17, 18-year-olds who have also done extremely well in this round of IPL. They probably will go on to become India cricketers. I don't know. So if you look at a product like IPL, I'm using that as an analogy because everybody in India loves two things. One is cricket, the second is movies. So innovate, implement, inspire, shaping the future. And if you are also at an early point of time, because some of our people like us would be thinking about Gavaskar, about Vishwanath, about other people. Cricket was metro-centric. So Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, these were the places where cricket was. But now it has got totally spread out. So we've got somebody like Rinku Singh, somebody who was there in UP, who was in such a state of affairs, who was almost having to almost getting to pick a job as I think a daily laborer or something. We've got Pandya brothers at Baroda. Their father took a decision to move to Baroda in order to support their cricketing career. So these are the kind of decisions that parents and children are taking in order to take advantage of what is got created by overall, I would say, cricket in general, but IPL specifically. So innovate, implement, and inspire, shaping the future. So this is a great theme that BDMA has picked up. And now what does it mean for industry? And what does that word innovation mean? I'm going to spend 2 minutes on that. There was this famous economist called Schumpeter. He was there like 1930s, so almost more than 100 years back. And he had defined innovation in 2 separate versions, Mark 1, Mark 2, they call it, Schumpeter's version of Mark 1, innovation Mark 1 and Mark 2. In Mark 1, he focused a lot on the entrepreneur. He said that anything which is known as innovation has to have that core ability to change the status quo. So if there is a status, which is status n, that n plus 1 will have to be considered as innovation. Innovation will also happen when there is commerce happening. So if you can invent something, you can develop something, but unless that comes to a point where I am able to make something cheaper, or I am able to source a raw material differently, or I am able to do something different for which somebody else is willing to pay, it's not an innovation. So that was Schumpeter's definition of innovation, which was more of a individual-centric, entrepreneur-centric. Later on, he came up with a different version, which is known as Schumpeter Mark II version, where he gave a lot of emphasis on the corporate, because he felt that the corporate has the resources in order to make the innovation happen. So data point 1 for us is last year, roughly around $12 billion got raised by Indian startups. Startups by definition are reflecting of what? Which is Schumpeter's version of Mark 1, entrepreneurial. And at the same time, I think almost $77 billion got private capex. Private capex in India, I'm not talking of government capex. $77 billion, I might not be 100% of the data, but it was significantly higher than what startups raised. $81 odd billion of FDI coming into India as compared to $12 billion worth of capital raised by startups. So there is a lot of opportunity for organizations to do what is known as intrapreneurial activity. That means they would try to do some changes to what they are doing, as opposed to just being a startup. Startup being a startup is also fantastic, very good, very challenging. But since this organization is split into this group has got a lot of, I would say, incumbent organizations, there's a lot of opportunity for them to do new things, and there's reflection in terms of data for saying that you can do a lot of new things and become very, very successful. Data point, once again, L&T, everybody knows about L&T. When Mr. Naik took over L&T in 1999 or 2001, I think, 7,400 crores turnover. When he finished his tenure, almost 2017, 18, I think, 1 lakh crores turnover. So almost 15 times growth in that span. L&T is a board-run organization. It's not owned by any particular family sector. It is board-run, very, very professional. It came up with different kinds of businesses, and it grew. So it does not require you to be only have startups. That is also a great ecosystem. But organizations who have already been very successful, they can also find different legs for growth. And this is where I'm going to just bring it to closure by giving reference to Bamal Lorry. Bamal Lorry happens to be 158 years old. We are an extremely old organization, currently under the administrative control of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gases. We are highly diversified. We have industrial packaging, which is steel drums, grease and lubricants, logistics of various kinds, and travel and vacations. Industrial packaging is somewhat popular in this area because we have a lot of customers from the chemical industry. And I'm going to give a couple of examples from that business, which helps us at least feel the pride that we are taking the right steps. Drums as a category is, though we are a PSU, it is notified by the MSME. So our main customers, which could have been IOC, BPC, HPC, Defense, they are not supposed to take products from us, not supposed to take steel drums from us. So that's almost a 25-30 lakh drum market, which is just not accessible to us. As a PSU, you would generally think that PSUs tend to cater to PSUs and government. Yes, it is true, but in the drum business, we are having zero number of drums going to any government setup. Has that pushed us back? The answer to that is no. We are the largest drum manufacturer in the country. Our next competitor would possibly be 1/4 of us. We've made an investment at Taloja of almost 100 crores, extremely modern state-of-the-art drum plant, fully automated. And we hope to make something similar in Saika, where we also have a plot. We are also present at Baroda from a drum manufacturing perspective, and we are hoping to contribute and get a lot more customers in Gujarat and Bharuch and all these places. But one particular product or a customer I must talk about a little bit before I wind up. I don't know whether anybody knows about something which is known as Manuka. Manuka? Manuka is a kind of honey. Honey, what happens is the bees which will move around in a particular flower, they will basically get the properties from that flower. Manuka is very, very specific to New Zealand and nowhere else in the world. It's just like Bengalis would like to have Rasagolla GI tagged. Similarly, Manuka is GI tagged to New Zealand. So nobody else can actually claim that they are producing Manuka honey. Typical Dabur honey sells for approximately, I think, 500, 600 rupees a kg. If you translate Manuka, it will be selling at roughly around 14,000 rupees a kg. It is so expensive because it has got incredibly good medicinal properties. Now it gets produced obviously only in New Zealand. So one particular customer who is producing Manuka honey in New Zealand and is exporting all across the world is taking the packaging product, which is steel drums, from us in Taloja. So we have devised, thank you very much. It goes all the way from Taloja to Auckland. So that means there is vagaries of freight. The quality, I mean, obviously such an expensive product has to be food, I mean, the packaging has to be food grade. We did innovation in terms of the way filling has to happen. So all of these we've been able to do with a focus on innovate, implement, and inspire, because I believe that if we are able to do such things, I'm sure we'll be able to touch different kind of customers in different kind of segments. So that's pretty much from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your inspirational views on shaping the future. May I now request Mr. Kamlesh Udani, past President BDMA and Director Levin Labs Private Limited, to present a memento to Mr. Adip Nath Palchaudhary.
I request Mr. Udani to also I request Mr. Udani to please stay on the stage. And I request Mr. Udani to please also present the photo memento to Mr. K. Suresh. BDMA has always played a catalyst to bridge the learning and skill development needs of the industry. To fulfill the learning needs of the industry, BDMA has signed a few MOUs for which I invite today Mr. Jayesh Trivedi, CEO of BDMA, to share the insights.
Good morning, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and delegates. I am honored to be here thanks to our President Devang Bhai. BDMA, established in 1983, is also known as Local Management Association affiliated to All India Management Association, New Delhi. BDMA's prime objective is to bring in synergy amongst industries through knowledge sharing. So ours is a knowledge sharing platform. We are organizing various kinds of technical development programs and management development programs, also offering in-house learning programs to the industries. Our endeavor is to supplement knowledge of working professionals and to make students ready for campus to corporate. BDMA is striving hard to expand its wings. As a part of expansion program, we are collaborating with various corporates and educational institutions. During 9th NMC in 2023, we had joined hands with Gujarat Institute of Disaster Management. We organized a very relevant program to the industries, hazard identification and risk assessment at our own premises. Today, we are going to sign MOUs with various organizations. Now, may I call upon our President, Sri Devang Thakur, to do the honors, please. First, MOU with PP Savani University. May I call upon Dr. Parag Sanghani, Provost.
Yeah, that's good. As I mentioned in my initial welcome address, that we are signing MOUs which are very meaningful, which makes deep inroads for knowledge sharing platforms within the industry and with the education sector as well. So I would request the Provost of PP Savani University and very good friend, Dr. Parag Sanghani, to please share some details and throw some light on what this MOU would lead BDMA and Savani together. Where would it be?
Thank you. Respected Devang Bhai and all the BDMA executive committee members. We are in this region. We as a university is a knowledge partner and BDMA also has a mandate to proliferate this knowledge. So we are working on a management education and we wish that whoever would like to have a management education, new education policy is allowed us to explore in whatever way senior educations, continuing education, and this MOU is in this context. So we are starting a management program in collaboration with BDMA, which will be provided by, a degree will be provided by the PP Sawan University, and the classes will be held at the BDMA. We are the only NAC A plus universities in South Gujarat region, which provides us a lot of flexibility in partnering with industry and providing this kind of a collaborative works to the industry people. So whatever your wish, whether you wanted to have a ITI to diploma, diploma to degree, degree to PG, PP Sawan University is partnered with BDMA, whatever form. Learning has to be happen, continuing education has to be happen, and this is happen. So banking revolution happens in 1992, that anytime, anywhere banking. Now knowledge revolution happens anytime, anywhere knowledge, and that's where we support BDMA and all the stalwarts in this region. I also suggested, Devang Bhai, that we all the other universities come together and provide BDMA support to enhance the capability, because Viksit Bharat cannot be possible without Vichar to Bharat, and that's where for thinking Bharat, universities are there, and like BDMA.
Thank you.
Next in turn, may I call upon Shri Mitesh Bhai Dalwadi, Head HR, Toyo Inc. India Private Limited.
My friends, this MOU with Toyo Inc. is regarding the various in-house training programs which we offer on a platter to all your industries. As per your choice of topics and speakers, we offer you an entire menu, and BDMA can take care of your training needs. And I'm thankful to Toyo Inc. Management, and on behalf of it, Mitesh Bhai, to say.
Good morning to everyone, and first of all I would like to say congratulations to entire BDMA team to arrange such a beautiful NMC, 10th National Management, and we got very good support from the BDMA team regarding the training, and in 24-25 year we conducted 6 training programs through the BDMA. And for the year 25-26, we have also nominated for the 6 trainings. And we received very good support from the BDMA team in terms of when we change any schedule, then the trainers are always ready to change, and they're ready to do the training as per our requirement. So I would like to thanks to BDMA once again. Thank you.
This is sort of an offering, and this is sort of an encouragement to all my dear friends here, the leaders in industries, as well as all my friends in the delegate gallery, to please take cognizance of this and offer us the platform and the opportunity to work with you also. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mitesh.
Next in turn, Dr. Ninad Jala, General Manager, Srimati Jayaben Modi Hospital, Ankleshwar.
This is regarding first aid training that we have tied up with Srimati Jayaben Modi Hospital, Ankleshwar, where we would be going throughout the Bharuch district and your industries to offer specific training programs for which they are certified. And I'll ask Dr. Ninath to share a few words.
Thank you so much, sir. It is indeed a privilege to be here with the Management Association, with the National Conclave, the 10th one, especially with the senior faculties here, the senior members here. I would wish to share a very important part of the MOU. This is the first aid training agreement, and I'm sure all present here very well know the need of it, or maybe the compulsion of it. Either way, we can look at both ways. What I wish to share is that Srimati Jayaben Modi Hospital, managed by Ankleshwar Industrial Development Society, happens to be the only hospital in the state to have this distinguished training approval from the DISH. And we would invite you, along with the partnership of BDMA, to take the maximum benefit of that. Adding to the entire scenario, I would also wish to share that we also invite you to take benefit of all our services, which includes the EIDA Sports Complex, the Gattu Vidyalaya, as well as the mobile education plan. We are delighted, again, on behalf of the trust to be here. And we are also very much thankful to the BDMA, particularly Harish sir and Thakur sir, that we have started undertaking those trainings in association with BDMA. And many of the industries have already benefited from that. Thank you so much, sir.
A word of mention for our dear friend Kamlesh Bhai Udani for being a catalyst into this MOU. Thank you so much, Ninath.
Next in turn, may I call upon Dr. Snehal Lokhandwala, Dean, UPL University of Sustainable Technology.
First of all, I would like to thank BDMA for inviting us to this Grand 10th National Management Convention. Just to brief about UPL University of Sustainable Technology, this is the first of its kind with having sustainable word or sustainability approach as in the name itself. And I'm glad to say that we are 100% sustainable campus. We are already with the industries in the terms of PG diploma courses, certificate courses, etc. And I would like to invite all of you to the campus and take the advantage of that. Thank you so much.
Snehal Bhai, and special thanks to Ashok Panjwani ji for being a catalyst into this. And I'm sure BDMA will be far more happy, and more than happier rather, to offer you all her infrastructure and all the services that is possible to make all these 4 MOUs successful, which should become a catalyst for more such tie-ups for BDMA to keep on offering you wonderful services. Thank you so much.
On behalf of BDMA, I convey sincere thanks to all the collaborators today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. We have Mr. Pravindan Ghadvi with us, who is currently working as Unit Head Superform Chemistries Limited. He is chemical engineer by profession, and he is associated with BDMA as Vice President and Co-Chairman of the NMC 2025. I request you, sir, to please deliver vote of thanks.
Good morning. So on behalf of Bharuch District Management Association, I am delighted to offer the vote of thanks to all keynote speakers on the dais. My special thanks to Dr. Montang Singh Ahwalia ji for his fabulous, insightful knowledge about the theme and how we can grow based on our SWOT analysis and define the way forward to shaping the future. My heartily thanks to both keynote speaker today who has given a wonderful insight and knowledge about the innovation implementation, and inspire, how we can make our future more shining and brighter. Friends, before 3 months, we have decided at a BDMA committee, and our president, Devang Bhai, has called a meeting and to plan how we can plan our National Management Association conference, which we normally used to plan every 2 years. And Devang Bhai has offered that the chairmanship of the National Management Conference should be given to the most responsible person and influence person in the Bharuch district, Sri Harish Joshi. And he has taken up this responsibility under the agreement of all our committee members, and the way we executed the efforts since last 3 months. So amazing and dedicated efforts put by all committee members. So we are so encouraged, so dedicated, and so enthusiastic to have this management conference on 2 days. But the unfortunate event held yesterday, which has made us what we can say demotivated, and we become undecisive. We had a lot of discussion yesterday in presence of Sunil Bhai, how we should move forward. We have taken a lot of input from our mentors, Panjwani sirs and Kamlesh Bhai, and we did not understand what the right decision we should follow. The yesterday's events realized one of the Sufi poem that how we can move ahead. कोई आइए कोई जाइए ये सब तमाशा क्या है, समझ में कुछ नहीं आता ये दुनिया क्या है. आने वाले तो चले जाते हैं वापस, पर जाने वाले कभी लौट के आते नहीं, ये तरीका क्या है. तो ये जो सिचुएशंस थी, that was purely undecisive. What the steps we should put forward, and the inspiration, the theme has mentioned that how we can inspire, and the role played by Sunil sir, it's amazing. The lot of thoughts. We should consider that our contribution to the society makes this thing more valuable and more insightful. So forget about the incident has happened yesterday, but our aim and our purpose is to contribute to the society, is to shaping the society, is to shaping the future. So with that intention, we have decided to continue this conference. So I think great round of applause for Sunil Bhai and all our mentor, Panjwani ji and Kamlesh Bhai, who has encouraged us, and we become decisive and realize that let's put forward the steps and making this event continue. So with this inspiration that we are contributing to the society, we are contributing to the features, with that intention we have decided to continue this event for the 2 days conference. So I would like to thank the hard and dedicated effort for entire committee under the presidency of Harish Joshi and the BDMA president Devang Bhai Thakur for making this inaugural 7 successful throughout the event. As always, we get lot of input and support and motivation and inspiration from all our past predecessors and mentor, Panjwani sir, Kamlesh Bhai, JK Shah sir. So he has taken the lead and always give us the valuable input, where we should plan which event, which subject, how we continue the session, how we continue the shaping the entire conference in such a way that individual organization and individual person get the benefit from this. So I would like to thank all mentors and past president for giving us support, giving us inspirations to manage the things better and better. I am also thankful for all sponsors. Because of their contributions, we motivate, we feel that we are committed to continue our work every time better and better, and hold this conference in a different shape in every year of the planning. I would like to thank all participants and delegates. Because of you, we can make this conference possible, and we ensure that the knowledge you are getting from here will definitely help you in your respective field ahead. I would like to thank all organizing committee members, MOCs, all supporters who have made this conference possible with the way we have thinking and way we are planning. So once again, I would like to thank each and every speakers who have accepted our invitations, who are always be with us in terms of motivate us, in terms of passing your knowledge to all industry members here. So I am sure that this 2 days conference will help us to carry this momentum forward. We get inspiration from the people who are delivering their enriching knowledge, and that will help to making our organizations, our state, our nation bright future towards. So thank you very much, and happy to have 2 days with us. Once again, thanks a lot. So with this, we conclude these inaugural presentations. We'll have a 15-minute breaks, and we'll meet again with the wonderful topic under the leadership of Sunil Bhai, Trump Trade and Tariff.
Hello, hello.
पापा मम्मी के लिए बेस्ट गिफ्ट सारेगामा कारवां।
और इसका मतलब तुम भी यहाँ पे ट्रेडिंग करके पैसे बना सकते हो। इस एप्लीकेशन में आप पेटीएम के थ्रू, यूपीआई के थ्रू मिनिमम 100 रुपीज़
request everyone to please occupy their seats as we are about to start our first session. I request everyone to occupy their seats. We welcome you back to our first session, which is Trump Trade and Tariff Global Business Challenges. May I now request Mr. Rajesh Makwana, sir. Mr. Rajesh Makwana serves as a chairman of BDMA, Finance and Taxation Forum. He told to start. Maybe Rajesh.
We request you all to please occupy your seats as we begin the first session today. We would like to invite Mr. Richard Rekhi and Mr. Devender Bhagia, the speakers today, to please come on stage. We would also like to invite Dr. Sunil Parekh to please come on stage.
I would like to introduce our session coordinator. Mr. Rajesh Makwana serves as a chairman of the BDMA's Finance and Taxation Forum, a graduate of the prestigious Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode. Mr. Rajesh Makwana currently holds the position of Head of Finance and Tax at Zentiva Private Limited. He has been recognized in the CFO 100-2025 Roll of Honor at the esteemed 15th Annual CFO 100 Awards hosted by CFO India. Sir, please come up on the stage.
Good morning once again, everyone. It's my privilege and pride to introduce Can you hear me? Yeah. It's my pride and privilege to introduce Dr. Sunil Parekh, sir. He's a great friend of BDMA. Dr. Sunil Parekh has been a key advisor and mentor in setting the tone for this National Management Convention. Dr. Parekh is a man of truly diverse interests and has vastly contributed to varied fields including industry, social sector, government and public policy, academia, entrepreneurship, cultural, startups, research and publications. He is a fellow of Indian Council of Arbitrations. With over 45 years of experience in India and abroad, Dr. Parekh is a senior strategy advisor to Indian MNCs, namely Zydus Life Science, Jubilant Group, GVFL Limited, India's oldest VC firm, as well as founding curator at World Economic Forum WF Geneva at AGS. He has worked in the field of environment and was invited as speaker delegates at COP27's UNFCCC conference at Climate Change Egypt. Dr. Parekh is deeply connected with startup entrepreneurial ecosystem across the India. Sir is deeply involved with over several NGOs in the board of various universities, including IIT Ram, Karnavati University, PP Savani University, as well as one of the Senate of IIT Gandhinagar of New Few. Dr. Parekh is a Vice Chairman of Gujarat Institute of Development Research. He has authored and published 2 major contributions on Gujarat's industrial development with OUP, Oxford University Press, and ORF booking affiliates. Dr. Parekh has been recognized twice in top 100 top eminent personality in Gujarat by Governor Award at prestigious National OCND Award by the Alma Mater IIT Delhi in 2014. He has also received an ET Icon of the Year in 2018. His social engagement led him to become active member of Rohaniyat Sufi Festival, later having established in Gujarat. Dr. Parekh is honorary member of Rotary Club of Ahmedabad Metro. All this and more, no wonder he has awarded Doctor of Literature honoris causa in 2023. With this, I hand over Dr. Parekh.
Hi friends, I think it's a pleasure to be back in Bharuch. I know there was a Bhrigu Rishi who was here and he has done very wonderful things here. There are singers, there is history here in Bharuch, and I think one always is good to remember one's roots, as Harish Bhai said. So thank you for this invitation and thank you for being engaged, remaining engaged with you. It's always been a pleasure for me. So today's session is about Trump tariffs and trade. It has been talked about so much that there is hardly a day that went in the last 3 months where you could open a newspaper and not have something to say about what is going to affect our future. And so by way of introduction, I will have a few opening remarks, and then what I will do is that I will give you an outline of what we are going to speak under 6 headings, and then we'll head to the 2 speakers who are with us here today to illuminate us in terms of what is really happening on the ground. And the topics have been chosen with great care. And I hope this session will be practically very useful for you. So we have 90 minutes and we'll try and make the best use of it. First, US is the world's largest economy. It's about 30 trillion out of the world GDP of 110 trillion. And thereby, US is the world's biggest market. And US is one of our top trading partners. India has averaged a growth rate of about 6.5% over the last 20 years, driven largely by the domestic market. Viksit Bharat goal of 2047 to reach the threshold income of $14,000 per capita for our entire population means that we need to have a growth, as Montek also explained in the morning, an annual growth rate of between 8 and 8.5% per year. And therefore, we need an additional growth rate in the economy of between 1.5 to 2% every year, which I believe is going to come only through exports. There are 3 legs on which every economy stands. There is the trade, there is the investment, and there is the domestic consumption. The export element, the international engagement of India, we have been a reluctant globalizer. And therefore, that has not contributed as much as some of the ASEAN countries and China, who have actually shaped their entire economy using exports. Globally, there are just 2 large markets, US and China. China will always remain a problem for us. But what remains is the US. We need additional exports to the US, and that too quickly over the next 25 years before we also start aging like China. Yesterday there was a report released by the World Bank, Richard, that said our fertility rate in India is now lower than the replacement rate. And therefore, we have now reached a peak of what about 1.46 crores, 146 crores, 1.46 billion. And now we will also begin our trajectory to start going down. World Bank report has emphasized that these 2 decades, 2.5 decades, are the most important decades that we have. US imports roughly $3 trillion worth of goods and exports 2 trillion. So they have a deficit of 1 trillion, which Trump is trying to correct. China imports 2.5 trillion, but exports 3.5 trillion. So they have a surplus of 1 trillion, and they trade with about 157 countries out of the 190 countries that we have. India exports roughly 475 billion. And out of this 475, we export 75 billion to the US. US accounts 16%, about 1/5 of all our exports, and we import 40 billion. And so the net deficit is estimated between $35 to $38 billion with the US. Our exports of $75 billion amounts to only 2% of the American imports of $3 trillion. So not very significant. US, however, offers to take our trade from 200 billion to 500 billion by 2030. Prior US administration, in my view, have repeatedly demonstrated a negative aspect to the economic rise of India. This government says, we want you to rise, we will support you in your growth, and therefore come join us. However, it may be for their own political reasons, but the fact is it is a big opportunity for us. So, what we have done is we have broken down this topic of what we are going to discuss into 6. And the first one is, why Trump tariffs? Why dismantle the system that the US have created themselves following, the starting of the WTO and all that? Having started it, why are they now, they have actually dismantled it, because to a large extent WTO, which is a multilateral trade organization, is dead. America wants to do only bilateral trade agreements depending on where their interest is going to certify. Why did they do this? Primarily because they feel that the WTO has been a failure for them. They created it, but it did not give them the kind of economic value that resulted from the WTO. They have a huge trade unbalance. The manufacturing has left USA and gone to Asia and several other ASEAN countries. There have been huge trade and non-tariff barriers. There is an abuse of the most favored nation clause, which makes that if US buys something from European Union at 2%, they have to give the same rate under the WTO rules to China. And China has not played by the rules. They did exchange rate manipulation, and they also have several intellectual property disputes and stealing of property, and this has created a loss of jobs in the US, loss of control over their own exchange rates, fiscal deficit of a gargantuan side, has led to dependence even on strategic goods on other countries, some of them hostile. So when COVID happened, they had to rely on several other countries outside of their own country for strategic requirements. And therefore, as a result of this, they have now dismantling the WTO and are now wanting to get back to the old model where US is king and they want to do bilateral trade. The second topic we want to discuss is what actions has the US taken via country tariffs, reciprocal tariffs, retaliatory tariffs, product tariffs, baseline tariffs, and what are the US laws under which they have now disregarded the entire Congress and the Senate for legislation and rules. And like a king in the good old feudal system, President Trump gets up and announces what is now going to be the new tariff rate. So we will request for this session to be handled by our good friend Devender Bhagia on this aspect. The third is, of course, what is this bilateral trade agreement that India and US are signing? What are the elements? What are the pressure points? And where are we likely to meet resistance? And what will it mean to go from 200 billion to 500 billion using BTA? Fourth, which is very important, is what are the challenges and opportunities that will emerge is what we want to discuss through this arrangement. And the fifth is the impact on certain important sectors of Bharuch. Then we have some data and some analysis about the important sectors of Bharuch and how will this trade agreement affect us. Last is options for industry to respond. what are the kind of things that we should do on this time of uncertainty to go forward. So now let us begin our journey of 60 minutes for a deeper understanding with two of our great national experts, Mr. Richard Rekhi of Grant Thornton and Mr. Devendra Bhagia of Lakshmi Kumaran for this action. So could I have the biodatas of the two so I can read them out, please? Or are you going to read them out? Give it to me then. Let me introduce them in my own way. Richard has spanned and is a giant in the field of consulting. For the last 4 or 5 decades, he has actually done so much of work with so many companies, all MNCs and India now Bharat, we don't want Bharat, we want local consulting companies now. But he has done immense amount of work. He has headed organizations in very many forms. Today he is the chairman of Grant Thornton. He's a strategy leader and has been monitoring the progress of India through all its phases of transformation and development. Richard, very glad to have you here with me today. We also have Devendra Bhagia, who is with Lakshmi Kumaran & Co. We all know Lakshmi Kumaran. He himself is a very bright guy. And he is his right-hand man when it comes to all international treaties, WTO, and all issues related to global activities. So, very pleasant experience to have you. When we find the CV, we will read out the CV in detail. So, let's begin today. What is the US action? What action have they taken? What is MAGA? What is country-wise trade deficits? What is Trump 1.0? And what is the legislation under which President Trump is now going to take us forward? There was a report of the non-tariff barriers that was created by the White House, which showed that what are the resistance points that the American exports face in all the countries and all over the world. And their findings created a new formula on the basis of which they have created this new tariff. They attacked China, Mexico, and Canada, they're good friends and good large trading partners. China proxies in East Asia. They attacked EU, India, and US allies like Japan and Korea also. So with these words, let me invite Devenderji to explain over the next 15 minutes the whole purpose and the context in which this has gone. Devenderji, over to you. You could sit from there or come here, whatever.
Thank you, Sunilji. Glad to be here. Thank you very much, Bharuch Association, for giving this opportunity. Welcome all participants. Now, the topic is interesting, the Trump tariffs. And I think much has been talked about it. You see everyday news reports on, every day there's a new thing coming on Trump tariffs. So why this is happening? If you look at the perspective, as Sunilji was explaining, WTO was formed by a group of the WTO members. And if I even go back, GATT 1947, 23 countries, they got together and formed the GATT. And why? The reason was that after the Great Depression of 1990s and 30s, where the economies went down and every country was erecting its own barriers, countries had to come up and got together to promote international trade. And developed countries, they were looking for markets. US particularly was looking for markets in developing countries for their products. And that's how there was the origin of GATT 1947, ultimately transitioned to WTO in 1994. Over the years, US, of course, has seen a lot of trade deficits. If you look at from the period from 1950s to when the GATT was formed, 1947 was formed to about 80s or so, US had trade surplus. But post 1980s, that equation began to change, and US exports were lesser, imports were more. And I think any economist would know that as the economy grows, the consumption grows, the buying power grows of the people there, and therefore they become more consumer-oriented economy. And that's why that's a natural transition which happens. But of course, that is not liked by US. So what gave salt to the wound was the growth of China. When China entered the WTO in 2000, and then it was given a provisional entry basis the fact that they were a non-market economy. There were some conditionalities attached to it. how the China has grown over the last 20 years after entering the WTO, that is really a cause of concern for US. And the trade deficit which US has with China and other countries has really grown. So if you look at from 1980 onwards, the deficit grew, but post 2000, it grew like anything. And if you look at the current position, in 2020, the trade deficit which US had with all other countries was about $980 billion. It increased to about 1.3 trillion, as Sunilji was explaining, in 2024. And it's a cause of, that's the prime cause of concern for US. If you look at how US trading partners have been, if you look at how the trade deficit has been of the US with other countries, you look at China, I'm talking about 2024 figures from the trade map. Exports of 143 billion by the US, imports of 462 billion. That means a deficit of more than $300 billion. With EU, the same story. Exports of 513 billion, imports of 716 billion. So again, a deficit of 203 billion. With Canada also, there is a deficit of 73 billion. Mexico also, there is a deficit of 176 billion. India also, of course, as Sunilji was explaining, there is a deficit in 2024 of more than 50 billion. So therefore, US is seeing a trade deficit with each and every country. That's the prime reason why Mr. Donald Trump is concerned. In fact, in his first term, when he came and he entered into what is known as a USMCA agreement, that was a replacement to NAFTA, the North America Free Trade Agreement. He replaced it with USMCA. That's an agreement between FTA agreement between US, Canada, and Mexico. That's called USMCA. And the purpose was to correct this. But you see, even with that, and even with the tariffs which he imposed, the trade deficit has grown only. It has not been controlled. And that's why he is reneging on even the USMCA agreement in his second term. So that's the prime cause of why US is concerned. It's consistent trade deficit with almost all its trading partners. That's the main reason of concern to the US. They have a surplus in terms of services because they're giants like Google's, Amazon's. They earn a lot of service revenue. Facebook's, Google's. They earn a lot of service revenue, but US is more concerned on why there's so much trade deficit in goods. And that's the prime reason why Trump started all this. On what actions basically Trump has taken, when he came into the first term, he started with imposing tariffs. And I think tariff has been, as we all know, the main policy tool which Mr. Trump has used. If I bucket it in three, I can divide actions in three buckets. One is a Section 232, which we hear about. That's the Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act. And if I may call that bucket as a national security measure, because that's what the law says. It's a national security measure under which they are targeting. Primarily, they're targeted steel and auto on that. The next bucket is basically Section 301 of the Trade Act, which is, I would say, a retaliatory measure which US uses when it finds that the agreement, the other countries are reneging on the agreement, or there's an unfair trade practice which is happening by the countries. And the third bucket is the IEPA, the International Emergency Powers Act. And that's basically have been used for sanctions previously. Now Mr. Trump in his second term has been using it for tariffs. So these are the three buckets, in which I can divide almost all actions which Mr. Trump has taken. Section 232, of course, is a national security measure. The law says that if US finds that certain imports into the country are threat to the national security of the US, then they can take action. President has the power to take action without the Congress approval. He can go ahead and take action, provided there is a report by the Secretary of Commerce. There's a Department of Commerce in the US, and the Secretary has to, do an investigation and submit a report. And on steel, there was a report, and therefore he imposed tariffs on steel and aluminum in his first term, which is again increased in second term, and further increased recently to 50%. If I broadly say these tariffs, this Section 232 was before Mr. Trump was there in first term. This was used in 1986. So we can clearly see under Mr. Trump, he's looking at the US legislations very closely and what legislations I can use for imposing tariffs. That is what his aim is. He opened actually 8 investigations in his first term itself. Tariffs were imposed on steel, aluminum, and there was a report on auto also. He used that report to impose tariffs on in his second term when he came. The second bucket, if we come to Section 301 of the Trade Act, that section basically states that if US, and it's a very widely worded section, it says that if US finds that the other countries with which it has an agreement, they are not abiding by the terms of the agreement, or any practice of other country which is hampering US commerce, which is unfair to US commerce, then they can take action under that particular legislation. And US has used that to impose tariffs on China actually. This was done again in the first term itself. Mr. Trump imposed tariffs on China, alleging that China is stealing the technology from them. Whenever US companies go and establish their bases in China, the technology is taken away, and then the joint venture partner or the Chinese partner takes away the technology. And that's why he imposed tariffs on China ranging from 7.5 to 25% in his first term. If you look at the history of that section also, just like Section 232, this section was primarily used by US when there was a WTO dispute. There was a WTO dispute with EU on large civil aircraft, the subsidies dispute, in which he had used this. So this section was primarily used as a negotiating tool. I will impose retaliatory actions on you unless you come back and follow the WTO ruling, the panel rulings or appellate body rulings. But Mr. Trump has actually used this section to impose tariffs. So you can clearly see, one can clearly see that he's using each and every section which was used for in a different context, but he's using it for tariffs. Coming to the third bucket, this is the most important, IEPA Act. What we hear about reciprocal tariffs, the baseline tariffs, the China fentanyl tariffs, all those actions are under this particular legislation, which is known as IEPA. This is a new legislation which has been found by Mr. President in his second term. This is not used in first term, unlike the two other sections. This section is used by Mr. Trump in his second term only. If you again look at the history of this section, this was primarily a sanctions law, which targets basically, which has been used for targeting, imposing sanctions on Iran and other countries. Wherever there is a threat to the US security from a foreign source, then this section can be used. And he has again used this section to impose tariffs, although that section doesn't talk about tariff. It only says regulate imports and foreign exchange. Whenever there is a threat from outside to the US. But he has used this to impose tariffs. And that's what, it has gone to US courts, and US court says the CIT, the US CIT, which is the first court there, just like our tribunal, they have held it to be unconstitutional. The president's use of IEPA to impose tariffs has been held to be unconstitutional. Of course, the matter is going on and it is currently pending with the appellate court. But this section is, first, when he came in the second term, he used this section to impose tariffs of 25% he proposed on Mexico and Canada, saying that there is a fentanyl trade happening, drug trade which is happening, and there's a national emergency there, and therefore I am using this section to impose tariffs to punish the other countries. In fact, that section says that the US has to deal with that threat. After declaration of the threat, he has to deal with that threat. But Mr. Trump says that let the other country deal with it. I will basically impose tariffs and force other countries to deal with this particular thing, which is what the court has found to be not in accordance with law. They say US has to deal with the threat. If there's a threat, we agree, there's a threat in the US on the national health, etc., because of fentanyl trade, but US has to deal with it. That's what the law says. You can't just impose tariffs on other countries and leave the other countries to deal with it. That's what the US, the courts have held. So he used this section to impose fentanyl tariffs on China. Currently, as we speak, there's a 20% tariff on China under this particular section, as on today, which is existing. there's a tariff on Mexico and Canada to the extent of 25% on non-MCA qualified goods, the goods which do not qualify the rules of origin under USMCA. And he is also what we talk about reciprocal tariffs. That is also under IAPA. And in the reciprocal tariffs, I can subdivide into two sections. One is the baseline tariff of 10%, which is against all countries. That is again under IAPA Act. That baseline is imposed, and which is going to increase to, after the pause of 90 days, is going to increase to the countries, higher country-specific tariffs. In India, as we know, it is 26%. So the 10%, a lot of time queries come from clients, whether it's 26% in addition to 10% or it is subsumed. So it is actually, 10% will increase to 26, it will be 16% more actually, if at all that comes into force. And similarly for China, it was 34, what he has determined. Currently, 10% is there on China also. It will increase to 34, provided if they go ahead with that. So primarily, these are the sections under which US has taken actions. Autos, he has imposed duties on 25%. I think, yeah, these are the sections under which I want to just discuss.
Hello. Thank you, Devanji. That brings us to the BTA with India, the bilateral trade agreement that we are signing. And the first tranche is supposed to be somewhere in July. And I'd like to request Richard for his views on the...
Sunil, thank you for the introduction. Impromptu, and I think it was more than necessary. Devinder, and to all the dignitaries sitting in the audience and the audience itself, Devang, thank you very much for inviting me, and really appreciate it. So basically today, I know while Sunil has raised a point to me on the bilateral trade agreement that India and US are looking to sign, but I would like to put this whole tariff and trade into context and to understand how this has ruined countries, ruined economies, excess tariff. And I want to go into that history because tariffs have been there right since humanity has existed. Earlier, the ancient kingdoms used to charge it as a source of revenue for themselves, how they would live. And then in medieval Europe, it was more like ensuring that your exports exceeds imports, what Trump is actually now trying to do many centuries later. And in the 16th to 19th century, the European economy, which was doing well at that time, started bringing tariffs to help their own industries succeed. So they went with very high tariffs. And that led to the birth of America. America used to control 2% GDP at that time, 2%. Today, America controls, I think you mentioned it, it's about 26, 27% of global GDP they control. And India, which used to control 20%, 24% of the global GDP in 17th century, little bit in 1819, so also 23%. So China and India used to actually dominate the global GDP at that time. Today has 3%. China has 17%. They have climbed back. China went down, it has climbed back there. So I think the point, and then somebody mentioned, I think Sunil, you mentioned about the, or Devinder, you mentioned about the, during the Depression, Great American Depression, 1929, 30, what America thought, okay, now to survive, let's put tariffs. And that led to a very prolonged depression, which went through, it took a long time for the US to actually recover. And then post-World War II, we saw the liberalization, the GATT was formed, the GATT which has become WTO, and that really led to reduction of tariffs all across. However, India was operating in a different way. They kept increasing the tariffs. Instead of reducing the tariffs, India increased, and today, in some ways, they have been called out. So India benefited from this low tariff regime actually because we went with our exports and everything else. Trump came in and he had this, even in his first term, he had this anti-China bogey in his head, whatever. He says something, he does something else because still
still the whole world imports from China. I mean, we can keep saying what we want from every podium and say, in my view, the Chinese economy is well on its way to recovery. It has gone through, in fact, I remember when I was at KPMG, I was talking to the China CEO. He said China was never as good as the world made it out to be. And China is not as bad as the world thinks it to be. So let's put it in that context. But they are basically everything. I mean, today with chips and everything, they are threatening the world. Rare earth is where they have 80% of rare earth is with them. I mean, tomorrow you will not be able to buy a car. There won't be, I mean, this is global disruption. Actually, if you ask me, people got scared of COVID, but they didn't realize that on 20th January, bigger than COVID was coming, Mr. Trump. Because he's one man who has changed, turned the world on its head. Turned the world on its head. I cannot believe that one individual can turn the world on its head and he'll keep repeating. Even if he's telling a lie, he will keep repeating it 20 times till finally मैं तो कुछ तो सच होगा इसमें तो बोल क्यों रहा है? Because every time somebody tries to fact check him, he will come and repeat. He says India and Pakistan are fighting 1,000 years with each other. 1,000. Independence कब हुआ? You know. And then somebody fact checked him. Then he said, no, for 1,500 years they've been fighting. So he goes the other way. So either he's trying to get attention or what he's doing. Actually, at that time also he brought steel 25%, aluminium 10%. Now he's taken that to 50%. That is really worrying for India. These two things are worrying for India. This 50% on steel and aluminium for everybody as a sector. The second one is auto and auto components 25%. These are two worrying things because India's auto and auto component industry is one of the most thriving industries that we have today. And one of the big success stories of... So actually, if you ask me, tariff is now no more used as a trade thing. It is like a strategic weapon which is being converted, so retaliatory tariff. He went with some tariffs to even took it up to 145%, I think, declared at least. Declared, never implemented, declared it. And then that's why they started calling him taco. I don't know whether you know in Mexico, the taco is the main thing. So he goes back on all his words, what he does. So now it is being used, national security, job cut, this thing, technology dominance. So, and now what he has gone and done, for India, he showed 26%, like he said. We do not know, he may reduce it also. I think he's using this as a negotiating tool to reduce tariffs. For India should reduce tariffs. India, China were the two biggest beneficiaries of globalization. Both were biggest beneficiaries of globalization. This fellow's turned globalization on its head. Actually, even before Trump came, this whole nationalist policy started coming, made in India, made in America, made in UAE. All these countries' leaders started talking of their own kind of things. So now what is happening is tariffs have become retaliatory for countries which are strong. They're hitting back. They're saying, okay, if you're going to do something, I'm going to do something. And also one thing, let me tell you, as far as technology is concerned, China is far ahead of America. It's far ahead of America. You know, we keep saying WhatsApp and, you know, it's a great, this thing that the Americans have brought or Facebook has brought. They've got WeChat, which is far more superior than WhatsApp. So the Chinese, and I've been to China even before COVID at that time, the way they were using AI in those times. I remember this one case, I will just give you this one example. I'm sorry, I'll just give this one example. There was a online insurance company, online, 3 years in existence, and they had 400 million customers. 3 years, 400 million customers. So I said, what happened? So how did you get so many customers? He's saying Chinese will insure everything, including you know, delayed flight, everything. So, and we do the settlement and whatever comes out. But what I'm trying to say, what I saw was the big insurance companies in China were investing in that startup. They were de-risking their business because they knew the startup would disrupt their business. So they invested, all the big people, you take Tencent, Alibaba, all the big companies in those days had all invested in this insurance company. So they never had a shortage of money. And they went ahead and did it. So I was talking to Mark Schwartz, who used to be the global vice chairman of Goldman Sachs. I said, what's the difference between India startup and China startup? He's saying China startup never has a problem of money. They get money at scale. And that money helps them grow, because also it's not about money, it's also when you get that money. If you get the right time, you will grow better, and I think that is something which one should look at. And so, you know, Sunil spoke about non-tariff barriers. EU has come up with this non-tariff barrier regarding, I think, your Bharuch will have a problem on that as to the export, because they're talking of green tax now. So if your product is not falling within that, they're going to charge. So it's not on the value of the product, but it's going to be on how clean are you. And but the way I see the tariffs, I think it's a big advantage for India also, if you look at the other side of it, because with people not wanting to deal with China, India's got an opportunity to come there. India has a huge opportunity of becoming the alternate manufacturing hub. You know, I was speaking with an expert from China, and he told me it's not going to happen tomorrow. All these changes and moves take at least minimum 10 years, because huge investments have gone into those manufacturing facilities. People cannot move overnight and move somewhere else. Secondly, they need to build that alternate in India, and India will have to do a lot of things actually to get it. And if you see any reports from the IMF, it's basically saying with this tariff war that is going on, global GDP is going to fall. If global GDP, India cannot be you know, insulated from it, that you will also, there will be a fall of GDP in India also as the global trade falls. So, and also, as we know, all of you all are business people. No business person needs uncertainty. Today we have uncertainty. We do not know tomorrow morning when he gets up, which is our night time, what he's going to announce, you know, and what's the next step he's going to do. And today all supply chains are interconnected. He has forced people to talk of near-shoring, friendly shoring, you know, bringing everything out here, people becoming, COVID was the first which actually brought it. Because I remember UAE, desert, all the money in the world, if you're cut off by COVID from importing any food items, how will the people live? What will they eat? Now what they're doing in that desert, they are growing agriculture. In desert, they are growing agriculture, and I heard it's thriving. So COVID forced them to go down that path. So they will become, food security will be there. So all countries have started looking at securing themselves from, but this means what? Your cost goes up. I mean, the whole thing of globalization was get it the cheapest price from wherever you can get it. That is getting, so how has this impacted India? There has been export volatility, as we have seen, currency fluctuations, global risk aversion impacting capital flows. I just read a report recently. I don't know how true it is, but India's FDI fell 96%. And this is net FDI. We are not talking of gross FDI, net FDI. This means Indians are investing outside. And I think that is not a great trend. So the net FDI was 0.4 billion, whatever report I have read says 0.4 billion, which is not to what India was getting. Fortunately, India has one other good source of foreign thing is all the expats who go out and work, they bring back more than $100 billion come to the country every year from the workers who work outside India. So I think India's whole thing will only change if we are, I'll just give some few points if you don't mind, or am I exceeding? Okay. So I'll just give one thing. So while India is not caught in this crossfire, India has brought in this profit-linked, this production-linked incentives. They have put it to certain industries. But one caution out here, this production-linked incentive should not make us complacent, because this is like a protectionism, and that can lead to complacency. In a competitive world, you need, to move out there. India, so if, they offer a market potential as well as, but I think India's challenges which they need to deal with, I'll close with this. addressing infrastructure bottlenecks which still continue to exist despite how many roads, etc., are getting built, but then you find the roads crashing, the bridges falling, the airports breaking. Invest in upskilling the people. Our biggest challenge is upskilling. Skill is the biggest. I'm part of some skill missions. I've seen how it has gone backwards from what the intention was. It was for industry, it's gone backwards. Land and legal reforms is a challenge, supply chain linkages. We should use inland waterways. We have enough waterways inside. Why aren't we using that for transportation? It'll bring the logistics cost down. Execution key will be key, and we have to deal, we keep not dealing with the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is corruption. And that is a big issue which has, you go and talk to any business person. I've spoken, because I was involved in the ease of doing business when the government first announced it. They said that's a big, big issue. And we also need to protect our sectors like agriculture. And we need to move from a defensive mindset to an enabling trade vision. I'll close with this, other I will go on here. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Lovely insights and a very broad coverage of the entire issue to bring some kind of a perspective. Thank you. I now invite Devendra ji for the session for the topic of challenges and opportunities for India under the goal of $500 billion by 2030. And you recall, up to now we have been talking about China plus one, but with these tariffs it's become Vietnam plus one, Thailand plus one, Korea plus one, Taiwan plus one. They all have tariffs which are larger than us. And therefore, in a sense, it sort of gives us a competitive edge of between 10 to 15% if the present structure remains in the future. And over to you, Devendra ji, to talk us about challenges and opportunities under this regime.
Thank you, Sunil ji. Yes, this is very interesting, and I think this is what concerns us actually as a business community. What are the challenges which the industry faces, and how do you overcome them? In fact, how do you convert them into an opportunity to enhance business? Challenges, of course, as we know, the policies are changing, and business wants certainty. Indian government is, of course, trying to negotiate to its best of abilities with the US. As we speak, the US delegation was here, and they extended their stay, and India is trying to negotiate a BTA with the US. And the idea is that India is trying to convince US to at least go back status quo. Before Mr. Trump came, there was these MFN tariffs. MFN rates of duty was there against all countries. He increased it by 10% for India, and then there's a threat of 26%. Of course, as Mr. Richard said, they're using it as a threat tool to get better terms. But I think India is doing its best, and if we are able to negotiate a BTA with the US, I think that's going to create opportunities, because India is going to avoid, is trying to avoid that higher tariff of 26%, which is a threat, of course. But if India is able to negotiate that and bring down that, and even do away, if we can do away with that 10% current baseline tariff under the IAPA, which we discussed, I think that's going to be a win. Because if Mr. Trump goes ahead with tariffs on other countries, US just can't negotiate with each and every country. And you see the rates which have been there against all countries. European Union is 20%. Vietnam is 46%. Our neighboring countries like Bangladesh is 37%, which is good in terms of textiles exports to the US. Indonesia is 32%. Even countries like Pakistan is 29%. Thailand is 36%. So we have an opportunity in terms of increasing our exports to US. If India is able to negotiate a better deal, that can provide an opportunity to the Indian businesses to increase exports to the US, because tariff-wise we'll be more competitive in the US. It throws up a lot of challenges, of course. A lot of clients come to us because supply chains are today so much integrated that components are coming in from China, and we do assembly here, or we do further manufacturing, and they go to the US. So are we are we, when the goods land into the US, are they Indian origin or are they Chinese origin? This is one big question. One has to actually be careful of that. And that's a threat I think we should avoid, because if we declare as to be Indian origin, US applies what is known as a substantial transformation test. So every business should take care that if the supply chains are integrated across nations, are you doing substantial transformation of your products in India so that they qualify tomorrow for India origin benefit? And today that's very important, because with WTO and MFN principle gone, we have country-specific tariffs. You know, Chapter 99 in the US customs tariff is a whole tariff in itself, running into hundreds of pages. So you have India will have so-and-so duties, China will have 55% as they say, Vietnam will have different duty structure. So therefore, it's very important for us to analyze whether our goods, if they are manufactured across nations, are we doing sufficient value addition, sufficient processing on the goods to make them of Indian origin? I think that's the first thing which the industry must look at it very carefully. And we are currently dealing with a lot of queries, particularly in electronics, even on industrial goods. There are a lot of queries from clients on this particular angle. Then supply chains are getting reoriented. I think that is one area which we can look at. When you look at the tariffs, how they have imposed, when you talk about steel and aluminum tariffs, the tariffs on derivatives, actually they have said that, you know, if those, what are derivatives? Basically, they are products, downstream products of steel and aluminum. Steel and aluminum has got 25% and now 50% tariff, and there are derivatives made out of it. Let's say Chapter 84 derivative, machinery items, parts, which go to the US, they are made out of steel. And when they land into the US, there's a tariff again there. Now, US says that if you use steel, which is melted and cast in the US, then I'll not impose tariffs on that. Therefore, it's important. In fact, there have been client queries on whether I am currently sourcing some steel products from Europe. How can I reduce the US tariffs? Is there a way to rekindle supply chain? Is that quality? Of course, commercial viability is there, technical viability. Are those grades available in America? Can we import them, make the goods out of and ship it to the US to avoid that 50% tariff on derivatives? That will be a huge advantage. So therefore, supply chains are getting rekindled. I think it's the industry needs to think about it. How can we, sort of tweak the supply chain to get the advantage of the situation? Another example I can say is the reciprocal tariffs. They say that if a 20% content is US, minimum 20% content is US, then I will not take duties on that. The 10% will not apply on that and will apply on the remaining non-US content portion. Of course, there are challenges in terms of how do you identify whether it's US content or not, on what value the tariffs will be imposed. But there is an advantage in that. And industry is really looking at it. To alter the supply chains, if certain components can be imported from the US and we can make goods out of it and ship it to the US, you get the advantage in terms of non-imposition of those reciprocal baseline tariffs of 10% on the US portion. So that's how supply chains are getting rekindled. In fact, we have seen clients with queries on transfer pricing. Is there a way to reduce the tariff? Is there a way I can there's a first sale concept in the US. Can you reduce the tariffs there by rekindling the supply chains? Can you pay duties? In US takes duties generally on FOB. Can you shift it to ex-works? Possible. Section 14, the transaction value concept, the Article 7 of the GATT, it talks about duties on the transaction value. So in a way, it can be tweaked to reduce the tariffs. That's what I'm trying to say. So there are possibilities, opportunities for industry to really look at it carefully, how best we can take advantage to convert this threat into an opportunity. Then what I can say is that US is a biggest user of trade remedies, anti-dumping duties, countervailing duties. These are trade remedial measures arising from the WTO agreements. Now, we need to be very careful when we are exporting to the US. Are you dumping the goods to India or not? What is dumping? How dumping defined? What are the countervailing duties? How can when can US impose countervailing duties? I think when we are exporting to the US, we should be careful of that because we see a lot of client queries where clients tell us that US customers are now telling us to reduce the price, to bear the burden of the tariff. Let us bear the tariffs. I mean, you reduce the price, I will also take a hit. So in reducing that price, we need to be very careful. Are we sort of dumping the goods to the US, and tomorrow can we face dumping investigations? So these are very important aspects which the industry should have a look at it. Opportunities, of course, there are. Are we running out of time? Just 2, 3. Okay. I think if I was just looking at the opportunities, despite the so-called China-US framework which they entered into post-Geneva, agreement in London, they met US and China team, and effectively China is controlling them through the rare earths. But still, what is coming out is, of course, the deals are not yet out, but fine print is not yet there. But what is being talked about is US is still maintaining their stance on tariffs, at least. That 20% China tariff is there, fentanyl tariff is still there, and on top of it, that 10% is there. And Section 301, which we imposed in the first term, 25%. It ranges from 7.5 to 25% on several commodities. That is still there. So is there an opportunity we can sort of shift trade to India? If I look at it, organic chemicals, chapter 29, China exports about $9 billion. India is also exporting to the US about $3.6 billion. These are 2024 figures. Can that volume shift to India? Is it possible? We already are shipping. If we are already shipping those chemicals to US, is there an opportunity to increase that trade? You talk about pharmaceutical products, chapter 30. India is already 12.7 billion, more than China. In fact, we are generics leaders. In China is also shipping 7.8. Is there an opportunity to shift that? So there are a lot of plastic. You take plastic articles. China is shipping $21 billion, and India is only 1.3. So is there an opportunity to gain business there? These are certain opportunities, I think, which we should look at it to convert that threat which is there of tariffs. How to convert that into an opportunity? I think this is what the business should look at it. Thank you.
Wow, there's a lot of hope. Friends, please remember, Mexico, Canada, and China were supplying goods worth 1.3 trillion to the US. और तीनों को बुच मारा है इसने. Now imagine if that market, part of it comes to India. The opportunity side is really huge. And the advantage is that if you have competitive tariffs, vis-a-vis the competitors in supply, so the demand is very big, and our competitors are crippled because of the higher tariff, then the differential will make us competitive while we scale up. Our challenge is we are not as big as some of the Chinese companies. But use this opportunity to scale up and use all the insights. I think the feeling that we are getting now that it is an opportunity, is not a threat, and on the whole, if we play our cards right, we will gain. There was a recent survey done, Richard, which also highlighted this point. The companies were Arvind Mills, Havells, who is exporting air conditioners to the US now from India, then Dixon Technologies, Tata Consumers, and Apple. All of them have said that there is a temporary pressure on margins, but the volumes are going to be 3 times in 3 years. So they are now beginning to really look at expanding what they are planning to do. And this is, even in this area of climate of uncertainty, people feel this is the direction in which we are likely to happen. The opportunity looming is very large. And I think we should appoint, Devendra ji for giving free consultancy for all the industries in Bharuch, because he has put his mouth where his foot is. I'm reversing it. हम लोग तो payment free है ना, तो that you can take a call. We can do the billing later, Sorry. But I think this is there's a very important message that has come out of the session so far, that the threat can be handled, the opportunity is bigger. So please reflect on this session very seriously vis-a-vis your own business, and add the analysis that Montek talked about. Just think and do an internal exercise saying, if there is zero duty on all the imports that are coming into the country on the products that you are making yourself, are you competitive or are you not competitive? So you will find out of the 20-30 products, some you will be able to manage, some not. Helps us to decide where do you want to focus in the future. So please do this exercise voluntarily and call for experts. Back to the first giant in consulting. Now we have got the big picture, you know, how you can screw the Americans behind their backs using the tools and techniques suggested by Lakshmi Kumaran. Now we come to what is likely the impact of sectors of importance for Bharuch. The sectors of chemicals, petrochemicals, dyes, agrochemicals, and other emerging opportunities. Richard, over to you, 10 minutes.
Okay. I think one more, I'll just add, the point which you said, like what the pharmaceutical industry did, where they put up their factories in the US. Other industries could also learn from that, take the active ingredients, take the active raw materials, and manufacture. So then it becomes US manufactured. Then you're no more in the tariff regime. I would say the other one which because of the high tariffs, if they are imposed, Vietnam, Bangladesh, India can revive their textile industry and take it up to, because we are still lower on the tariffs, so that could be a big competitive advantage. For Bharuch, see, Bharuch is not just another industrial hub. Actually, it is the symbol of industrial self-reliance. I mean, the way it has grown, the way it has evolved, the way it has come out. And being a port destination, I think is a very, very big advantage you have. I do not know why we are not taking more advantage. For this, in the morning we spoke about it. I think you also spoke about innovation. And I think innovation is not like earlier we used to talk innovation, ek kamre mein ho raha hai innovation. Innovation is now part of life. If you're not innovating, you're dead. So I think industries here should all come together and say, get some outsiders to come and guide you all and say, how can we innovate on a daily basis? How do we improve on a daily basis? And so we are not caught in the crossfire of that growth when it happens. Because the opportunity is too much. So you are the Asia's largest liquid chemical port, Asia's largest. So sometimes we don't even know what we have. Sometimes we don't know. And I think it's important that we should be proud of some of these things that is there. And you're a powerhouse for chemicals. See, chemicals will never go away from India. Nobody wants to manufacture. Dyes, petrochemicals, agrochemicals, all the agrochemical industries have moved to India. So why can't we not? And everybody needs it. Everybody needs it. So I think we need to see how we grow. So I would say the only thing that you need to work on is green regulations which are coming in. Are you actually qualified? Are you ready for that green testing when it's done? Or you will be paying tariffs in Europe. For all the goods you sell, you'll be paying money out there. So, so I would say you need to, our strong clusters are of course bulk chemicals and intermediaries, agrochemicals, specialty chemicals, petrochemicals and polymers. And so I think, we need to say, how do we concentrate on this? Can we also make some intermediaries out of these, whatever we are doing? Can we take it to its next level? And that will require some kind of really good engineering skills, really good innovation skills, where we actually test the limits of what we can do. And chemicals, bulk specialty, tariff shocks have hit you. Environmental security is there, ESG compliance. We never spoke of ESG at all today. But ESG compliance is a big thing. Trump hates that word, by the way. So don't ever, in front of him, talk about ESG. He will stop buying from you all. So, but ESG compliance is a reality. And here I just want to say one thing. With this climate change that is taking place, we keep saying the planet is endangered. Planet is not endangered. Planet has existed before, planet will continue to exist. It is humans who are endangered. It's we who are endangered. So let's do it for ourselves, for our own survival. And I think we need to have ESG. So I think ESG should come into your, don't go for tick in the box, please. I've gone through enough of this, where people just tick a box, a form is filled up, submit kar dete hain, and it's done. Do it in real, do it in spirit. If we do it in spirit, I think we'll come a long way. And you'll see the advantage. And here I want to give you one advantage, small. Paul Pullman, when he came to Unilever, he brought sustainability. And the company suffered. For first 2 years, there was losses in Unilever. It became a buyout target. He refused to sell Unilever at that time because the share prices fell, their profits fell. But he continued on his mission of sustainability. Today, Unilever is one of the most prosperous companies. In fact, the companies that made bids on them, they've actually acquired those companies now. And they have gone into very much into sustainable products and other things. So I think we also need to look at IP issues. Why can't we not get IP for our products? Why can't we not get it so that nobody else can manufacture? I get shocked when I see Australia say Indian Ayurvedic products with Indian names coming and they're saying made in Australia. I mean, why are other countries taking advantage of our, what is our heritage, what is our thing? So I think IP we should look at. There is a cost. Let me tell you there's a cost, but there has to be a vision. Vision which should be big enough to say that this IP will finally make us money. It's in the beginning, there will be a cost and we need to work on it. Petrochemicals, this whole fossil backlash, plastic bans which are there. And of course, there are emerging sectors which we can look at in Bharuch. At least somebody needs to come together, get somebody to challenge your status quo, to sit with you all, open your mind and say, okay, what else can we do? I'm not an expert on that. We are consultants, but you need somebody with engineering and other skills who can come and help you think through this whole thing. You know, I was reading, how do you create a flourishing city? So they say that where you can empower more entrepreneurs. There's a book written on it. And this Ravi Venkateshan is going around the world actually, going around the country, world kya bol raha hu, to small places like Ghaziabad, to this, and say, how can I create more entrepreneurs here? Because jobs is going to be a challenge. Let's be honest. Jobs is going to be a challenge, so let's not fool ourselves that jobs will come back. It's not going to come back. Let me tell you the way it is. We need skilling. Today, nobody asks you whether you're a chartered accountant or you're an engineer. They say, do you understand this? They are looking for skills. If you don't have the skills, you're not going to be employed. So all the youngsters are looking for jobs, and you know, today what I find is most people between the age of 40 and 50 are losing jobs because they were not remained relevant. They have not upgraded their skills and they are not there. So I think that is going to be, you know, with EV batteries, EV coming into big scale, how does Bharuch become the thing for creating those battery chemicals which go into it? So I think we should look, plus other areas which we could look at. Also come with eco-friendly, bio-based dyes and textile brands which are sustainable. I think we can look at some of those as, I remember I was talking to a very senior person from Reliance. We were on a panel many years back when it was said oil and gas is going to die. You know, oil and gas is going, it's still so many years, oil and gas is still flourishing. So oil and gas, I say, what are you going to do with all your oil and gas? He's saying, हम textiles में चले जाएंगे, हमारा raw material. So, you know, this is the way you have to think. There was a company which is thinking future, if this gets stopped, this is what I'm going to get into, and we will do textiles at scale. So I think that is something which you all can look at. See, the problem with India is the cost. The unit manufacturing cost is very high compared to other places. We have to see how we can get the quality and quality, consistency. I think those are very, very important things that we should look at. And green hydrogen. So I think Mr. Gadkari has been pushing green hydrogen for automobiles. I think we should look at green hydrogen as the future. The Japanese have totally bought into this green hydrogen. They are not going with electric vehicles, by the way. If people on the autos will understand, Toyota doesn't have any electric cars. They have gone with hybrid. And Japanese are going with green hydrogen. Tatas are working with them. So this green hydrogen may be the future. We don't know. Because there is this whole fight between, because electric vehicles, the whole debate is it truly, you know, sustainable? Is it really, or amount of this thing which goes on out there? The green solvents, low carbon process chemicals, pharma intermediaries, and electronic grade chemicals. I think this is what we need to work on here. And so I would say for Bharuch, I will leave the last few words by saying, move up the value chain, invest in process innovation, AI-driven quality control. We spoke of AI in the morning. How much of AI are we using to improve on our quality? AI cannot just be a chat GPT. So, you know, when I have some time, I have fun with AI, with Grok, which I use. I asked, can I say this a little bit? So I asked Grok, who's the best leader in the world? business leader, between Elon Musk, uska Malik, Grok ka, between Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. So Grok responded back to me, Bill Gates number 1, Elon Musk 2, and Steve Jobs 3. I said, Grok, thank you very much for giving me this input. But did you consider that Steve Jobs came at a time when it was very competitive, he disrupted so many industries, and his integrity level is far ahead of the other two. He's much more, because I know Steve Jobs because we were the auditors at some point, his integrity levels were very high. So you know what Grok says? I missed this point. Integrity. Integrity is a great quality for leaders, and now in future I will consider it. He responds it. And then he gave all Steve Jobs' achievements, and he said, with this I will rate Steve Jobs very high. You know, this is Grok responding, artificial intelligence responding back to you. So we should not accept everything that it gives, AI. You should use our own God-given gift, common sense. Kabhi common sense use karo. It is the most uncommon things people use, but we should start using it because I think it's important for us, and I think we need to be bold also. I think Indians generally look at short-term gains. What Trump is doing now. Trump is thinking like a swashbuckling businessman, kaise main profit banao. If you look at his whole thing, there is no vision for future. He will destroy the American economy, give it to the next president completely demolished, and that guy will take generations to get it back again. Some other country can take over. I'm telling you, it is the era of Asia. Whether we like it or not, and Trump is taking America down the tube there. And it's going to be the era of Asia, and Asia is going to... So I think we should look at that. We need to build capacities in export-grade packaging. You already spoke about your export-grade packaging, which you sent to New Zealand. Why can't more companies not do it? Traceability and digital documentations, which is required under FTA in any case. And work with bodies like CII and these other industry bodies, the chemical body which is there also. If we can work with them to see how we can improve and use some of them so that standard, subsidy and carbon policy can actually be worked on. And with global trade rewriting itself around resilience, responsibility and regulation, Bharuch must step up, not just to adapt, but to lead India's industrial resurgence. If you were the hub to the world, can you get back your old, what you had? I think it's time for Bharuch to step up. Yes, these are my points.
Hello. Well spoken, Richard. I think you have covered the entire gamut. So this brings us close to what we had to say about the various topics. Now we will open this floor. We still have about 15 minutes for question and answers from the audience. And I would urge all those who have been provoked by these presentations and on the issues that are bothering you, please rise up, introduce your name and the name of the company, and come to the question directly rather than a lecture or a comment. So maybe we can have 1 or 2 microphones, starting right from the gentleman at the back, and then we'll have Moksh, then we'll have, yes sir, you got 3. So let's start with these 3. Yeah, three people. Okay, you go, otherwise he was the first one.
Yeah.
किसी भी भाषा में बोलिए, अपना नाम और कंपनी का नाम.
Yeah. I am Ashok Jadhav, Managing Director, Excellent Infrastructure. सर, हम सब अमेरिका की बात कर रहे हैं, हम चाइना की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन मोदी जी ने कहा था लुक ईस्ट एशिया पॉलिसी, तो उसके बारे में क्या लगता है आपको, फ्यूचर क्या हो सकता है हमारा उनके साथ, क्या अच्छा इस तरह से? ईस्ट एशिया.
Do you want to answer? You want to answer?
You're talking about ASEAN. I think what is basically important to note is that China is actually spreading through the Belt and Road Initiative. Their companies are going on establishing their bases in these ASEAN countries. You talk about Indonesia, Malaysia. You can clearly see that because I can talk from my international trade perspective. Whenever we have got duties imposed on products coming in from China, invariably we have seen Chinese companies going to these jurisdictions, setting up some manufacturing processes, some basic processes, and then shipping the goods from there. So these countries have, in a way, I would say, over the years, been they have been sort of, if I can say that term, proxies for China. And therefore, they are also one of the competitors to us in terms of whenever we are exporting to developed countries. So I look at it that we need to be careful. Of course, we can look at them as our markets for some products on which they are short of. But we need to be careful of the threat which they impose to us, which they give us in terms of getting our markets in the developing countries, as well as being proxies for China for shipping their goods to India. So I think these two things we must look at it. If you want to add something more.
Yeah, so one point that I want to add here is, Minister Jaishankar is very clear. He wants to sign FTAs with developed countries, and he wants us to buy raw materials from other ASEAN countries. Because the goods we produce, whether it is textiles or shoes or whatever, these goods are not going to be possible to be made in Western countries. With them, there is no competition. But if you want to compete with Vietnam and Bangladesh in textiles and shoes, marenge. So therefore, go to the market for FTA and buy raw materials from. So that's a strategy plan. Buy materials from the ASEAN market and supply to the West, where the markets are lucrative. Over to you, Richard.
So it may not have the answer to your East policy, but I think the biggest opportunity for India, we have missed the bus when it comes to AI product. Everybody's gone way ahead of it. It's going to take humongous effort to even come anywhere near what you see DeepSeek and all what has come. They are in a different league completely. So I think what we can become the world's capital for AI services, which will be far bigger than the GCCs what we have today in the country. So AI services to the world can be India's answer in that. We have so many engineers, every year so many engineers are coming out. I think we should not miss this opportunity. And I think the answer on the look east is already there. I think we need to look at lucrative markets. Indians need to make profit. If you go to these east, you'll not be making money. You'll be selling at a very low price. So आपको profit मिलेगा तभी आप कुछ कर सकते हो. Then only you can do. I think what we need to do, go to America, build our thing by selling to them, use that extra profit which the IT companies did not with full. With no this thing to people from the IT industry, we did not invest in research and development. India, I don't know how many of you in this audience know that India had the opportunity of getting ChatGPT into India. Are you aware of it? So Infosys was on the brink of buying this company. Vishal Sikka was the CEO. He brought this company to India. The Infosys board rejected it. And I think, so many times we get this, NVIDIA went to Intel board. Intel board rejected it. Intel का भी value 100 million है, वो तो 3 trillion चला, 100 billion है, वो तो 3 trillion चला गया. Intel is about to close down. Okay, I'm just telling you, so boards need to be visionary to be able to see it, to take the opportunity. And today, NVIDIA, a small startup, it cannot be startup, 3 trillion cannot be a startup, but they are a new company which has come in and is playing with the big boys.
Yeah, give him a mic, please. Or if you can speak loudly.
Okay. Yeah. So, I think one of the opportunity, I think, is Japan. Japan is a developed country in the East, declining age profile, very, very developed in terms of technology, and generally they invest a lot. And I would cite one specific industry where I think India will have a phenomenal growth going forward, which is shipbuilding. So India owns extremely infinitesimally small shipbuilding. I mean, the number of India flagged ships are minuscule. And it is global industry dominated by China, Korea and Japan. I think, and with green logistics coming on board, there will be an massive opportunity for green shipbuilding to that extent. I mean, I'm using the term very broadly. And I think there'll be a lot of opportunity for us if we get the right partnerships with Japan.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman with the mic, please go ahead. After that, Moksh, we are coming to you. Can you be very brief, please, so that, you know, five hands are up.
I am Dr. Yogesh from DSS LLP. Sir, my question is for Devendra ji. And Sunil ji also said that we should buy raw materials from, say, ASEAN or China and then sell it to the developed nations. But you brought one important point, that value addition, significant value addition. How do we assess that value addition at our end? We are a small companies, but we know we import a lot of raw materials from China, and we intend to sell to US and all. But that clause, whether a simple formulation and the value addition in terms of actual value of the product is significant, is important, or the actual value addition in terms of transformations, that is important.
Sir, it's a very vast topic. I don't have much time, but I will just briefly cover it. The substantial transformation test. One, it's a case-by-case analysis. There are a lot of US court rulings on that, which have gone on to say, I can just give you one small example. On electronics, if you're purely assembling the product, even though the assembly process may be complex, but if, let's say, the PCBAs, the assembled PCBs you're bringing in from let's say China, the US is very strict on that. They say, because the assembled PCBs come in, we will not give you the benefit. But if you bring bare PCBs and assemble it there in India, you have the assembly line, whether automated assembly lines are there. So then they give that benefit. So it's a jurisprudence which is developed in the US, right from the Gibson case. And there are a lot of case rulings in the US on this particular thing. In fact, on 301 tariffs, one particular company, they were shipping the UPSs from Philippines. They said, no, it's China origin, even though they had an elaborate line in the Philippines. So therefore, and for APIs, you know, if you're converting merely, bringing in the API, just converting it to formulations, does it amount to substantial transformation? These are case-by-case specific analysis based on US court rulings. And there's a concept of US cross rulings there. So if a company is in doubt, you can go in for cross rulings to get the cross ruling that, you know, they will give you an advanced ruling. In this, like in India, we have the advanced rulings. They will analyze the facts and they will, give you a ruling whether your substantial transformation is met or not. So these are some things which you must be careful, but it's a case-by-case analysis. You must be taking note of that.
Yeah, Moksh, go ahead. And then after that, give the mic to the person behind you.
Moksh Sudani, founder of Levens Labs. So Devinderji, you started by saying that the tariffs are in place primarily for the deficit which US is seeing, right? So what I'm trying to understand is that, is there any other option from Trump's perspective, if it is a genuine concern, he could have done apart from tariff to reduce this? That is first. And second is, if that is the case, then these tariffs are, do you see this as a way forward, or is it specific to Trump's administration and things might change in next 3-4 years? Because businesses will invest, they will see benefits after a couple of years, and then if it again goes back to normalcy, what happens?
2 points here. One is that you can clearly see a shift in the US trade policy. You go to the Biden era, you had the policy of, Build America Act, CHIPS Act, which the Trumps has gutted basically. There they were going, if I may say so, the India way. Like we have PLIs, they were capturing the root cause. If let's say the infrastructure is missing or a certain key starting material is missing, I'll incentivize it and go organically. That's how India has been going, and that's how there's a WTO compliant way, maybe, if I can say so. But Trump's policy, you can clearly see a shift. He says nothing doing. I will gut the CHIPS Act. I will basically the tariff is my primary tool, which I will I'll use it for as a threat negotiating tool and to reduce the trade deficit. So I think he's also using a second point is also using it as a negotiating tool basically. He may not be sometimes he may not be interested in actually going with it, but just to force countries to give concessions. So today when India started this BTA, the concept was that let's reduce the tariff barriers. I will also bring down to zero, you also bring down to zero. When Mr. Trump came, he has imposed 10%. So now India may be saying, okay, let the MFN be there. At least go down to the status quo which was there. At least remove the 10%, remove 25%. So basically he's using that as a negotiating tool, and I think it's not going to stop because he's that kind of a person. When he was in real estate, his own company was using the same techniques to bring his vendors under the bus. So I think he's going to use the tariffs because in his first term also we have seen, second term also we have seen, tariffs is his primary tool. And I feel he may be using it, but US president has maximum 2 terms. So unless he does something on the constitution, which is very difficult.
Yeah, so that uncertainty hangs on the air. So, the market looks good, but what happens after Trump, Will he get a 3rd term, which he has announced, but we don't know. But he's quite capable of doing some of these drastic actions. Yes, sir.
I'm Varghese. I'm from MRF. Okay, we can understand to some extent the intent of tariffs. But why this attack on the students? Because as far as we understand, the students bring in a lot of money in terms of fees, consumption, travel. Why is he attacking them? Can we make a sense of it?
Anybody who wants to be politically insensitive?
So I think, I don't think I have the full answer, but I can give you my take on it. See, the students are the future job seekers. Anybody who goes to study abroad doesn't go to study abroad only. He or she looks to work there for at least 3 to 5 years or even longer. That is the whole way it has been working till now. So that is taking away a job from an American. Secondly, the students which he's fought, if you see, it's not with all the colleges. He's gone after Harvard because Harvard did not listen to him. He's not gone after, he may go after others later, but at the moment it's only Harvard that he's gone after because they didn't agree with him. So he said, you can't take, he's brought a law in. So you see, I think by giving any verdict on anything now will be foolish because it's an evolving landscape. It is going to change. He's going to change his mind from time to time. Secondly, what Trump doesn't realize by increasing the tariffs, his citizens are paying more. The companies are paying more. It is not, so while the country is earning in the tariffs, but everybody, and people will revolt. You can see the revolts happening on the streets, right? In US, you don't think this is US, you think it's a third world country. But you will see the repercussions will come back. He may close down one Harvard. India's opportunity to get Harvard to relocate. I mean, we should look wherever. I'm not saying we have to be scoungers and, like vultures. But we can see opportunities in some of this and say, okay, we will give you peaceful existence. You come and put up your campus. I'm just saying there could be various things we could look.
Remember, Mr. Modi had said that it should not be Harvard, it should be hard work. You remember the punchline when they were criticizing our policy to support MSMEs during COVID? And he says they don't know what they are talking about. They have a deficit, but India doesn't have that problem. We are a well-balanced, financially managed fiscal country. So Harvard has a great reputation, but when they sit down to criticize developing countries, they always go overboard. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself Sandeep Parikh, CEO and founder of Human Touch Engineering Services. So सर हम पिछले 2-3 महीने से देख रहे हैं कि मिस्टर ट्रम्प जो है वो इस बात की तो मैसेज दे दिया उन्होंने दुनिया को कि ट्रम्प इज़ टेरिफ एंड टेरिफ इज़ ट्रम्प। और अगर हम हमारे फ्यूचर सर्वाइवल की बात करें इन टर्म्स ऑफ बिजनेस और इन टर्म्स ऑफ रेवेन्यू, इन टर्म्स ऑफ बिजनेस और इन टर्म्स ऑफ रेवेन्यू अगर हम फ्यूचर सर्वाइवल की बात करें तो अगर हम चाइना और इंडिया का अगर पॉपुलेशन देखें तो वी आर दी 35% स्टेक होल्डर्स इन पॉपुलेशन ऑफ होल वर्ल्ड। सो हम एशियन कंट्री ऐसा क्या करें कि ये पूरा गेम शिफ्ट हो जाए आने वाले 10 साल 20 साल में?
Sir, this debt of US is currently as $32 trillion. So the intrinsic value of dollar may be much trades. So is it possible that in future the countries exporting to US may not accept dollar and may ask for other currency?
Actually, if you see, China is trying to create the alternate currency, and that's what Trump is also more scared of. Secondly, we keep talking of tariffs, but have you seen the amount of defense deals he's done across the world? The oil deals he's done across the world. He went to Saudi Arabia, sold them $1 trillion of defense. So my point is that he's a businessman. उसके बैग में इतने सब deals है वो जाके करके आ जाता है. He lifted sanctions in Syria. Can you believe any US government could lift sanctions on Syria? In a stroke of a pen, he lifted sanctions. So, so I think Trump is beyond tariffs. He's a businessman out there to do deals. As long as he keeps people at war, his defense industry will boom and people will be happy. Jobs will be created, etc., etc. So I think, that's the way I would look at that.
Yeah, I have a mic. So, Richard, just a question to you. Beside this 3T, what we are talking in the session, what is the fate of regional economic cooperation drive which we started a few years back? What is the fate of that?
But I think, regional economic is the way to go, because now it's no more going to be globalization. There are going to be regional blocks. But if you remember what Trump has been doing, he's been going after BRICS. He's been going after Global South. He's been saying there's nothing. There is, So I think people are a little worried. They're just waiting for things to settle down. But regional is the way to go. I completely agree with you. New blocks will come up, new trading blocks.
Thank you.
So I think with this, we are in time. We started late, but we close on time. And want to thank both Richard as well as Devendraji for your comments, for your insights and sharing your knowledge. And with this, we bring the session to a close. Please corner them over lunch for detailed questions. Thank you very much.
So before that, I like to welcome Rajesh Makwana sir to present mementos. Let's have a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words of wisdom. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. And we may now head for the lunch. And the next session starts sharp at 2 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. We are about to start our session 2, so I kindly request you to occupy your seats. Kindly request you to occupy your respective seats as we are about to start the session 2.
May I please request all of you to occupy your seats as we are going to begin the next session. Welcome back. May I please request our next speakers, Mr. Raj Tiwari and Mr. Parag Patel, to please come up on stage and occupy the dais. I would also like to invite the session chair, Mr. Sailesh Nigam, to join them.
I invite our session coordinator BD Dalwadi on the stage. BD Dalwadi is a chemical engineer from Dharam Singh Desai Institute of Technology, Nadiad. He has more than 48 years of industrial experience in different types of industries like pharmaceutical, petrochemical and heavy chemicals industry. He has worked in the project department as a unit head of UPL2. Currently, Mr. Dalwadi is working as a CEO of BAIL Infrastructures Limited. Sir, I request you to introduce our session chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon. Before starting the session, all are sleeping. It's surprising because this is very difficult session coordinate I have to do. But I'm sure that all the experts, both the expert speaker and chairman, they will not allow you to sleep and keep you in attention. Let me introduce the session chairman, Mr. Sailesh Nigam. Mr. Sailesh Nigam is the site president of the Dahej Manufacturing Division of Reliance Industries Limited, it being one of the major petrochemical sites of Reliance Industries Limited at Dahej. Mr. Nigam also leads Gujarat Chemical Port Limited, GCPL, as its managing director. He is BTech in Chemical Engineering from IIT Kanpur and Advanced Management Program from IIM Bangalore. Mr. Nigam, during his career span of 40 years, has worked at various leadership positions and led diverse portfolio in the field of manufacturing of petrochemicals, fertilizers, and refining sectors in India and abroad. He has been part of the various teams for commissioning and startup of varied projects, including RIL greenfield projects at its Hazira and Jamnagar sites. Mr. Nigam's area of interest are manufacturing management, startup and pre-commissioning of greenfield facilities. He also takes keen interest in process safety and risk mitigation strategies. He has been master coach and takes personal interest in developing future leadership. Thank you. And over to Mr. Nigam.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, we may please request you to welcome our guest with books.
Please give a huge round of applause to our session chair, Mr. Sailesh Nigam. Now we welcome our speakers, Mr. Raj Tiwari, and Dr. Parag Patel. Sir, you may continue the session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be here and talking to you on a subject which is very interesting and very thought-provoking. The topic is the business process innovations, and basically we'll be focusing on how the organizations are rethinking, redesigning their operational workflows, supply chains, customer interfaces, etc. The end game is to have improved efficiency, more value creation for your customers, and means optimal resource utilization, especially in the emerging new VUCA world. So each day poses new challenges, new opportunities. The technology is changing pretty fast. Geopolitical situation overnight change, as you saw last night, and it is challenging as well as it gives you immense opportunity to redesign, rethink, reinvent yourself. This particular session will be focusing more on the 4 areas. One is the integration of the digital data, driven technologies in streamlining the production and the decision making. The second is the process re-engineering for cost optimization, scalability, and sustainability. Third was innovation in the supply chain, procurement, logistics for global competitiveness, and mark the word global competitiveness because we are no longer in an isolated world, and anyone who is efficient is going to capture the whole markets with the loading of the tariffs. This is becoming increasingly the future of the time to come. And also the building the resilient and adaptive business models in response to the business volatility which I talked about. Now, I have been into chemical and petrochemical business for pretty long, and there have been number of occasions when we have seen that the requirement from the customer side or the regulatory changes or the emerging business situation has forced us to review our existing business processes in order to remain competitive, in order to sustain ourselves. And at times, these could be only a change in the business processes. At times, it may be leveraging the opportunities, leveraging the technology. And one thing which comes to my mind, being a part of the group, is we had taken a particular unit in which the feed was getting limited, and more or less there was a bleak future. And those feeds were coming from Bombay High, and those Bombay High production was getting low and low over a period of time. And the forecasting was that it may not have enough feed for yourself for operating. So now the option were either to lock down or look for some of the other alternative feedstocks. Other could be, instead of C2, C3, you go for propane, but that was not as economical because that prices were high. So how the rethinking starts? What are the other feedstock? We started deliberating, and we found out that ethane is a good thing, and that we can. So next question was कि ethane तो मिलेगी कहाँ पे? तो आंसर इज कि वो तो यूएस में मिलती है. तो यूएस में मिलती है, चाहिए दहेज में आपको. तो व्हाट आर द वेज? तो पता चला अभी तो कोई करता नहीं है ऐसा. कैसे ट्रांसपोर्ट होती है? तो लिक्विड फॉर्म में होगी, बट देन इट विल बी क्रायोजेनिक, -100 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड पे होगी. तो -100 पे कैसे लेके आएंगे? तो शिप बनाने पड़ेंगे. शिप बनाने के लिए कोई है क्या? अभी तो पता चला इतना ऐसे तो शिप है नहीं. But then the whole problem was brought down to not how to run the unit, but how to get ethane from there to here at a competitive price. And as a result, once you get that direction, we started working. We found the acreage in US. We found the ways to get vapor ethane, and instead of converting it to liquid there itself and then loading, we got into a technology which automatically we were liquefying and loading there, so reducing some of the capexes, getting ships made and then transferring that, more or less setting up a virtual pipeline from US to this place, getting your whatever 5,000 ton per day type of stuff if you need, you are getting that. And from here, you get through GCPL store into the site, and then from here you pump to all other sites, maybe 400, 500 kilometers away. So now look at it, how we had to adapt and reinvent the whole thing in terms of a situation we had at our hand. Similarly, many other companies have done many things. We will be talking about that. We have got experts who have been in those field, who have worked in those areas. Broadly, I will touch upon what we are intending in this session is, one, first I talked about was the integrating of the digital technologies for production and decision making. And within that, one is the data-driven decision making. Now, availability of data is hardly an issue these days. Availability of a clean data may be, but lot of data is available. I remember the time when for getting the data, we are spending days for just collecting the data, going to the library, finding out the right journals, or going in the field, noting from the pressure gauge. Now everything is available either in the form of ODR or in the S-Pen or IP21, everything in the form of various video feeds. And so how you leverage that, how you develop your team to take decisions which is emerging from hardcore data. Second is the automation, which had a various facets over a period of time. It has evolved, and now it is going into a next stage where robotic interventions or the cobots are taking over. Resource optimization is another area which the data analytics and AI is going to make a big changes. All this will also lead to the very improved supply chain management. Another thing which is the real-time monitoring and control with the advent of IoTs and these sensors talking to each other, relaying information, communicating. So that helps you to be aware of what is happening in your process in the real time. And with a backup supervisory system in place, you can have the software which help you into taking the timely decision. Lot of this is going into the predictive analysis also, where using this data, we are in a position to find out when a particular component or a unit or a machine is going to fail based on, let's say, vibration data, based on the noise data, based on the current drawn, based on, in case of transformer, the composition of the gas emitted from the oil. So many of these sensors are giving you a story which was previously not understood by the human brain, but now these can be gathered, analyzed, and you can get inputs as to when you need to intervene. Not only that, that can also link back to your inventory management, to your ordering, and all these things can happen seamlessly. So a lot of these things are getting leveraged. I know of a company, not in India, where the invoice coming in the form of email is read and understood, compared against the contractual terms and cleared for payment, and automatically those payments take place. Where 4 people were working, there maybe just a 15-minute work is there. For a lot of efficiencies are accruing into these type of things. And this is not only into the manufacturing, because this is impacting many other sectors, many other areas like logistics or retail or healthcare or education, you name it. In fact, the biggest game changer has been the advent of internet. And if you see, a lot of our processes were very different in the pre-internet era. Take, for example, booking of a air ticket, booking of a railway ticket, banking, or getting information, everything. Now that has changed in a big way. Now the type of skill needed also changed. Earlier, I remember my childhood when knowing the capital and currency of a country was seen as something important. Now that has no relevance. The type of, because the information is available, knowing that information has no value. How, what are the questions to be asked is much more value. How to use that in your situation to gain improvement. So with time, the type of skills needed also change, and that is going to be very, ek time the papers were not there and the people were Shila Lake likhte the, cheni se thok ke likh dete the, and that type of skills were good. But over a period of time, those skills are hardly needed. The typists are hardly needed. Everyone is a typist. Accountants are hardly needed, jo thoda balance karte the, whatever the type of software are there, their shorthand is gone. Many such things go away. They bring in new type of skill requirement, and that is going to be the major challenge in my opinion. Tools are there, powerful tools are there, information is there. How best you leverage, that is the area where your imagination is the only barrier. We have not yet used a fraction of the power available in our hand into improving the things. Come to think of it, with the type of computing power NASA had when they sent people on moon is much lesser than what everyone has in their mobile today. So leveraging these powerful tools is going to be a challenge, and that is the area which last night when we were talking to Munte Singh Saab, he also touched upon that. Similarly, some of the other things like innovation in the supply chain management, procurement and logistics, there is a lot of use of AI and machine learning is being used for demand forecasting, inventory optimization, and we talked about the predictive maintenance, the route optimization. Similarly, IoT, we spoke about the blockchain. That is also helping you in having a secure and very traceable transactions and improving the transparency and the trust within the ecosystem. So the applications are endless. I will not go more into that. I will prefer to come to some of the important business changes which took place in the recent times, and one was the Ford when they started with the assembly line, and that completely changed the way automobile industry worked, and it was a game changer. And then Dell Computer, they went into the direct selling model, cutting down the intermediaries, and then that was the trendsetter. Netflix, the way started the streaming, that DVD leke dekhne wali cheez more or less is now gone. And look at the big conglomerate they have created out of that. Similarly, we talk, and all of us have heard about the Toyota. They introduced JIT, and Toyota TPM जो है उनका, and lot of development took place, improving their business processes. So I'll stop here, and I would welcome Raj Tiwari Saab, and I'll just let you know his background. Raj Tiwari ji is the Chief Executive Officer for the Specialty Chemical and whole-time Director. He has a total experience of more than 30 years in the varied roles from manufacturing projects, supply chain procurement, sales and sustainability. He has been associated with UPL for a pretty long time, and he joined in 2011 and have been associated with the various functions like manufacturing, procurement, and finally he was elevated as a group chief supply chain officer in 2017 and later joined the board, UPL board, in 2022 as a whole-time director. 23 he was elevated at the CEO. Prior to UPL, he has worked with Seat Tires, Ambuja Cements, and the various leadership positions. He is an alum of Harvard Business School, IIM Calcutta, and NIT Allahabad. UPL, as most of us know, is a 6 billion conglomerate, major exposure in the agrochemical, specialty chemical intermediates, and headquartered at Mumbai. UPL has more than 50 manufacturing sites spread all over India, as well as many other countries like Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, etc. So over to you, Rasab.
So, sir, with your permission, I'd like to stand and speak. Thank you very much. But first of all, let me convey my heartfelt condolences to the precious life which our country lost yesterday. This was really tragic. Yesterday, I think, the whole enthusiasm for the day, was lost when we saw that tragic incident. By the way, I flew day before yesterday itself with Air India itself, and I'm a big fan of Air India. I have been Maharaja Platinum on Air India. I always fly Air India, always, I'm saying. There's nothing wrong in it. It was one of the bad days, and something has gone wrong. Probably the investigation will come up, but very, very tragic. The topic is business process innovation. First of all, I'm not that qualified to talk about, first of all, I'm not a chemical engineer. My only experience of working in chemical industry is working with UPL for past few years. So I have much more learned friend. Nigan Saab has been a veteran in the industry, and all of you sitting over here are much more learned than me to speak on this topic, but I'll take the clue from the theme of this BDMA session this year, which is innovate, implement, and inspire. I'll also talk about innovation, on bit of business innovation, but so, first of all, to my mind, everything starts with culture. In the world, if you see geographically, if you travel, or in India itself, if you travel from 100 kilometers distance, the language changes, the culture changes, belief changes. And similarly, so every country specific, let's say in a collective group, as a country, every country has a very unique culture. A region has a very unique culture. West, and therefore West and East, we talk about Paschimi Sabhyata, so West and East and Eastern culture. So, culture per se is something which I want to talk about, and that's, to my mind, is foundation for everything. We run business or we run families, we raise our kids, our parents have raised them. In whatever we form, that's something which is fundamental. And I think, to my mind, innovation is something which is also linked directly with, culture. Nigam Saab talked about some crude getting shot, and therefore the whole question mark was on the particular site getting shut, or we find a way. There must be some way. Kuch to hoga. And therefore, propane could be one solution, but it was not this thing. Butane, sorry, what was that? Butane, right? Ethane, sorry. Ethane was something which was workable, but the solution was that it has to be cryogenically transported, because you have to bring it down to minus 100 degrees, make it liquid, transport, then only, right? Because the volume has to be. You know, that's because of the culture. Because if you are part of the herd, if you work hard, we see, look, you know, fundamentally everything has to be, the first thing is that, you know, to be successful, you have to work hard. Everybody has to work hard. Whosoever has succeeded in their life, whether it's a company or an individual. But, you know, how you have to be, you know, different than the herd. If you're part of the herd doing hard work, that's going to take you, but not take you very far. Right? But you have to start thinking, or you know, your instinct should be that, you know, something which, you know, nobody else has done, something that, you know, nobody else has even attempted, something which is audacious, something which is different, something which is unique. That's what makes you different, or makes a company different, and that's where the culture comes into being. That you are, you know, you propagate or you encourage a very, you know, a culture where you are not considered nerd, you are not considered, you know, Hindi mein pagal, that ye sochta bada matlab jo alag hai. You know, the people who think differently, who has, and that's where, you know, these people have been able to, in those very difficult circumstances, have been able to not only find a solution, but find a solution which is very unique, thriving, which has kept them 5 steps, 10 steps ahead of competition. Look at our own self, you know, as most of the people sitting over here in the companies we work for. The easiest way is that we copy, right? If you're not able to copy, I know that he's the one who knows it, तो उसको उस कंपनी से उठा लो, पोच कर लो, right? We hire, you know, people from another company. The question is, when you hire, you can hire skill. Can you hire ethics, the culture, right? You can't. You know, one of the problem the industry faces is that we have so many iterations. इस साल इतने लोगों ने resign किया. किस लिए किया resign? Because somebody else is paying something more, so you know. So because you have 10 more vacancies to fill, तो तुमने क्या किया? You also go and hire, you know, from someone else. How do you build that culture? What is that you want to build? You don't have an identity of your own, right? The identity is because of so many people coming together. Just because I'm the boss, you know, somebody will listen, and therefore he's doing. So you will have a culture of, you know, giving people command, or the hierarchical command, and therefore what is being told from top gets percolated to the bottom. So tell me what is to be done, I will do. Tell me the solution, I will implement. Where is innovation? Innovation doesn't come from top. This is not the way. The innovation comes from the, you know, people on the ground, you know, at the shop floor, you know, and that's where it all starts. Frugal. It's not frugal. It has to be a breakthrough innovation. You can't create a breakthrough innovation unless we have this culture which is asymmetric. You have to have a culture which is unison, where we start. So hire people from ITIs, hire people from, and then train them. Train them not only on skills, but on your belief, your ethics, your values, your systems. Somebody the other day told me that, you know, I mean, in my company there's a great culture. We innovate. So what do? Yes, you innovate, but eventually your evaluation is done on, at the end of the day, how many marks you have got. तुम्हारा वो KPI, Is there a KPI to say that, how many projects you did and how many you failed? Then you understand that your company promotes innovation. Because when we promote innovation, we do 10 things, we'll fail in 8, succeed in 2, or maybe fail in 9, succeed in 1, or maybe doesn't even, maybe he takes up 10 and doesn't succeed in 1. But the one he succeeds will be a breakthrough innovation which will keep you 10 steps ahead of the competition. The competition is not among us, between the companies who are Ankleshwar or Gujarat based or the chemical companies within India. Our competition is with cutting edge technology companies who are innovating, not here. Some of them here, but most of them outside, right? So we have to create that culture of, which inspires, people at a very young age. Today, I think even the young people are not even willing to join chemical industry. Most of the people are here chemical, so I'm talking about chemical. Not even willing to join chemical industry because they have some other fancy things to work. How can... No, nobody wants to look at this. I completely agree with you. But the question is that how do we, what steps we all are taking in terms of inspiring those 5 years, 7 years, 10 years kid who are in school that chemistry is beautiful, chemistry is fashion, chemistry is cutting edge, chemistry is life. Without chemistry, we don't exist. We don't have clothes, we don't have belt, we don't have, we talk about phones, this, that, internet. Nothing exists without chemistry. How can we inspire them to grow up that they actually choose a chemical school, chemical college, to study chemistry or BSc chemistry, MSc chemistry, or chemical engineering, or AOCP, and join chemical industry because it's beautiful, it's inspiring. Now that will come only if we are culturally asymmetric. We take a very easy route, very, very easy route. Boss, batao, tell us what is to be done, and we are hard working, we will work very hard. आप दुनिया ने 5 महीने में किया, हम 4 महीने में करके दिखाएंगे. That's not innovation. That you are paid for, to do stuff which is most efficient. You are paid for it. That's not innovation, right? Sorry, not being a chemical engineer, I can speak, of being an outside the industry, right? Some of my colleagues are here, and when I get to know that, नहीं ये सर ऐसा ही होता है, then you said नहीं ऐसा नहीं होता है, ऐसा मेरे हिसाब से नहीं होता है, because you can ask that. Ask questions. You have the audacity to ask questions to your, it can be stupid, it can be, that's the culture I'm talking about. Then only we will innovate, then only our doors will be open, then only we can think very differently, then only we can have those breakthroughs I'm talking about. World has moved. Shailesh talked about data analytics, right? Chat GPT. You don't need to, you'll be forced to do that. That's not innovation. Somebody has anyway done. If because of peer pressure कि Reliance कर रहा है, UPL को भी करना है, आरती को भी करना है, फलाने को भी करना है, you will be forced to do. वो अपने आप आ जाएगा. दुनिया ने SAP किया 1995, 97 में. Everybody had SAP till 2005. That will not keep you ahead. That is not going to. What nobody has, what you have is going to keep you ahead. I'm sorry I've taken a little bit more time. It was a little different. I was not prepared for business process innovation. Thank you for listening me, and I'm sorry for being ill, prepared. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raj. It was very interesting to hear your thoughts, and especially the thing which you emphasized upon the culture, the ethics and the belief part. I fully agree with you. You can always get skills, you can get knowledge, but ethics, culture is something which cannot be easily borrowed. One has to work hard. Sometimes I wonder that with a lot of Indian talent going outside and making names for the companies which are product companies or the top companies in the world, be it Alphabet or multiple. But the same thing, we don't have as many product offering in the IT field from our companies. The talent was there, but the ecosystem perhaps lacked something. And another thing which he talked about was culture of having a fear of failure. Probably in an innovative culture, the society and we all have to give respect to attempts than just success. And once we are in that scheme of things, we'll see lot many people attempting things where there are chances only 50-50. The moment you are 99% sure of a success, if you are attempting that, the most likely you will be successful, but the returns won't be as high. Anyway, moving further, thank you, sir.
You know, so I will just take, I think some of the people might be wondering, where does the superform chemistries come from? Ye ho, ye kya hai? What is this animal all about? So let me just take, you know, half a minute. So, so UPL, as you know, is into, you know, predominantly known as agriculture chemical company. And so, you know, the specialty chemicals part of it, which means the synthesis part of the business, active ingredient synthesis is carved out. That's a 10,000 crore company as on today, as on you know, 1st of April this year, let's say. It's a 10,000 crore company which is purely into chemistries, right? Nothing to do with the formulation, nothing to do with anything else, and has 14 plants in India. So largely everything in, you know, in India, whatever we talk about UPL is all superform chemistry. Why superform? Because it's a specialty chemicals company, and we didn't want it to have a UPL name, because with UPL it's all about agriculture. So you know, for the future road of ours which lies ahead in next 10, 20, 30, 40 years, we thought that it is better we have a new identity, new brand, new name, new avatar with this new business. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, continuing on this session, we have a very eminent speaker, and please welcome Professor Parag Patel. And Professor Parag Patel, he has over 25 years of experience in teaching, research, consulting, academic leadership. He is the Senior Associate Dean of Amrut Modi School of Management at Ahmedabad University. And he has held multiple key positions in the different organizations, executive board member in the GIFT International FinTech Institute at Gandhinagar. And he's also selected as a three-year term to the 15-member Global Associate Deans Steering Committee for AACSB International, which includes those serving in the key leadership roles at the school level, with the responsibilities in the strategy, faculty qualification, etc. His MPhil in the accountancy and the PhD in the equity investment decisions from Gujarat University, and a FDP in entrepreneurship. He has been a pioneering member in the educational reformation and transformation, and has a holistic vision on the same. And he wields significant influence into the constantly emerging educational sector. World Education Congress listed him as one of the 100 most influential directors of India in education. Stage is all over and we are keen to listen to your thoughts on the subject.
I'll request you to go to the next whenever needed. Are you going to project them? Okay. Very, very good afternoon to all of you. It's a privilege to speak from this platform. I'm told that this BDMA religiously organizes this National Management Convention, and this is the 10th one, makes it very special. And on the top of it, my good friend Sunil Bhai said that you have to come, and that left no option. But I'm delighted that I'm here. Our honorable session chair, Sailesh ji, warned me that it's a post-lunch session, and you better make a PPT so that half of them who are listening will have no issues, but half of them who miss out if the door's off will at least know where you are coming from. Otherwise, personally, I don't appreciate PPTs. I have maintained that to people who neither have power nor a point use a PowerPoint. But I cannot, disobey my chair's advice, and hence this PPT. Can we go to the next? Okay, so, much of my thunder has already gotten stolen by my panelists, but I'll try to do maximum justice to this topic in the next 20 minutes or so. See why business process innovation matters. In the larger scheme of things, BPI is a very small part, especially when you're talking to manufacturing sector. Things are more solid than soft, and therefore process innovations are not that easy. But I would like to make an argument that when other things become equal, when margins become paper thin, I think business process innovations become very critical. Otherwise, there is no way to run. And we are at a juncture where I see almost everything becoming equal. People have access to technology, people have access to markets, people have access to capital, people have access to manpower. LinkedIn has made it very easy, as Rajji mentioned, that people jump jobs just for 5, 10, 15% extra without thinking much about the culture they're leaving and the culture they're going to become a part of. So everything has become very, very accessible. And therefore, I would like to say that business process innovation is more important than ever before that I have seen in my life. Now, we have heard a lot about Toyota. So I would like to draw from Toyota 2 analogies. It is not either or, but it is both. The difference between Kaizen and Kaikaku. Okay, Kaizen is more popular because it leads to incremental continuous improvement, which helps you maintain the edge. But beyond a point, Kaizen will not be effective. And therefore, once in few years, you will need a Kaikaku moment, which is radical. Okay, you have to challenge the whole process and just do it in a radically different way. You need disruptors within the system. So, while I do not discount Kaizen, it cannot be considered as business process innovation. It can be considered as business process improvement. But we are here to learn more about business process innovation, which usually follows the Kaikaku way. There's a radical shift in the way you do a very old standard business process. Can you go to the next? So I'll draw from some global examples very quickly, a minute or two each. Some of you may already know what I'm going to tell you. See, Amazon started as a bookseller. You know, they kind of answered a very grave problem that if I want to buy a book from some other part of the world or some other part of the US, how do I buy it easily, you know, sitting at home? So they made books very accessible, and that's where the model started from. They did it so well that it then graduated to more products, and almost every product. They sell everything except an airplane now. So what was the major business process innovation they did? That what is it that we should do differently? And the same day delivery changed it all, forever. They do many other things. You know, they do great job on fulfillment. They do great job on, you know, user UI, UX. But at the core of it, Amazon became Amazon because of same day delivery business process. Then I come to our own Blinkit. How do you disrupt Amazon's business model? So, you know, all that was mentioned, big data, data analysis, predictive analysis. So Blinkit actually built the whole model on predictive demand. You know, everything is broken up into 90,000 pin codes. Every pin code is a unit of business. And when you decipher data pin code wise, you actually can predict the demand. And based on that predicted demand, you create dark stores and create a network in a way that same day delivery becomes same hour delivery. So that was a massive shift. That was a Kaikaku moment, the way they delivered products across pin codes. So it's not business process improvement, it is business process innovation. That if same day delivery is possible, why can't we do the same hour delivery? Then comes Zara. You know, Zara is everybody's favorite. It started in Spain, but now it is favorite to the world. You know, traditional textile, you know, a lot of your clients are in textiles. You know, they use your chemicals, dyes, pigments. You know, when you engage with a designer in textile, they would say, fastest we can do a product design and deliver it to a store is 6 months. Business process improvement may make it 5 months. But Zara said, let's do a business process innovation and relook at the complete, the way garmenting is done and sold. And they said, why can't we do a 15-day model from design to store? And they did it. And there are so many peripheral benefits. You know, consumers felt, whenever they walked into the store, they felt that the stock is always new. They made smaller lots, so there was no inventory. You know, the first unit is sold at 100% in a traditional textile outfit, and the last unit is sold at 90% discount. Zara never had that problem, because the moment you like it, you tell 5 others, and your 5th friend goes to the store, it's sold out. So that's business process innovation. Netflix, already mentioned, you know, it started by this DVD and there was no penalty on late return, and that's how it became popular. And today Netflix's preference algorithm alone is worth $50 billion. Forget the company. You know, as a user, it knows me more than my wife. And that algorithm is valued at $50 billion. So it was a massive disruption that we will not go to theaters, we will not go to DVDs, we will directly sell entertainment onto the device of the user. Massive business process innovation. Uber, I think, you know, it's about, there's a CRAMS theme. CRAMS is about contract research and manufacturing services. You know, the whole theme is based on the principle that there is unlimited, unutilized capacity across the world. So you don't need to create new capacities, you don't need to create new bench to either manufacture or to research, and therefore you'll have people who will do matchmaking. And that's where the entire CRAMS theme is born. With the same logic, Uber said there are so many cars lying unused. or they are underused. Why can't we create a platform where we do matchmaking of the rider and the ride giver? We don't need to own any vehicles. And then happened OYO and then Airbnb and whatnot. But that's a business process innovation, that we do not need to own a taxi to provide a ride service. So these are some great examples, and I'm building on the third word. You know, the third word is innovate, implement, and inspire. So I'm trying to inspire this audience to really think big, and of course I'm dead sure that you are too much into business process improvement, but at least 5% of your time, 10% of your time also should go into business process innovation. Go to the next. Now, Drew from the world, now coming to our own Bharat. See, Amul was a pioneer in business process. You know, very few people know that a very small, 2 tweaks they did. You know, and they become the biggest cooperative in the world. Number 1 tweak was, how do you collect milk? Do you collect once a day or twice a day? So they said, we will collect twice a day, because they understood the milk cycle of the cattle. And they were the first to start collecting milk twice a day formally. So that was the first business process improvement. But the innovation they did was, all dairies across the country were operating on accrual basis. That you deposit milk for a week, month, and you get the payment at the end of the month. Okay, just because the dairies were also cash strapped. So they say, "Hamara paisa aega, baad mein we will pay to you, pay to the farmers." They just changed that forever. यहाँ milk जमा करो, वहाँ से पैसे लेके फिर आप बाहर जाओ. So that was a massive business. It was just a payment process. They innovated a new payment process that you get the money on the spot, no delay. And that actually sucked the milk out of all the other dairies, and Amul became the most preferred dairy. And that's where the power started from. The second is Arvind Eye Care in Tamil Nadu. Assembly line approach, my co-panelist mentioned Ford. So they said, it's the same process. We want to be the best in the world for cataract, highest accuracy, lowest cost. So what takes $3,000 in US is done for about $50 in Tamil Nadu. That's the cost difference. Why? Because every surgeon at Arvind Eye Care does about 2,000 procedures every year. Usually, it's about 200 to 300 outside of Arvind Eye Care. So it's 10x efficiency and fraction of a cost with the same level of accuracy. You know, the best, very well-resourced people in Tamil Nadu also prefer Arvind Eye Care for their cataract surgeries. So it is only because of business. They visualize that healthcare also can be put on the assembly line, and they trained their peripheral staff, and everything is ready. Surgeon just has to do the last, fixing of lens, and it can be done in minutes. So that changed the whole game. And even today, it is the most taught case study in business schools. Surat Diamond Hub is more like a cluster business process innovation. Diamonds are perceived as very costly, not affordable, huge working capital. So before Surat happened, diamond was only a business of, let's say, Antwerp or Tel Aviv, where most of the diamonds were sourced and polished and then sold to the world. But I think Surat as a cluster did a fantastic job. Raj mentioned Frugal. So they actually reverse engineered the machines and created their local supply chains, and they are made in India machines, made in India tools, trained in India personnel. And that's how it became the hub of the world. So 80% of the diamonds of a particular size are supplied to the world from Surat. I would like to avoid the topic of the diamond bourse for now, but it's a formidable business process innovation done by a cluster of players in diamond sector. UPI system, there were so many disbelievers. So I would like to tell you that whenever you will propose something in form of business process innovation, it will start with more disbelievers than otherwise. Today, UPI has become an inspiration for the world. You know, lot of things that we are able to do as a nation are only and only because of UPI interface. Last to last month, it broke the record of 17 billion transactions in a month. You know, in volume terms, it's like highest in the world by a multiplier, by a margin. But in value terms, you'll pick up because the average size of our UPI transactions are very small because of the per capita income of the users. But these are some of the business process innovations I feel will definitely inspire all of you. So these are the characteristics all Indian companies will have. Okay, this jugaad, business of jugaad, is somehow we will make it. You know why our citizens drive very badly? Because they all start late and want to reach on time. कुछ हो जाएगा, कर लेंगे कुछ. You don't want to be that permanently. You know, once in a while you are late and you do nonsense on road, it is fine. But that jugaad is not sustainable. So someday, some innovation may come out of jugaad, but ultimately it has to be formalized and institutionalized, and the processes need to be tweaked. So identify good jugaadu method, but institutionalize it. See, there is a high digital adoption. Okay, and I'll give you 4 or 5 examples of how UPI has stunned me. You know, recently I went to a destination wedding in Jaipur, and there was a drama, you know, series of drama. Instead of 20, 30 drummers were there because very high-end wedding. On all drums, there was a UPI QR code. उनको मालूम था कैश नहीं होगा, लेकिन मोबाइल तो होगा. I'm not joking. You just say UPI QR code on drum and you'll get to see that Google image. So we did it at Ahmedabad University. So one day we said that we should not accept fees by check. Let's make it compulsory for people to play, because there's so many reconciliation issues and 4,000 students paying fees. So he said, let's change the business process and say online only, and if you have a problem, you come to us, we'll solve it. In the first go, so there were skeptics in the room. Many said that it's too early. We did it before 5-6 years, just before COVID. And many said that you are too early, many people don't use net banking, this, that, blah, blah, blah. But we said nothing doing. You have to make it. If you are running an iconic institution, you need the students and parents also be that tech savvy, at least minimum tech savvy that they use net banking. People will have preferences. But we said, kar do. So we said we'll not accept fees by check, online only. And to our pleasant surprise, 97% of the people paid without any fuss. And about 2-3% came to the office, requested, and then backgrounds were checked, and they did the needful. But we also incentivized. There was a small 300 rupees off if you paid online. So you also want to motivate people. So whenever a new business process innovation happens, adaptation will not be easy. So we need to incentivize also. So build on the digital adoption that the country has done and incentivize people to use digital payments, digital sign-ins, digital logins. It will really save cost, your data accuracy will improve, your speed will improve, leakages will reduce. So these are small things, but if done for the first time, it can be considered as a business process innovation, because nobody in your industry is doing it, you can do it. See, I can give you several examples, that have really, so I see many SMEs sitting in the room. And SMEs also can be equally innovative in business processes. Okay, for example, I see very few women in the room. तुम्हारा diversity है ही नहीं तो innovation कहाँ से आएगा? I'll give you an example. I was helping a HVAC business, a small business, 100 crore turnover, and they were struggling with collections. Robust business, iconic clients, but collection was a big problem. So what they did was, so I understood the process that kaise karte ho collect. So he says, see, we have departments. So there is a retail arm, there is a project arm. Within project, there is a small project, large project. So collection was the responsibility of the leader of that team. So if somebody ran a retail outlet in one area, the collection was responsibility of that retail outlet head. If there was a projects team for pharmaceutical companies, that collection was the responsibility of the lead of that pharmaceutical projects team. So I said there is a room to do a massive business process disruption here, call it innovation or disruption. That collection hata do. You know, selling, commissioning or execution and collection are completely independent of each other. So the day your PO is generated, it goes to collection, and that should be a team of women. And most people in the room actually started staring at me that this guy has gone mad. So फिर हमने बोला ऐसा करो, retail से तो चालू करो. And then they created a team of just two women who took over the responsibility of collecting from all retail customers. AC gets delivered, first collection happens. AC gets installed, second collection happens. And their average collection in this small retail business, 30-40% of these 100 crores was the retail part, used to be around 5 to 7 crores. That came down under a crore in 4 months. Because then, even today, you look out, in no HVAC business, collection is done by women. It is a business process innovation, and I bet you it can work very well. Because the customers don't behave rudely. The customers, suddenly their dignity gets heightened, so they pay quickly. And there's a lot more happening out there. And I'm telling you, this experience, you can try this out. Even in chemical business, it may work. And nobody does any gali-galoj. I'm telling you, in collection, you will hear bad things when you give the third or fourth reminder. It stops the moment there's a other gender on the other side. So there are many such examples, and these are real life examples, and they have worked very well. Next. I'm already. Okay. So where can Indian firms improve? You know, some of it has been covered by Rajji in form of culture. You know, experimentation, the business of failing, something not working, should actually be appreciated. You know, a consistent performer is good, but somebody who keeps trying new things, you know, 10 things are tried, 7 failed, 3 worked, that person is equally important for the business. So low investment in R&D is the scene. You know, it has nothing to do with the size of the firm. R&D is not just the responsibility of the large conglomerates. Everybody can invest in R&D. You may not do R&D for a large patent, but you can do R&D at your own level. You know, you can identify 2-3 people from your team of 30, 40, 100 that, you know, 20% of your time should be R&D. Give that person free time. You know, work on data, work on best practices, find out some disruptive process changes that others are doing. But you have to systematically identify a person and give them time and pay for it. As in, every week, your Friday or Thursday is this work. We will not disturb you for other things. So make it formal. Okay, so that will be your spend on R&D. You may not necessarily spend out of the pocket expense for setting up a research chair or a new lab, but R&D can happen at all levels. Indian problem is process redesign does not equal to process adoption. Okay, so sometimes we create excellent processes. In the early days, we communicate them very well, but then we do not work hard enough to ensure that they are adapted to the T. So, you know, many of our laws are also like, you know, amazing laws, but the implementation is a challenge. So similarly, whether the business is of 100 crores or 10,000 crores, or with a team of 100 or 10,000 employees, I think process redesign must result into process adoption in totality. And I think one has to invest enormous amount of resources and energy to ensure that. If that is done, your business process disruption or innovation will really work very well. Culture, you know, सब चलता है, हो जाएगा, little bit of jugaad. I think that has to be challenged. Everything can't be challenged, but one can always identify 1, 2, 3, 4 things per quarter and make them happen. You know, at any point in time there will be 100 things to do, but if you try to do 100 things, they won't happen. So if you want to change the culture and, you know, make people more encourage experimentation, follow SOPs, identify 3, 4 things, and I think if you push that 3, 4 things, you will see a much bigger difference. It is doable. I have been a part of such transformations. And last line is my, you know, a default complaint, industry-academia partnerships, industry-academia collaboration. Okay, we have a very good fabrication lab, we call it Fab Lab at the university, and, you know, very well equipped, you know, from a very good set of lathe machines to this CNC machines to a 3D printer. And we have collaborations with many industries because they also don't have such a facility in their place, so they come here for testing, all those. But I think that rather than doing it at company level, it will be great if you can invest in an institution and you know, try to boost the research at the institution. It will also help you forge a great connection, academia industry connection between your company or your sector or your industry cohort and the institution. It will lead to great projects. It will lead to internships. It will help you retain talent in your region. You know, there are many, many peripheral benefits. You know, you'll have to invest time, but it is worthwhile. So, you know, in somewhere in your agenda, or, you know, my plea to BDMA is, you know, wherever this industry academia story is, it can be lifted, you know, significantly by little more effort and focus in the leadership group. I'm sure it can be done, and I'm very happy to volunteer to be a part of that discussion. Next. That's it. Okay, thank you very much. I think look for more questions and a little more discussion.
Thank you, Professor. It was really a very interesting session, and a lot of points which you brought out means based on my experience with the industry, a lot of things evoke a strong reaction, and mostly I agree by all the words you said, and very educative as well as very aligned to the real life situation. Now let's use this time available for some question and answer session, but before we go to the audience, I have a few questions to both of you. First and foremost is most of the data and the examples and are predominantly from a much bigger industries who have made it big, who have had massive success like Amazon, Dell, or Netflix or Uber. Here we have a lot of people coming from the SMEs. So what would be your input to them, how they can leverage the power of this review of the business process, improvement, and finally having that wow moment where they can improve. So what are some of the do's and don'ts in your opinions?
See, when one can set up your own mentor group of mentors, call it a advisory board or call it a mentorship board. I have seen some some aspirational SMEs who actually create a board of 5-10 people whose skills and experience are relevant to the sector you are in, and make yourself subject to a quarterly review. Okay, I have seen some partnership firms doing a business of 100, 200 crores in different sectors, having advisory boards, and they subject themselves to review. It brings a lot of discipline into the system. Because generally what happens is, it becomes a very unifocus kind of approach that, everything is, the entrepreneur is in focus, and that entrepreneur is generally not subject to any review. So I'm sure if you look out, it is always possible to have a small group of people whose advice you seek in a formal way, or whom you pitch your progress or share your challenges, who may definitely help you prioritize. And I'm telling you, there are plenty of people who may volunteer time. Plenty of people. People superannuate at 58, 60 with wealth of knowledge. And they have so much energy, they are fit, and they are ready to engage. And they'll come for free. So that is one thing one can do. Second thing is industry academia engagement. If you invest a little bit of time, you will get very good interns for free from institutions around. You don't need 100, 200, 500 people. You need 3, 4, 5, 6 students. We have done projects which have led to business process improvements. We did a project for a listed, very small micro cap real estate company. And we made a case that your valuation is very low compared to your peer Kolte Patil, which operates in South. And then we said, okay, we want to do something about it. So a group of students actually did a benchmarking of what are the companies in real estate doing on their website, what are they doing for investor relations, and prepared a report which actually resulted in 3 changes on website and 2 changes in the investor relation function, and which resulted in better valuation. So there are sometimes identifying challenges, small problems for which you cannot hire a full-time resource, and which are too small for you to be of priority. Outsource such things to academic institutions. It can always be done. And there are motivated faculty members, motivated students in every kind of institution. Only thing is you need to be ready to work with them. Third thing is, within building on Rajji's inputs, that building a culture of experimentation, building a culture of trying new things, valuing initiatives, that can certainly happen. So rather than just acknowledging them informally, there should be a formal acknowledgement. And it will spread like fire. You just lift one person and acknowledge that person for something new. Newness will become a habit. Everybody will start behaving like that. But let me try something new, because this business as usual is not going to reward me anything substantial. But anything new, any new initiative will really, and that's how your business will remain very, very agile. You'll be at the top of the game. And it will also, keep the atmosphere energetic. Everybody is looking for new stuff throughout the day, throughout the week. And I think these are possible. And of course, we draw inspiration from large companies, but small companies are equally interesting.
Thank you. Rasap, would you like to add on it?
Yeah, no, I think SMEs are, voiceless. they're most oppressed. And I think the reason for that is not anybody else, but the companies which are large. And you know, we generally, towards the end of the quarter, because the bigger company doesn't want to, show a better balance sheet, will not stop payments. किसको बंद जो करेगा, बेचारा जो जिसको मारो लेकिन वो आवाज़ नहीं जो करेगा, so SMEs. I think the solution is two. One is that, you know, they're the backbone of the industry. Without SMEs, the industry doesn't exist. Our whole ecosystem doesn't exist. Let's acknowledge that they are someone who are, for our existential well-being or future, they are the most important one. The day we realize the two things. One is that to take them under our fold, what best practices we have, we should ensure that our best practices, which does not need investments, that can be shared. Open the door, come and see, right? Not only come and see, but if you like something, I'm willing to invest that time on you and the resources on you. We have huge resources that we implement that with you as well. You also get the benefit. This is not something which is to be guarded, right? It's not a what is called bomb recipe which is so secret, right? And number two, I think the SMEs can also take advantage of the industry forum. We have huge amount of both financial as well as knowledge resource with the industry forum, whether CII, FICCI, BDMA, members of BDMA, by and large, I'm sure they would be very open to help SMEs in terms of, putting part of the stake and saying that, no, I want to help you out. So that's my take on SME, how it can be done.
Thank you. I have many more questions, but we have only 10 minutes left, so I'd prefer to have some questions from the audience. So anyone who has got a question, please stand up, identify yourself and ask the questions. And I request both the panelists, anyone who feels can respond.
Thank you, sir.
Many times we run into problems with components. We have a lot of imported equipment. Sometimes a component fails and then you have to get the component back again from the supplier, and we feel it can be done in India perfectly well. And it would be very nice if BDMA could organize some kind of an effort to select engineering companies with specializations and have a list so that people like us could have a ready reference guide. Because my sense is we have a very high quality engineering setup between north of Ahmedabad and all the way south to Vapi. This whole belt has got tremendous engineering, tremendous resources. And a lot of us who operate very expensive imported plants are not really aware about them. There should be some kind of a meeting ground between us and these people so that we could encourage them. And one of the big problems we have is lack of machines, meaning all the important machines that we use to make glass are always imported. That's very annoying for me personally. I really hate it because I believe we have so much talent in this country. We have so much talent existing on the ground that that talent should be used to make machines. And there's so many solar lines being imported from China. There is nothing in it. There is nothing in it except repetitiveness, that they are repeating everything, that's all. So उसमें ऐसी कोई चीज़ नहीं है, यहाँ नहीं बन सकती है. And I feel that if we really want to go to the next level of growth, then we are discussing SMEs here, for instance. And this is typically the best thing an SME can do. They can do small jobs very accurately with great precision. So I'm sorry for bringing it up, but this is the result of the conversation I'm hearing. And if we can do something, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. And I couldn't agree more on whatever you said, that we as an industry often find it challenging to get the right component in the time scale we want it. And the suggestion is very thought-provoking and probably something on which we all need to work upon, and also BDMA can take it up as having a platform where such type of service providers and the needers can come together, explore the needs and see what best can be done, especially with the advent of new technologies in 3D and all. Probably it may be more doable, but that needs to be explored. Anything you would like to add, both of you, sir? Okay, next, please.
Good afternoon all. Myself Pradeep Choisa, I am from Superform Chemistries. My question is for any innovation in the team. I think we should think from the academic point of view, means from the childhood, from the education and academic and the engineering, all the sectors we should think upon the innovations, so that the culture of innovation we can build from the foundations itself. What is your view on this point, sir?
So, you want my view or you want the panelist view? Okay, my personal view is yes, lot of work can be done into developing this culture from the beginning. The moment, again, quote, these are my views, the too much focus on being first in the class, too much focus on scoring marks, from developing the skill, from ability to work in a team, from ability to articulate and carry your people and you as a group deliver some service or product. That type of focus can help the society more. Second, again, I touched upon, and that is very close to my heart, that a lot of things are not attempted in India, not because we don't have the right talent or the right input, but just the fear of failure is one of the greatest impediment of not having tried. So if you build a culture where the people are encouraged to synthesize, instead means most of our education goes into analyzing how this particular thing works. If we see a fan, we go into how this fan works. Instead of, if you have metal, if you have copper, if you have plastic, what are the possibilities it can make? So those type of differences, probably over a long time, can help us into this. I agree fully that right from beginning, these type of cultural changes will be helpful into developing a society which is more experimentative, which is more into coming out with new ideas. Many of those won't work, but a few of them will create a new ways of doing the business. Your views, sir?
Sir, I have a question, especially to Mr. Raj Tiwari, that you have mentioned about that business process innovations, all the innovations will not be as successful. There will be a number of failures. Now, if you see from a SME perspective, right, taking the challenges to make the innovation, ultimately cost is involved. How to address, especially SME perspective, how to address these challenges? Because when you are not sure that we are initiating the innovation and it fails, right, I can't run more business. What should be the model which should be adopted?
So I don't know who is asking this question. If you are asking this question,
I am asking as
for
an
your-
entrepreneur.
Yeah, so I'm
SME.
saying, you know, that particular SME or that particular company, no matter how small it is, that would have existed if they didn't have the entrepreneurial mindset. Entrepreneurial mindset is all about, you know, taking out the fear of charting unknown territory. I don't know. There's a huge possibility of me getting not getting succeeded, but you still made that attempt and started, and you are there thriving as a company, right? So that question does not arise. The question is more for larger corporates or larger institutions who are behemoths, where we frame the boundaries and say that this is the boundary, this is the SOP, right? And this is where you need to work. We kill innovation. We kill people thought process itself. He comes and works like, checklist 1, 2, 3, 4, and my work is done, right? So the question, the kind of innovation which happens in a very smaller companies is immense because they don't have any fear of failure. उसको क्या fear of failure है? वो तो he has fought a battle and come over there, thrived. Though small, tomorrow he'll also become big. The problem is that he'll become big and he'll also become like an other, right? And kill the people's mindset. I think that's where I was saying that, the culture is therefore extremely important to build. And as I said earlier, we can buy skills, can't buy culture. The culture, you want to build a company, you want to run that company, a culture of transparency, openness, fearfulness, right? Where righteous approach, treating people with dignity, right? So it depends what kind of culture you want to build. But this is the culture you want to build. Then you can't hire people and then build culture. That's impossible. That's impossible, right? You will then have a herd, but not a unified approach.
My area is finance, accounting, and control. So a little bit of finance comes into everything I say. See, in finance, allocation is something very important. So if you really want to instill or promote the culture of innovation or experimentation, you have to allocate some money. You have to be very bold in saying that 5% of my profits I will put into experimentation. It's very, very important. So for a university, certain percentage of fees goes into research grant. I may structure it in a very interesting way, but allocation is very important. You have to be very, very transparent about it so that your team will force you to spend that money. Wishing something is great, but you have to allocate some resources, and usually it is the amount of money. If you do that, the game will change. It has always happened. Sometimes allocation can be in form of time. I gave one example, that one day in a week you will spend to crunch data. So similarly, some allocation has to happen. See, today Mukesh Ambani's net worth is about 12 lakh crores. आज भी उनके 4-5 लाख करोड़ जोखिम में है. When the size was 50,000 crores, at that time also 10-12 crores were in risk. So since I have started understanding markets, I have seen that Reliance puts 20% of its money into high-risk businesses. And not that they have not failed, but that has been the way of doing business. So similarly, if you say that so much percentage of my, whether top line or bottom line, will go into experimentation, it will work wonders. Everything else will follow. This is my humble suggestion.
Sir, good afternoon.
I'll take one last question. We are already 32.
Sir,
So
good afternoon.
I'll take the last question.
Yeah, good afternoon. Myself, Vinaya. I am from Yokohama ATG, Dahej. As the subject is very interesting, we had an experiment in around 2018 that why can't we make tires completely with the female workforce? And we started recruiting few of the diploma WAT holders. And today the scale is around 600 plus females are working. It's around more than 25%. And we are targeting around 1,000 females should be in our campus by end of this year actually. But still we face a lot of challenges on attrition part. As we discussed a lot on business process innovations, as my one more participant also already touched this topic, how can we build this innovation kind of thought process or mindset in our childhood or our society? Sort of, we know very well actually our ancient, the Sushruta was doing in cataract surgery in 3000 years back actually. That is what Aurobindo has taken as a theme. So in education, how can we build this culture in a rapid way so that another 15, 20 years India have an manufacturing guru will be there? How can we speed up this actually?
Good things cook slow, but you have to be at it. So I think a lot of responsibility is on parenting also. I have seen that, you know, parents who don't scold, their children go longer. You know, because they don't have fear. You know, डांट पढ़ने का डर ही नहीं है. तो वो बच्चे ज़्यादा curious, ज़्यादा innovative होते हैं. So I think organizations will also mirror that. That if you make a mistake, और अगर डांट नहीं पड़ती, of course result आएगा, appraisal में silently मालूम पड़ जाएगा, लेकिन डांटना नहीं है. So that is the way experimentation and innovation will thrive. You know, rather than scolding one-on-one, scolding in front of 2-3 people, डांटना, चिल्लाना, it doesn't work. It only kills experimentation and innovation. You know, there are other ways of penalizing or rewarding or not rewarding. But at least on the face of it, it should be really cool, calm and composed. And I think families, schools, organization must emulate that culture. Automatically, I think our returns will improve.
Thank you all. And anyone who has got any further questions, we will be available for quite some more time. So you can ask those questions while we are over the tea. This session had a aim of just sparking the dialogue. It's not meant to find solution at this stage, and share some of the strategies and the real world situations, real world success stories from the people who are in the know of the things. And I'm happy to see that it has sparked some conversation. It has led to some thought provocation, and probably the people will ask the right question and find their own strategies for working it out. Thank you all, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. With the kind of responses and questions we got, it clearly does not look like a post-lunch session. Thank you for the engagement. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite B.D. Dalwadi, sir, to please present the mementos to our session chair, Mr. Sailesh Nigam, and our guest speakers, Mr. Raj Tiwari and Professor Parag Patel. Let's give a huge round of applause. Keep the energy going. Thank you, Raj sir, for your wonderful insights today. Thank you, Professor Parag Patel, for taking the effort to make a presentation and sharing your wonderful insights.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dalwadi, for doing the honors. So it's the time for the last session, that is session 3. Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately there is no break right now. We would really like you to occupy your seats again. And after the session 3, there will be high tea. We request you to please occupy your seats again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have to respect the time that we have been given. So we would like to start our session 3, Green Energy and Efficient Technologies. I request our session chair, Mr. Harendra Singh Dagar sir, to come up on the stage. I also request Mr. Mahesh Marve sir and Mr. Pradeep Kumar Kheruka sir to please come up on the stage. I request everyone to please occupy their seats. We are about to start our session 3.
This is a session that we are all looking forward to. Request your colleagues to please, to call your colleagues back to occupy your seats so we can start the session as soon as possible.
Now we would like to start the session 3. So please everyone be at your respective seats. I invite our session coordinator, Mr. Raghav Purohit, who currently serves as Joint Secretary of Bharuch District Management Association. In his professional capacity, he is the Head of Corporate Affairs at Birla Copper Hindalco Industries. Mr. Purohit brings with him the extensive experience in corporate affairs, having held key positions both within other units of ABG and outside the group. We welcome you, sir, and please give the introduction of our session chair.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. I think this is now visible that this is a post-lunch session. Otherwise, it was difficult to see this. This is a post-lunch session, as my friend just mentioned. Generally, it's difficult to keeping ourselves attentive in a post-lunch session, fully attentive in such seminars. But today, I feel some different attitude towards the session and the presentations. Everyone is so attentive and so diligent to listen to the speakers after attending such a power-packed and enriching sessions in the morning. So it's good for us, and I think this is a mark of success of this convention. I'm confident you're gonna get another thought-provoking and in-depth session in this session also on green energy and efficient technologies with dynamic industry leaders. So I'll welcome you all to this session. And I would now, so our session chair, Mr. Harin Singh Dagur, although he doesn't require any kind of introduction because he's a very dynamic personality and he's mentor to many like us in Dahej and nearby areas. However, in the morning, our senior mentioned that this is a recap of the achievements of Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia. So in the same way, I just recap their achievements here also. So Mr. Harin Singh Dagur is currently the site head of SRF Limited Dahej, starting his career with the Indian Rayon at Veraval, with which he has had a long association as president and unit head. Mr. Dagur joined SRF Limited, where he has served previously at Trichy and Gwalior units. He has an exposure of working in Germany, Italy, and Japan as part of technology transfer projects as well. Mr. Dagur has a strong operational background with expertise in leading system integrations, sustainable strategic and financial growth. He has developed a broad business perspective with a proven track record in greenfield and brownfield projects, thereby making business viable and competitive. Mr. Dagur has a wide industry and business exposure in the field of chemicals, textile engineering, polymers, and textile ingredients. He has also had exposure to cement, metals, and other textile companies during business excellence assessments. Mr. Dagur is a personality with expertise in business transformation, strategic planning, innovation, leading change, leading people, talent management, and workforce issues. An achiever of sorts, Mr. Harin Singh Dagur has many recognitions and appreciations to his credit, namely Chairman Award winner, ABG, Aditya Birla Group, exceptional contributor, lead assessor for business excellence assessment and diagnosis, Indian Rayon judges as best unit in CFI sector under his leadership. We are fortunate enough to have him as the chairman of CEO Forum of BDMA. So I would request Mr. Dagur to kindly take over the session. Sir,
Before that, we would like to welcome you all with books. So please, we can proceed with that first. You may facilitate Mr. Kherua. Mr. Mahesh Marve. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Raghav, for such a wonderful and elaborate introduction. Seriously, I'm impressed. I never knew that this is me. Well, good afternoon, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would request all of you जो mobile हाथ में लेके बैठे हैं, जो मेरा photo खींच रहे हैं उसके अलावा, people who are having the mobiles or books in their hands, please keep in a seat. I would request all of you to give a big round of applause for your own self. और ताली वो वाली बजाइए जो आप अपने लिए सुनना चाहते हैं, अपने लिए सुनना चाहते हैं, वो तालियां बजाइए, लगे कि हॉल में कुछ लोग बैठे हुए हैं. See, we used to understand, we used to say that the sessions post-lunch are difficult, but I never thought this is going to be so difficult. And especially on this session, which is really the buzzword around, it's all green. We are talking so much green nowadays that even rainbows have gone green. Just imagine, poor guys like us, you see, even you may remember in the school, teacher asking you the 7 colors of rainbow, and we used to remember Vibgyor, violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow. Life is so simple now. The rainbows are also green. It's so green. So the point for today's topic is green energy and efficient technologies. Now the buzz around green is so much that industry is really puzzled that where are we? What are those real, actionable things which are going to happen? One of my eminent panelists on this dais today has a hard line. जब वो इंट्रोडक्शन आप दे रहे थे, जितना लंबा कर रहे थे, वो आपकी तरफ घूर के देख रहे थे, महेश, because he has Shatabdi to catch, but we will see that how we innovate the session and we do justice to the timeline also. So please bear with us. Now coming to the green energy, we all are talking about green, everyone understands. Indian government has also announced that we will go net zero by 2070. Thank you. Yeah, the session is live, I think. So we will go net zero by 2070 is a clear vision in front of the nation. And the second big point is that by 2030, all the power generated in India, what percentage will be non-fossil? It's not a classroom, I'm sorry. But it should be 50% non-fossil fuel by 2030. At least those are some of the directions which are very clearly set. And believe me, we may not be aware. We may be aware of some basics in terms of green energy, which is equivalent to renewable energy, which is equivalent to non-conventional energy, which is equivalent to, these are the words which we have been listening to, which we have been hearing around. But today, we are fortunate that under this panel today, we have 2 dignitaries sitting with us. We will try to resolve, simplify, demystify the word green energy. And believe me, friends, when we are talking India, already by today, is almost like 330 gigawatts green energy production. Aren't we proud of this? Can we get a big round once again for us? Countrymen of India. Country women also, sorry for the gender. और तालियां मैंने आपसे 2 चीज़ों के लिए बजवाई थी. एक बात इसके लिए कि हम वो खुश नसीब लोग हैं जो भारत देश में सांस लेते हैं. अगर आपको यकीन नहीं आता तो व्हाट्सएप पाठशाला देख लें, न्यूज़ देख लें, जहां रशिया और यूक्रेन लड़ रहे हैं पिछले लगभग 3 साल से. दूसरी तरफ हमास और ईरान, तीसरी तरफ कोई और, चौथी तरफ ट्रम्प, टैरिफ. सुबह से हम सुन रहे हैं, सारी बातें सुन रहे हैं. सो वी आर सो फॉर्चुनेट दैट वी आर इन इंडिया एंड वेरी मच फॉर्चुनेट दैट विद इन इंडिया वी आर इन गुजरात एंड सो फार सो दैट वी आर इन भरूच. ये फॉर्चुनेट होने की बात है, ऐसी तालियां भी ऐसे बजती हैं. माय गॉड, दूसरा अगर कारण सुनेंगे तो वाकई जोरदार तालियां बजाएंगे. दूसरा ये कारण है कि कुछ लोगों ने मुझसे कहा, I don't know how true this is, and this may not be green, but people said that if you really clap, especially the Baldies, आपके बाल उगने लगते हैं. और जब जोरदार ताली बजाते हैं तो जिनके सफेद हैं वो काले होने लगते हैं. अभी तक हुए नहीं. But I'm trying to add something to the sustainability, at least lesser foam, lesser of water, so trying to be a bit more sustainable. So I'll not take much of time, friends. We all understand what is green, how are we doing, and what are the impediments. Some of the very clear impediments actually fit the theme: innovation, implementation, and inspiring. In the last session, you might have heard Professor Patel very clearly say that the first biggest impediment, though it was different session, but even for green energy, we invest very little in terms of R&D, 0.6% of GDP. How many of us remember the last slide? 0.6% of GDP. Second is cost effectiveness of green energy initially. Third is, yes, still the government regulations have to go way beyond to really support and help the green energy. So, my dear friends, without much ado, let me take I hate this reading something. I've never read in my sessions, but let me introduce Mr. Mahesh Marve on the panel, and he is a Senior Executive Vice President with Reliance Industries Limited. He heads Research and Technology at Reliance Industries Limited. RIL, we all know, is a Fortune Global 100 company and the largest private sector corporation in India with a strongly integrated energy and material business. And the most expansive, digital and retail, expansive, not expensive, I hope I'm very clear in the pronunciation. In the economy, RIL is also actively pursuing global scale new energy initiatives. RIL had more than $125 billion revenue in FY25. Now coming to Mahesh, he is responsible for RIL's refining, petrochemicals, polyester, and all related green R&D initiatives. He has a chemical engineering degree from ICT, formerly known as UDCT, Mumbai. He has elaborate more than 3.5 decades of experience in technology and development and management projects and operations. Prior to joining Reliance Industry in his second stint, he was also Chief Asset Development Officer Technical for Nayara Energy and also Chief Technology Officers for Tata Consult Engineers, an organization with 3,000 plus engineers. And to his credit, he has 5 patents. In one of the sessions, we had a discussion on IP. So let's give a big round of applause to him. And we will just make a small tweak in the session because he has a hard close, and his hard close will be with him. So we request him for his words, his views, his thoughts, his process, and then immediately with him, we will complete the Q&A, and maybe then we'll come to the second eminent panelist, and I'll come back with his introduction. So over to you, Mr. Mahesh.
Thank you, and good afternoon to you all. Nice to see the audience still full and the kind of energy our session head has put in. So with that, I would like to start my session. So the title is Efficiency and Green Energy. So, you know, hearing him, I thought I should add something more than the greenness. So I thought of adding efficiency. It's a very potent combination, and we'll go through. My attempt here is to cover more examples. Green energy and related initiatives are at lower TRLs, but they show great promise, and here is where I have attempted to bring in examples so that we can build the case, you can see the potential, and we can all work towards this great thing for not only our organizations, but also for the humankind. I start with a disclaimer. I come from a bigger company, so basically company says that whatever I will say today will be my own views. It would not be introducing any liability to the company. I think you heard about Reliance. We are $240 billion market capitalization, $100 odd billion of revenue, $20 odd billion of EBITDA. And we have created unprecedented value for the company. So irrespective of size, if you see the annualized returns of 32% over 45 years, that indicates what the company has done. We have a lot of investment that has happened, $75 billion in last 5 years, $10 billion as on today going into new energy. And we have a lot of big plans for our company to grow in the new energy areas. Most of you know we operate a digital business, about 500 million customers now. The retail has almost 20,000 stores. Our O2C is world well known for the vertical integration we did way back. And I think a lot of companies are now emulating that. Not only that, but now we are working towards the new energy, and we have a target of doing 100 gigawatt of installed solar by 2030, and we will do it. Some further introduction, we are the largest refinery, we own the largest refinery in the world, 1.5 million barrels. What it means is, out of 100 barrels of crude produced in the world, 1.5 barrel does find the way to Jamnagar to get processed. And there is a lot of products we make. We are also largest producers for many chemicals, and we would like to continue this immense pace of growth. But now let us come back to the topic of today, which is basically the efficiency and green energy. Both words imply that there is an underlying energy that we are going to talk. So as usual, we should set the baseline. Chemicals and petrochemicals industry together consumes more like 10% of energy globally. So you are no mean player. It's a very significant contribution when it comes to energy consumption side. Now, what is the global trend? Where are we moving? So if you see the energy prices, and we normally infer that in terms of crude or natural gas, there is a tremendous volatility we have seen. Over the last 5 years itself, we have seen the crude prices moving between $25 to $125. Similarly, the natural gas price, mind you, this is Henry's Hub, US price, which is much lower than what we pay. It has moved between $1.5 to $8, $9 per MMBTU. For any normal business to handle this kind of volatility is not an easy job. We also see a lot of headwinds on the global regulatory policies. You know, at one end, somebody would say that we should go ahead with the green energy. A lot of the world's biggest economy has put a lot of incentives just 2 years back, and they have withdrawn all of that within last 1 month. So such policy change causes a lot of distortions. We also have a lot of wars, tariffs going on. That also, you know, affects the energy supplies all over the world. And as a result, we see a lot of volatility. Energy volatility translates into margin volatility. So what do we need to do for this? What is the solution? I think you all would know some of those solutions. When something is more expensive, what do? We use less. So, and we chemical engineers call it as efficiency improvement. So we use less, we become more efficient. But sometimes when the pinching is just too much, what do? You try to find out alternative sources. Right? In India, as you all know, we import 80% plus of our energy. But what is given by the God, the gift of God, has been solar. So such, renewable sources are available in different parts of the world. North Europe has the blessing of winds. So we can use this ubiquitous green energy that could be available at different parts of the world to counter the world's volatility. And that can provide you some insulation from the overall volatility of the energy prices and the margins. So in all, efficiency and green energy can help you to counter the energy price volatility. Now let us see one live example how we could do this. I have chosen an example of EVs. There is a lot of buzzword and there is a lot of question mark whether EVs will make a dent or not, right? So I have taken an example where we have compared gasoline, which is petrol car, diesel, CNG, battery EV, and then fuel cell EV. So basically the last thing is where you use hydrogen as a fuel, but it has the fuel cell. So hydrogen goes to electricity and it is an EV. So with EV with hydrogen as a fuel. So what we have done here is we have taken a starting point. That starting point has been considered as, say, a fuel depot or a terminal or a tank. And from that tank to the vehicle tank, what is the efficiency? For diesel, petrol, we don't have much loss of efficiency. It gets transported by big tankers, it gets distributed well, so you don't see that loss. So you can see the source to tank efficiency is about 99%. But then what happens next when this fuel drives the vehicle? As you know, IC engines that, power our petrol and diesel vehicles, their efficiencies are poor. So the gasoline or petrol in the tank versus the output you get at the wheel, it's just 20%, right? Same thing is in diesel. The only difference is that diesel IC engine operates at higher compression ratios, gives you better efficiency, so it becomes 25%. Whereas in the CNG, because it's light gas, you need to keep it compressed, the handling efficiency losses are high. You can read the number 93%, and these are all indicative numbers. And the engine driving train is the same, the IC engine, so about 20%, but overall efficiency looks poorer because you are starting with a higher losses. Against this, look at the battery EV. If you take grid as a starting point, and India's average grid losses are 13%. So if you take that 13% loss, so 87% is like a charging port efficiency. Then you have batteries, you have AC-DC converters, and then it is, able to drive. All right, now some relief. When the vehicles started getting produced, the passenger vehicles, first vehicles were actually the EVs. And then with Henry Ford bringing in IC engines in a big way, making it cheap, a great winning combination, the green energy and efficiency. We are now going to walk through some of the more such examples, and my attempt is to show you some examples rather than we get into a lot of theory behind it. So let us say we have an existing technology and we want to go to a new technology by using efficiency improvements. What are the options, tools available to me? So I'm going to give some examples. One of that is electrification. And electrification can be done for process heat. We can do it for steam. We can also. The second bucket could be of heat pumps. Heat pumps could be deployed within the process or across the process. we also have reaction pathways that are biochemical or thermochemical. And by no way, this is an exhaustive complete list. These are some examples, and we'll walk through how efficient technologies are coming and the greenness of that energy could give it added advantage. So let us start talking about process heat. The drying is a very common application, spray drying. We heat air or some neutral, gas. We make the liquid or the solids to be dried, the contact, and then you have to separate, you emit or you release the air. This has a typical efficiency of 25 to 60%, mainly because you send the energy in form of hot air outside. Sometimes you can loop in, but then the equipment size goes up. As compared to that, think of microwave heating. It could have as much of 80% efficiency. Of course, when you consider the capex side, it could be a bit expensive. But on the efficiency side, this technology scores well. Even the speed of drying is much faster. The footprint, there is a maximum advantage because drying by microwave heating happens much smaller, footprint. Let us think of some process heating examples. So cracker, steam cracker, that gives us most of light olefins like ethylene, propylene. You can see that normally, the furnaces are the main energy consumer point within the cracker furnace. We do combustion there. Typically efficiencies are great, 94%. And residence time is important because reaction is happening within the heater in the tubes. Selectivity is a bit broader. Now there are electric furnaces working on the resistive heating. These furnaces are actually deployed at much smaller scale, more like a pilot demo level. And soon, the actual industrial furnaces are expected to start working. The efficiency is marginally higher. It is already 94% for the fossil. It can be improved further. The advantage is in selectivity. With the electricity used as a heating, you have much better control on the tube wall temperatures that actually determine the selectivity in the cracking. There is a new technology also getting unveiled. It is called rotodynamic reactor, RDR. So you are all familiar with GTs where you use fuel and the heat that is generated after fuel are burned. There is an expansion, and that expansion is used through gas turbines to get the electricity. This process is reversed. So basically you use electricity to generate heat. But the advantage here is you can control the residence time in milliseconds. And the lesser the residence time, you have much better controllability on the selectivity. So it is improving the selectivity and, in a way, efficiency of the process. Now, this is at the lab scale trying to go to the pilot scale. But I'm pretty sure that in next 10 years, you will see some of them deployed in the real industrial scale. Let us talk about steam. We all know coal, pulverized coal boilers, you could have 85, 90% efficiencies as well, depending on the scales. You could substitute that with electrical boiler, right? You can use electric heating is not that uncommon. It has a much faster ramp up time. Coal boilers are slow to ramp up, but electric heating can be ramped up very fast. Emissions can be zero if it is renewable energy. It is already commercialized. The only disadvantage here is normally you would like to have steam on continuous basis, whereas the renewable power could be available for certain hours during the day. So suppose you are considering solar, it may not be available for rest of the time. What you do is you put a lot of batteries to make sure that the daytime solar is also stored in the batteries, and in the non-solar hours you use that. The disadvantage, the cost goes up. You have to invest in batteries. There are, efficiencies. And while the electric heating efficiency is 98%, you lose some efficiency in the producing the round-the-clock power, what we call as RERTC. There is an alternative here. If batteries are seen expensive, we can actually convert the intermittent solar power into heat. That is common, resistive heating. Then you can store the heat, right? The heat could be stored in various types of blocks. People use even the latent heat of metals to store the heat. A lot of innovations. There are at least 15, 20 technology I know of in this space. They are all working. And what you can do is, as the solar time ends, you can start circulating hot medium like air, nitrogen, that can collect that heat, and with a boiler they can generate the steam. So that is what we call as thermal energy storage. You can see that efficiencies of both electric boilers and thermal energy storage is reasonably higher than coal. And most importantly, if you use renewable energy, your emissions are eliminated. As you all know, government is considering, in fact, the notifications are in place to start the carbon tax. So, there are solutions. Again, we are not in the final stage. Electrical boiler to small size, you can get it today, right? But you may not have RERTC to eliminate all the emissions. Maybe you want to start on a current scale, and then as the renewable is available, you may switch over. But the solutions are available, and there is a lot of innovation happening in this space. A lot of small companies, I heard that debate earlier, and a lot of small companies are trying to make it kind of work with a lot of innovation and thought process. Yeah, sure. Turbine drives, pretty known. When you have condensing turbine, you have 36% efficiency. If you go by electric motor drives, you could get 95%. So a stark difference. So using condensing turbines could be a crime to an extent, an energy manager can think. Also, footprints are smaller. So wherever possible, you could replace condensing turbine, and most of the time they generate a business case right now. Let us talk of heat pump. Many of you, I heard a lot of SMEs here, you would know that here the simple principle is used. If you boil a liquid at lower pressure, you can do this heating with lower temperature external heat, the evaporator. And you can then compress the vapor, take it to the higher pressure, and then you can condense to get the same heat available at higher temperature. So that is what is, basically you are pumping the heat from low temperature to high temperature. The advantage is whatever is the waste heat we so-called reject to atmosphere, you can make it usable by putting some electricity into it. And the green can top it up. If you use green, your emissions reduce. Same thing, you can deploy in intra-process for the column. There are many such industrial applications. Reliance is already using 6, 7 of such applications. Again, the green and the efficiency can be married. Biochemical, you are all familiar with the biomass fermentation. Normally we get a lot of 1G ethanol that is cheap. But as the food crisis kind of deepens, we are trying to use cellulose stick. And that is a bit difficult to ferment. So we are using the enzymatic hydrolysis to make sure that you can ferment these complex molecules well. So this is another bio route, bioenergy, green way of enhancing the energy. Though 2G ethanol, normally the efficiency is less than 1G. But if you compare that with the chemical conversion routes, it's much more efficient. If you do it with rhodium catalyst, silica base, you are requiring temperature of 200, 300, high pressure. So it is going to be much less effective process. GS is much closer to the commercialization, whereas electrochemical will come in the future. You can do this even electrochemical currently is being pursued at SOEC, solid oxide electrolyzers, but in the future you can do it at the atmospheric pressure as well. So these were some of the examples where I have given you a kind of fast preview of what's happening in the world, where are the real cases where you can actually build on the efficiency improvement and the greenness of input energy to even eliminate your emissions. Now within this space itself, what is the improvement happening? In PV solar, people are trying to go for bifacial panels that improves the efficiency than a single side panel. We are also perovskites. If used in tandem as a parallel with silicon-based photocells, the efficiency can get enhanced very significantly, more like 35% from 20%. So that is a great booster. We expect that these technologies will come quickly in the future. Same thing for wind, multi-rotors, flexible blades is the way to go in the future. Batteries, active balancing, you know batteries are in the packs, multiple cells. So keeping all cells at the equal state of discharge or state of charge they call is a task. If you could do that, that is active balancing, you can get better efficiency. Even the anodes, if you use graphene-based materials, nano materials, you can enhance the efficiency significantly. Similarly, for the electrolysis, people are trying to progress towards PM limited by rare earths, but SOEC is a future technology that can enhance the electrolyzer performance, the efficiency by a significant amount. So these technology frontiers are again advancing rapidly. The last slide summary, what did we see? We saw that energy landscape is becoming very challenging. It is because of price volatility, it is because of supply chain disruptions, and also sustainability pressures. What we can do, we could use less or we can use alternatives. What is the scope? Where are those major drives coming? It is electrification, biochemical pathways. And technology frontiers are also advancing very rapidly on improvements of the current green technologies further that will make further headway. So the thing is, for any enthusiast, it is a great opportunity to convert these headwinds, problems into great opportunities. Thank you. I appreciate the slot given to me, the opportunity given to me here. Thank you.
Thank you, Maheshji. I think the topic is such because it's just shaping up. And just to put it in words in 25, 30 minutes is pretty difficult. I'm sure there may be many questions in the hall. We will take 3 or 4, considering the time availability and the hard cut. So let's quickly have 3 to 4 questions. Rules remain same, okay? You introduce yourself, raise your hand, and then we take the question. Session post-lunch has its own impact.
Hello. Okay. I think white hydrogen as a concept is great because you drill hydrogen from the Earth's surface. But if you see, while the potential is very high, the recoverable material is supposed to be less than 1% of the future demands. So while people are working, and in case we can kind of discover such thing, that would be a great thing. But it may not be the best thing to depend on that. So you would have seen that people are continuing to pursue the blue and green hydrogen.
Yes, there.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah, please go ahead.
we are not currently implementing that. These slides are not what Reliance is doing, but where the frontiers of technology are moving. So as we know, the e-cracker already has been working at the pilot demo kind of a scale already. So, and RDR is more on the pilot level. Correct. So we are, I think if you see the bottom of the slide, we have given the references. But more importantly, we are also in touch with everybody that offers eCracker. So these are some early indications. Thank you. To my understanding, it is at the pilot demo level. It is not yet gone to like 250 KT of ethylene production. That is what today's furnaces do.
Hello. I am Ashok Jadhav, Excellent Infrastructure. You describe about the graphene, which is used as energy battery storage. What is the level, what we achieve in graphene battery storage?
Right. So normally batteries use graphite as the typical anode. The anode active material normally is graphite. And that is there to kind of make the easy pathway for ions to pass through. The more the resistance, Coulombic efficiencies are lower, and that affects the overall efficiency of battery. What they are trying to do is, if the graphene, supported by silica, is used in a nanoparticle form, it reduces this Coulombic efficiencies or improves the Coulombic efficiencies very significantly. So people are talking about the resistance coming down and efficiencies of batteries going up by another 5-6 points, which is quite an achievement because normally LFP, today commercial battery around the turn efficiency, charging and discharging, is about 85%.
Any last question, please? There are too much of light on the stage, so we are not able to see backs. Any last question, or let's give a big round to Mahesh ji for his wonderful presentation. We can get in touch with him through BDMA or directly. He will give his connections, so we can connect with him if there are any further queries. So thank you, Mahesh ji.
Thank you so much.
Sir, before you leave, Mr. Raghav Purohit will present a memento to you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights and your time. Thank you so much.
So, carrying it forward. Mahesh ji, travel safe. So I think we heard and we understood quite a few innovative methodologies. We all understand solar, we all understand this kind of a non-conventional energy resources. And believe me friends, if you recollect when he was saying that we have very, very innovative methods to store the solar energy during the non-solar period, like putting it into the heated cement blocks, or maybe some other forms. And one more idea which just came across, and it's happening, because the solar panel manufacturing has become much cheaper, and the solar energy itself has become much cheaper, so there are cases where solar is converted into hydro. Now you ask me how hydro, it's very simple. They have a dam, so they make it rivers. When the sun is so bright, they generate solar energy and then they pump this water back to the dam. And night hours, again hydro, and then water turbine. And see, this is the pace of innovation. In one of the sessions, we were trying to understand, and believe me, friends, innovation can be taught. Gone are the days. My HR head, Sanjay Patidar, is also sitting in this room. He keeps telling us, boss, innovation it comes through birth, it comes by genes. But later on, he also agrees, no, innovation can be taught. And rate of innovation is so fast. See, while we speak, the amount of the thought that solar energy can be used in this wonderful way also has been generated. Now, not coming between, I know, you're waiting for the next speaker, I'm very well aware, so not coming between the next speaker and you. Let me introduce Mr. Pradeep Kheruka ji. Can we give a wonderful round of applause to him? He is the promoter and chairman of a very well known name, Borosil Group of Companies. And Borosil is very popular in a household name and even in the laboratories and even in the industrial areas. So they have three industries known as Borosil Renewables, Borosil Limited, Borosil Scientific Limited. Borosil's product range serves the nation with specialized high-performance glass paints used in solar panels, glass apparatus, and process system used by the Government of India to handle highly corrosive chemicals in its defense, atomic energy, pharmaceutical, environmental, and agricultural development programs. Its vials and ampoules are used by pharmaceutical companies as packaging for drugs and injectables. Needless to say, it talks about the hygiene or the accuracy or the efficacy of the process. Mr. Pradeep Kheruka entered the world of manufacturing at the age of 16. There's nothing wrong. Huh? At sweet 16, he entered into this. Back in 1967, most of us were in so at least I was not born. He is a veteran with 58 years of hands-on experience in glass manufacturing. Borosil started production of solar glass in January 2010 as a completely indigenous initiative with no foreign know-how. It went on to achieve a number of firsts, including the world's first thermally tempered 2 mm glass and the world's first antimony-free textured solar glass. And if I keep reading, the list is endless. Mr. Pradeep Kheruka is ably supported by his son, Shrivar, a product of the Wharton Business School, and has been working together for the past 19 years. That's real dad-son coming together in Borosil. Yes, we can give a big round for that relationship also. That relationship truly is very important. They are actively engaged in supporting farmers, that is the CSR part, in severely drought-prone districts in Maharashtra to improve their livelihood. The initiative which they support has planted 57 million fruit trees in the last 6 years and brought about a very significant improvement in the livelihood of over 25,000 farmer families. That is like giving back to the society. With this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me welcome Mr. Pradeep Kheruka. So it's all yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I'd be able to bring some new insights from an entrepreneurial standpoint, not so much from an R&D standpoint, but the actual journey is what I have to speak about. I'd say that, of course, solar and wind are complementary. I think this is something which a lot of people might not have quite, it might not have sunk in. In the monsoons, we see that there's less of solar because of cloud cover, but the winds are high. And so therefore in the monsoons, you are able to get still get on your same power because of more wind available. And you can, I think it's really well proven now, solar technology. We invested some 35 gigawatts of power was introduced in the country, in India. In Europe, 65 gigawatts was installed last year. So this definitely is something which has now become mainstream. I don't know much about green hydrogen and also about bioenergy, so I can't speak much about that. With regard to restrictions, I would say that regulatory restrictions are throttling large-scale renewable energy adoption. So for example, if we want to source our energy requirements from renewable energy, our limitation is that we cannot install more power than what is our connected load. So suppose our connected load is 22 megawatts, then we can install 22 megawatts of renewables. So since this is only for part of the day, there's a 20% efficiency. So we are only getting 20% of our actual demand met from renewable energy, which is a pity, because if we were to get more, it would be less expensive for us, number one. Number two, it would also reduce carbon capture, the release of carbon into the atmosphere. So that's something about this. I would say that with reference to making energy efficient products, it's very important that we benchmark ourselves against competing manufacturers of the same products. So for example, when we were asked to quote for a French project, the French government wanted to know whether we are energy efficient or not, and how much carbon discharge do we do. So they sent an inspector for whom we paid, but it was a French government inspector. And I'm happy to say that he found we were 22% below the international benchmark. So that happens. The reason I'm saying that is, you see, the basic improvement, basic efficiency is driven by you yourself. And when you decide that you do not want to, you don't want to have pollution, you don't want to have any kind of discharge into the atmosphere, then you take it upon yourself to do the best you can. Otherwise, being 22% better than the international benchmark for an Indian company, where our own regulations do not demand that, but I demand it personally. So I would say that with regard to safety and less expensive, my experience has been the more safe you are, the cheaper you are. So sometimes safety means a little more expense. Safety means guards. It means expenses that sometimes seems to be unnecessary. But I found that with a lot of experience, a lot of incentive on, a lot of effort on safety, we have fewer accidents and we have more. So my impression about safety is that it's in fact a lot cheaper. We believe that it cannot be compromised ever. Another point about efficiency is that there's something with which we are blessed, we are blessed by the sea. So Gujarat has a long coastline, and I personally believe that seawater is a treasure trove of valuable minerals. What we loosely call sea salt is in fact full of calcium, magnesium, and so many other very useful minerals that we require. And it would be very nice to work more on the seawater to see what we can get from it for industrial consumption. So regarding decarbonization, what we have been doing for the last about nearly 10 years, we've been planting a lot of trees. I think Borosil itself would have planted something like maybe several million fruit trees. And these are also carbon sinks. So I believe that regulators should look at trees being planted by corporates, which would give them carbon credits, and that would be helping the greening of the nation. It would help in rainfall. It would help in soil conservation. It would help in the ecology. And if we are doing it in fruit, as we are doing, it would help in livelihoods. So the farmers that we support, their minimum increase in income has been anywhere from 10 times to 30 times. And my son went yesterday to this farm center in Marathwada. This farm center in Marathwada is a place where you cannot see any chimney. It's really the heartland of rural India. And he was invited to tea in the house of a farmer. It's a very modern house now. And this guy was sitting on the roadside. The first time I went there, 2017, he lived in a small mud hut. And he was on the roadside. He has a car. He has a house in 8 years. And it's astonishing. It was very heartwarming for me to see. So this is something where you can actually do something. It's not talking about it. You can see results, which is really remarkable. So this has been more or less the journey, my journey. The other things, of course, that we've done is that, as was mentioned, that we made 2 millimeter fully thermally tempered glass, which nobody in the world has done till today. We did it in 2017. We're in 2025. No other glass manufacturer in the world has been yet successful in doing that. We also, antimony is a very toxic poison. It's worse than arsenic. Unfortunately, it is used in the manufacture of solar glass. And we did not like it, I did not like it, so we decided to do something about it. And we were able to make the world's first antimony-free solar glass, for which we also hold a patent. And I'm happy to say that I'm quite proud of it. There was something Ahluwalia Sahab was saying this morning that I would like to touch upon. He was talking about the need for Indian industry to be competitive. I can proudly say, in our case, the Chinese who have to learn how to be competitive with us. We are more competitive than them. You see, we measure everything by rupees. We say the Chinese price is, say, 10 and your price is 13. Now, I can do nothing about the price because the price is subsidized by the Chinese. What I can do, and I do actually do, per unit of consumption, we have a higher unit of output. Now, let me give an example. Say, when we melt glass, in the glass melting universe, we always say, when we're talking about a furnace, we say, how many kilocalories of energy do you need to melt 1 kilogram of glass? That is the question. And in Borosil, we take about 1200 kilocalories of energy to melt 1 kilogram of glass. In China, they take 1750 kilocalories to melt 1 kilogram of glass. So we are 2/3 of their consumption. From our production line, we draw up to 300 tons per day. From their production line, they draw 150 tons per day. After they've been hearing me speak at international places, they have been able to take it up to 200 tons a day. They are still 200 tons a day against our 300 tons a day. So frankly speaking, these are the facts the government does not know. They keep telling us, आप energy efficient कब होएंगे? आप competitive कब होएंगे? अरे भैया मैं उनसे पूछिए मेरे से नहीं. Last year, to give you an idea, you see, there is a strategic element in the Chinese intent. What is that strategic element? The strategic element is they don't want any country in the world to be self-sufficient in the means of production of the equipment which will harness renewable power. So they give their solar modules so cheap that it does not allow anybody else to be able to make it themselves. By the grace of God and the wisdom of Lord Ganesh, our policymakers have understood this. And 3 years ago, they decided that they will impose a 40% import duty on the import of solar panels, 25% on solar cells. After that, they have taken a non-tariff barrier into place, which means that you need to be certified by a regulatory body in India regarding the quality of your panel. And for this, an Indian manufacturer can apply and he gets rated. So far, they have not rated any Chinese manufacturer. So this is effectively a barrier. So because of this one act, the growth in solar energy production in India has risen from 8 or 9 gigawatts per year to more than 90 gigawatts already. And we're going to see 150 gigawatts. So this is going on with respect to the other components as well. And therefore, India will soon have a very robust, very strong solar industry itself. And I hope that things will be getting better as time goes by. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Pradeep ji. And questions? We can take the mic around and. Okay, see, I think we heard a lot about from Mahesh ji how the. Sorry, there's a question? Okay.
You have been very successful in developing 2 mm thick, which is probably, as you are saying that it's the only company in the world probably doing this. So is it because of the early R&D investment into this, or is it how it has happened? And second, about the antimony also, you said that you are not using that. So is it all due to the R&D efforts, or is it because of some other reasons?
So it's like this, that we have very expensive equipment from Austria that can do this. It actually floats the glass on a bed of air which is at 700 degrees centigrade, which is very challenging, but they've done it. So when you do it with that, then it is possible to do it. It's technically possible. They have sold 25 plants like that worldwide. The other 24 people have not been able to do it, despite having the plant. So I would say that we understand the nature of glass. We understand what's inside the glass and how do you deal with it. So it's more, I think, a better understanding of glass and managing the parameters at which that plant has to be run. Because you're doing many things inside the plant, where you're keeping the glass afloat and not allowing it to sink below or hit the top. And at the same time, you are causing it to move, and then you're causing it to get heated and then quenched. So it's a balancing trick, you might say. But we've been able to do it full time at full production without any difficulty. The second question about antimony. You see, most glass that we see everywhere around us is what is called a reducing glass. So that means we use carbon, we use sodium sulfate, and the glass is a reducing glass. It's not an oxidizing glass. So in a reducing glass, you have the reabsorption of bubbles and blisters into the glass as it is cooling down. And in an oxidizing glass, the reverse is happening. You are creating oxygen bubbles and blisters inside the glass. So when they rise in the refining section, they pick up the other bubbles along the way. So antimony helps to oxidize the glass. So this is a chemical balance inside the glass which is not fully understood by 90% of glass technologists. And because we do understand it, and this is almost in the blood, you might say, that we were able to work with our team and we were able to do it. Thank you.
Yes, sir, please.
Mr. Kharuka, it's been a pleasure to listen to you and such a grand success story, especially in the context of that, the invincibility of China hovers around our boundaries of all our factories in terms of costs, in terms of quality, in terms of quantity, etc., etc. And so congratulations sincerely from the bottom of my heart to you, sir. I want to know, sir, where exactly are we in solar production in India? Because you have a pulse of the entire industry. The Birlas have announced, the Tatas have announced, the Adanis have announced, and there are several other players as well. Where are we and how is the progress?
So you see, the solar story starts with polysilicon. Polysilicon is a substance that is made from pure silica. And polysilicon is then drawn into an ingot. And that ingot, it's all at very high temperature. So first you synthesize silica into polysilicon, then you make an ingot out of it. Then you take a diamond wire and you slice the ingot into wafers. The wafers are as thin as 0.2 millimeter. So it's very, very precise, very high quality slicing. Until this point, we do not have it in India. Until this point. From this point onwards, once you have the wafer, then you convert it into a cell. So when the manufacturing of the cell is now being done in India with great efficiency and with high volumes, and then you bring together other components like glass, solar glass, you bring copper ribbons and things like that, and then you assemble. There are about 9 components in all that go into a solar module. Now every part of this creation of the component, every part of the assembly of the components is very skilled, and it's a job that requires a lot of precision. So this is being done in India now, and I would say that I was asking Mr. Hitesh Toshi, who owns Vari Energies, which is India's largest module manufacturer, about this question. The question was, how efficiently are you able to manufacture the module? Which means, what is your wastage of components, etc. Because you normally cannot use every scrap of component in the product. And he said that he exceeds China in terms of his efficiency in converting components into modules. Just incidentally, I spoke to Mr. Sajan Jindal of Jindal Steelworks. The same question, that per unit of consumption, what is your unit of output? And he said, we are better than China. So the point is that we are already, according to me, in India, better than China in many different industries. I'd guarantee that anything Reliance does would be better than China in terms of its efficiency. I'd guarantee the same about Adani. So this is just a very great misconception in the minds of our planners, in the minds of our bureaucrats, government, etc. This is something I would actually even invite BDMA to, I'd be happy to sit down with you and try to find people like Dr. Patel, have his students come together, do benchmarking about our processes, see what are our wastages, whether Indian industry across different disciplines, how good we are. And if we are good, then I would ask the government of India, get into the game that China has gotten into. What has China done? China has not done anything dramatic. They've decided that I am going to flood the world with steel and I'll sell it at a certain price which is less than the international price. It doesn't matter what the cost was. He's playing Chinese yuan for his workers. Khudi to chapta, khudi deta hai. So how does it matter? Now in exchange for that, for the iron ore, for the effort, for the sweat of his people, he's converting that into foreign currency. ये $1 trillion कहाँ से आया है? कहाँ से आया है? It's not a secret. They have just ramped up the industry. They have subsidized the export, not the manufacturing. They have just subsidized the export. And they have been able to get exports. And they have the money. And they are a world power. Now naturally, suppose if in India, we are producing say 80, 90 million tons of steel. I don't know how much we are producing, 100 million tons. You just decide overnight, tomorrow I'm going to do 200 million tons. So naturally, your plant and machinery requirement will go up, your engineers will grow up, everything is going to go up. You'll become a master. So then after that, you'll be a world master after that. So for different things that we do, this mindset has to be there, that we're going to do it, we're going to double our foreign exchange reserves. And in my opinion, this is just the understanding and the intent which is keeping us away from that. And then tomorrow we'd be having a surplus balance of payments. To me, it's not difficult. Thank you.
Sir, Jaideep from Yokohama Tires. Sir, your presentation was truly a delight to listen to. In fact, the presentation was process improvement and innovation personified. My question is a personal question for you. Looking at your journey, looking at the achievements of Borosil, what drives you or what motivates you to achieve this level of perfection or excellence? Thank you.
I'm just in love with perfection. I'm in love with manufacturing. I'm in love with my people. I love the people who work together with me, whether they work for me, whether they work in other places which support me. It's a matter of great pride and happiness and the sheer joy. There's lots of diesel fumes, and that catches on to dust, and the fumes, they coat your glass, and then dust settles on that. So that is that is different. As I said, normal dust, if you are out in the countryside where there's no diesel, nothing, no smoke from the stacks or something. The Indian industry is such that they want a solar module which will have the highest flash test. So when you put your module on the flash tester, it says 565 watts. Then you can sell your module at the 565 to 570 watt, 569 watt band. And if it was 564 watts, then you'd get a lower price band, which is 560 to 564. So now they are only interested in the anti-reflective coating. And I have approached them multiple times that you need anti-soiling coating. So therefore, I've worked with anti-soiling coatings, but it costs money and they're not willing to pay. So sad but true, that's what it is. So the moment developers, who are the people who actually use solar panels, they wake up to anti-soiling coatings and they ask us, we would definitely be able to do it for them. The ideal black body. So I've done that actually on glass. What we do is that in a vacuum chamber, we had glass tubes, borosilicate glass tubes, which we sputtered with aluminium. So there's an aluminum target. You had a magnetron throwing electrons at it. The aluminum was going out and coating the tubes, all right? Then you'd release nitrogen gas, and that would oxidize the aluminum coating. So that became black, jet black. Then this whole tube was inserted into another tube. We vacuumed out the space between the tube and became a super duper solar heat collector. And the temperature inside one of these tubes would go up to 330 degrees centigrade. So as we all know in physics, there are no absolutes. Like you cannot really get absolute zero on Earth. So like then absolute black body may not be possible. But this is what we were able to do. Sputtered metal, oxidized, gave us a very strong black body.
Any more questions? So just to, Raghav, support you, and just to add to what he said in terms of the coating which can be dust-free, there are new fluoropolymer variants which are coming up and taking up this challenge, which can give you some respite in terms of improving the life of the solar panels. Maybe you'll have to study further, okay? Just to add on this. So I think let's give a big round of applause to Pradeep ji for a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful understanding of the whole Borosil story, how it went, how he is personally into it, and how the green energy is so important for Indian future, or rather future of the humankind that way. The kind of climatic changes which were discussed in the morning are very, very visible. You see, you just open the television, and especially any 0 to 100 or 0 to 200, there's a race of news. The last 25-30 news will be all flooded. And you see, really, you start really feeling lucky as if, oh my God, I survived today. That's the kind, but that's truly happening. If you see flash floods, non-timely rains, the way it rains. So it's an indication enough. And it's no choice. It's no choice but a compulsion that we have to go green. Let's not forget what Mahesh ji has also explained, giving you a very brief in 25-30 minutes of various technologies, various advancements, how we can go really green. Generally, we swing between extremes, and that's the danger. If you really have a balanced approach towards going green, it can really help. We Indians are so passionate about that. Either we want zero or we want extreme. But if you really take a roadmap for your own organization, for your own industry, and translate this green energy, so-called the myth, and put it into the right steps, what all we can do, a roadmap which can be done, and believe me, friends, whatever we say, but regulations are supporting. There are policies, there are schemes. Every house should have a solar rooftop. We have heard this. And believe me, what kind of potential it can have. Places where you can't put up wires, put up lines for taking electricity, it's so easy. You transmit through solar panels and it's there. Similarly, there are 9 grids which have been connected each other within states, which is green energy grids. If you go down, there is ample. But today, it was Mahesh ji and Pradeep ji, we heard a lot. And once again, let me thank both the eminent speakers for taking out time and making their wonderful presentation. Thanks to the lovely audience. I know I ignited in the beginning, but thank you so much for your appreciation and for your round of applause. Thank you so, so much. A big one for you, जैसे कि आप चाहते हैं. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए आप सबके लिए. अपने लिए इतना ही सुनना चाहते हैं. Thank you so much. Thanks to the master of ceremonies here.
Thank you,
I
sir.
know it's a real pain there sitting there quietly and keeping the session so live. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I invite Mr. Raghav Purohit to present mementos to Mr. to Mr. Pradeep Kumar Kherua and Mr. Harendra Singh Dagar. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
So we can take leave now?
Now I invite our Honorable Secretary, Mr. A.K. Sahani, sir, to deliver his secretarial remarks.
Good evening, all. Kindly be seated for a while. See, in view of the yesterday's, mammoth tragedy and loss of so many lives, including the 40, 50, intern doctors, it was a, mammoth tragedy, and the advisory board rightly decided to continue the conference with little low profile, So we had silence of 2 minutes in the morning, and we prayed for all. The whole day has been really wonderful. We had Padma Vibhushan Montek Singh, who gave us 2 ideas. One, that India needs a 1.5% extra GDP growth, to grow and to compete at the world level. And second thing, he said that if all the tariffs are made zero, are you competitive? Ask yourself. And the reply we have got at the end of the session, that now China has to struggle to compete with us, Then we had Mr. Adip Nath, from Mr. Harish Joshi's company, and he had some wonderful anecdotes. He compared between Vinod Kamli and Sachin. Vinod had probably had more talent, but Sachin had more commitment and consistency. So these are the 2 differentiators in lives and in the life of individuals as well as organizations. He also said, give the example of IPL, to see that innovate, implement, and inspire. All 3 steps are proven in IPL, I will go one step forward, all the speakers, all the stalwarts who have come here, they have already innovated, they have already implemented in their organizations, and they have come to inspire us. Now it is up to us to now implement them, So we had a series of further lectures. We had 3 main stalwarts as session chairmen. Sudhin Parekh, sir, who is a permanent mentor and advisor to BDMA and to this conference too. And then we had Mr. Nigam. Now we have Mr. Dagar, all stalwarts in their own field. And under their chairmanship, we had beautiful sessions, glorious leaders, and I am really sure that all delegates must have a fulfilling day. We are extremely thankful to all the speakers, all the sponsors, all the delegates for making the day wonderful. We missed the tea of 3 p.m., but we will not miss evening tea, and that will be high tea. But do come at 9:15 tomorrow again, because we have 3 very interesting sessions. One is smart manufacturing. We didn't touch AI today, but smart manufacturing based on AI. Then transforming culture, and third will be startup. So these are, very, very great topics. So please be sharply at 9:15 here when begin. Thank you so much. Let us join for high tea.
Thank you so much, sir. Also, before we end this session, there is 2 important announcements that I have to make. The very important I will make after the first, or else you will leave. Second one is for your benefit. Now, thank you so much all for being wonderful audience, for being wonderful panelists, delegates. I thank you so much, everyone. Now, let's remember God for 1 minute in a Gadhvi style. तो आपकी तालियों का साथ मिलेगा तो बहुत मजा आएगा. तोय रिद्धि दे सिद्धि दे अष्ट नव निधि दे वंश मां वृद्धि दे बाकबानी हृदय मां ज्ञान दे चित मां ध्यान दे अभय वरदान दे शंभुरानी मां दुख तोय दूर कर सुख भरपूर कर आशा संपूर्ण कर दास जानी सजन सो हित दे कुटुंब सो प्रीत दे झंग मां जीत दे मां भवानी रे मड़ी झंग मां जीत दे मां भवानी. Thank you so much. Okay, now the second important announcement of your benefit, that all the delegates have to receive a kit from the registration deck after the high tea. So you may please ensure that you get your kits. Yeah, that's the sweet. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Sorry, पहले start नहीं थी, थोड़ा बचे last में.